Sometimes we think of conferences as being only for professors, but really conferences, I think, are made for graduate students. And this was an idea that came out of the student body. And as you can see, looking around the room, some old faces, some new faces. Even the old faces look pretty good today. Must have had a good evening last night. The idea came really out of the interdisciplinary studies doctoral students here, who at times have been called the cultural studies students, but some people find the interdisciplinary rubric much more flexible and appropriate to them, so now we call it the INDCS group, Interdisciplinary and Cultural Studies. Somebody once said that when you cross a cultural studies student with a mafia don, you get someone who makes you an offer you can't understand. So we're going to try to rectify that today, or make it worse. It's surprising to have such good turnout because we have a competing conference, as you probably know, the Amateur Chemical Weapons Inspectors Conference, which is taking place in the back of the apple tree. And we'll have quite a few more people coming there, people with hangovers. I want to also mention that the conference today is being co-sponsored by the Film and Education Research Academy, a boondoggle which meets and specializes primarily in events and has been bringing in people to talk about, particularly about film, but other visual media. And if you're interested in the activities of the Film Academy, do please say so on this sign-in sheet, which I will pass around, and I'll put you on the mailing list. The other organization that has been active in contributing both to people being here and presenting, as well as its own journal, is Cultural Formations, which is a nascent organization, online journal, which is scholarly in intent, but also technically adventurous. And people want to talk about cultural formations. They might want to talk to Blake Sidenshaw, who is waving to you, not drowning. Although we'll soon hope to be drowning in manuscripts. So do think of cultural formations as a place that you might locate your work. So those are four different sponsors of the conference. And also, you know, I want you to know that this sort of INDCS combination has got some recognition. Some money has been allocated to it by the department. And you see that visibly for the students in Blake's course, Aesthetics of Technology, which was a special invention of his with Chris Moffitt, who will be here later, with the chair Ruth Vins, and even some money has been provided for this event by the department, which is why we have 3 varieties of wine and not 1. I just wanted to say a little bit about the history for some of you who don't know. I don't know whether my history is a good one, and probably we need Foucault here to help us on this, but the superficial history of today goes back to 2006, 2007, when a postdoctoral student, Ben Freimer, who is now tenured, you'll be glad to hear, in San Francisco, and a group of students got together and did the first cultural studies conference. Some of you were there. Charlie, who was there? Stanley, Robert, were you there?
I was there.
Good. There at the birth. Stanley Aronowitz, Alyssa Court. Who else did we have?
Was Doug Kellner there?
Doug Kellner, thank you. Expensive speakers. Those are the days where we had large budgets. And some of that's on video, and hopefully you'll find it online. Then we had a phase where Kelvin Seeley was here, and we ran a series of events called Citizen with Gloria Steinem, Bell Hooks, Cornel West, Frank Geary? Yeah, Frank Geary. That's so weird. And who's the musician? Not Tito Puente, but anyway.
Wasn't Ice-T at one of these things?
Yeah, Ice-T came to the to Ryan Goebel and his lovely wife ran a conference called Teach, Think, Play in 2011, I think, where Ice-T came and he brought his students, all white student body. He'd been teaching in a private school on the Upper West Side, plus their parents and their teachers, and maybe even the principal. Anyway, so we had a discussion of all these layers of education in which Ice-T was the central figure. And someone told me that is back on YouTube. Ice-T's music video school, VH1 sort of Ice-T's rap school, something like that. He was terrific. He told us about how he used to be a bank robber. He said, this is how I became a bank robber. I was kind of bored. I was sitting around with my friends, and we said, why don't we go rob a bank? So we went and we robbed a bank, and on the way back, we passed another bank. And we thought, well, you know, it's still early morning, why don't we rob the second bank? So they robbed the second bank, they went home. Apparently they were never caught for that, although he was caught for something else later. And now he makes $1 million an episode on, what is it, Law and Order? SUV?
Law and Order.
SVU.
SUV is not right.
I think they ride it.
He's riding an SUV.
So I don't need to rob banks now. I make $1 million an episode. So that conference was preceded by 3 others. One was called Threatened Youth, which I think Charlie was involved in designing, and was run eventually by Matt Carlin and Jessica Hockman. Jessica broke her kneecap yesterday, so she won't be here today. I'm very sad about that, but we'll hopefully have another chance next year. And then Leanne Stankes, people know her, she ran a conference called Youth Activism, which brought in high school students who are activists, who opposed school policies, curriculum, and rules, and everybody came in with a do-rag on, and we had a sort of rebellious in-school youth conference about how to develop political activism among students, protesting standardized tests, etc., and how to protect them. So we had a training session for teachers, how to protect those students from getting kicked out of school. Apparently it was quite successful in keeping the kids in school, keeping them active. And then we had Teach, Think, Play, which gave rise to mcpopmb.ning. I'll say that again. It's the largest website in the world. We don't even say in the world anymore, right? We say on the internet because the internet is larger than the world. And the internet apparently will soon reach Alpha Centauri. Education is light years away. mcpopmb.ning is a website, it's a ning, of about 7,000 to 8,000 teachers who are using media and popular culture materials in the classroom. And it's subdivided into about 30 categories of work. So if you're interested in film, there's like 5 working groups working on film. Each of them has between 30 and 100 teachers in. It's not just the size of it, it's the intensity of the commitment that almost all of those people are actively contributing materials, curriculum materials, and pedagogical suggestions and studies from their own schools. It's a kind of overwhelming thing entering that ning, because you could spend a whole lifetime in there. You'd be like Sandra Bullock and George Clooney. Well, that combination sounds so strange. Okay, so that's something of the history of these kinds of events. This is the culmination today. I'm going to be a ruthless timekeeper. I'm going to suggest that we try to stick, and I know this is draconian, but try to stick to 15 minutes each, presenters. And I will give you a warning with a rude noise after 13 minutes, so that you have 2 minutes to wrap up. And the purpose of that is not to curtail you or to make you more succinct, but to leave time for discussion. So we will have people presenting, either 2 or 3 people presenting back to back, and then we'll have usually in each panel about 20 minutes for discussion. At the end of the day, we will have our expert commentators, Jim and Carla, and Richard, and Annette. I'm not sure that Annette Bickford will be here. She emailed me. She's flying down from Toronto and has a sick relative, and I think has to fly back again. But Richard, Jim, and Carla all sitting together, so you know they're in cahoots, and they're mounting critical perspectives on your work, which I'm sure will be generous and terrifying. Some of you kindly gave me CVs to help me introduce you, but some didn't, so rather than be unfair, I think I will let people more or less introduce themselves. We're going to start with a panel that is a visual media panel. And before we get to that, I'll pass around the outcome of the second and third conferences, which was a book. And some of the contributors to that book, like Nikki and eventually Matt, are here today. And so it's very appropriate if you wish to find a used copy on Amazon, get the one with all the highlighting, because it's much cheaper, especially the pink highlighting. You get like another $10 off for that. What else do I want to say about that? Oh, I wanted to thank Stephen Lane not only for stepping in to field the camera work, but for this wonderful exhibition on the sides of the room, and Heather Van Uxem Lewis for her photographic exhibition. And she unfortunately had a little injury yesterday, and she staggered in here to bring this stuff for us and to bring the camera. It was very kind of her. Here is a book of her work and her work on the back wall. It's her first year as an interdisciplinary student. And here is a handout which I'd be grateful if you could pass around, which is a summary of the most recent doctoral dissertation by an INDCS student. And it's about Francesca Woodman. Do you know who she was? The young artist from that wonderful place near Brown University in Rhode Island, Design and something. RISD, there we are. Who killed herself at the age of 21 after producing some of the most extraordinary surrealist, feminist, romantic photographs of the last century. One tries not to be hyperbolic, but you'll see a couple of these photographs at the end here. And this is, I think, the first dissertation done on her life and her work, and it's by Mary Schuler DeWitt, who may be here later, but she lives in Rye, and she has to negotiate the train system coming in from Connecticut. So I'll pass around this summary of her work. And she may be here later if you want to talk to her. Always nice, I think, if you're in the middle of doctoral work, to be reassured that people do finish and are employed, and there are such people in the room. And I would like to give special credit to Carla Bloom, who was arguably the first cultural studies doctoral graduate before we even knew what it was, right?
It became the end of developmental psychology in this way.
Yeah, there was a transition there out of the developmental psychology program. As those of us interested in theory and history got kicked out of the developmental psychology program. Some of us got degrees for it. And Carla is now a recently major administrator at the College of Coastal Georgia, and lives on St. Simon Island, where the John Voight movie Conrack was filmed, right next to her house. Okay, that's enough from me. Are there any questions before we start? You all look very content. Please grab food, coffee. I'd like to introduce Regina Casale, who's going to start us off. And then after she speaks, Kwachu Yen will speak. And this panel is really trying to set up a discussion about film, video, and education. Thank you.
I think Lilka is doing a great job, and is great for the families and the kids. It's very important for the kids have education, have a place to stay during the summer. And I want to say thank you.
In my opinion, all the activities are very good, but the most important thing for me is the tour to the Columbus University, and because our children will be successful by studying. Thank you.
For Ecuador, the whole country, soccer is a big thing because it's part of the community. It's like it's part of us.
So I'm just going to let these images run while I talk, because since I have to, that way I'm doing two things at once. My name is Regina Casali. I am an interdisciplinary doctoral candidate here with John Broughton and Maria Gottesman for bicultural and bilingual education. And this project was created actually out of a tragedy on Patchogue, Long Island, the death of Marcelo Lucero, when he was attacked and killed by 7 kids in Patchogue High School because they thought he was Mexican. The project, I had done film with kids in Ecuador, but the project actually got its funding due to that tragedy. And I have his brother here, is a great friend of mine, Joselo, who has been a great supporter of the project as well. The Long Island Latino Teachers Association and FARA co-facilitate the program, and it was a grant recipient of the W.K. Kellogg's Foundation. It's 3 components in one. We have a summer 2-week cultural program. We have an after-school program in Patchogue, Medford, and we have a monthly family program. And each component, except for the family component, has film. We do film workshops with the kids. We began with, we've had collaborators with Robert Branch helped us out, FARA, we got a lot of help from FARA. Also Dr. Mentor helped us out, Dominic Mentor, when we wanted to do film with phones. And just recently we contracted EVC, the Educational Video Center in New York City, with Steve Goodman. So in that aspect we've progressed. The project in general is supposed to instill it's film and human rights, and it's supposed to give the opportunity for kids to show their life through their eyes. We focus on the 1.5 generation, which is the undocumented Ecuadorian population, and even though they feel like they're American, they're not treated like they're American. I mean, they speak English very well, as well as Spanish, but yet their voices don't seem to be heard in schools. So the goal was that through these films, that their voice would shine, not only for themselves, and empower themselves, but also to be used as an educational tool or pedagogy for teachers. So teachers get to know who their community is that they're serving. So this is a list, this is a combination of photos that we've done over the summer program, and you also saw some images in the school program. We take them to the UN, we've taken them to TC, you've seen some film footage here of the workshops and all. So what I want to share with you is some of their films that they started with. We are not, I guess, ready to receive any big trophies yet, from their work, but it's very hard as a facilitator how far I have to push or how involved I should get. A lot of the film festivals that I've seen with kids, the kids work at it, but there's always a professional around helping out. And I have a question, what is my role as a facilitator to help the kids tell their voice? I don't want to tell it because we've been doing that too long. So some of the film quality isn't the best of the best, but I'm struggling with that as a facilitator. And so that's something I want to further investigate. I'm going to show you some of our videos. these were some of the first films that we did with the kids here at TC over the summer.
My family is perfect and I wouldn't change anything about them. However, it makes me sad to not have all my family together. Part of my family is in Ecuador and part of my family is here. Challenges is my baby sister Chelsea. She's 9 months old. My sister is a challenge because I have to change her diaper sometimes. When I am really busy doing homework, I also have to feed her. However, I still love her. My mom is special because she's always helps me when I really need her. My dad is also special because when I'm sad, he always makes me laugh and feel better.
Community is a group of people being in one place. And to me, the community is being together with family and friends. The dislikes about the community is there is fighting everywhere and that affects our community a lot. Examples: Marcelo Lucero, an Ecuadorian immigrant, was stabbed to death by a white teenager in Patchogue, New York in 2008. And the likes about this community do have so many good programs that people not only for Patchogue but for other places too. And you can go to the beach, the town's pool, etc. There are a lot of places you could go.
So we started off with narratives, and then we went into documentary.
I don't think we do, otherwise we wouldn't be the land of the free. And
well, nowadays I want to say no, that hopefully everyone's equal, but like back in the past it wasn't, you know, it's on different times. I say it is still, there's still a lot of discrimination.
I definitely don't feel the United States encourages discrimination. The United States is based on the ideal that we're a melting pot.
In some ways, yes. I certainly think there's a culture that promotes the discrimination.
How do you feel about discrimination?
It's not okay under any circumstance.
Is a practice that's done by people who are either unaware or fearful of the facts.
I feel discrimination is unfortunately a part of life, and it's something that might be, you know, you could teach against, and at the same time you could talk against, you know, how bad it is. But, you know, sometimes we're brought up in society where, unfortunately, it's a part of our life.
I think it's wrong. I think it's part of the human nature, but I think that it's wrong and something we need to work against.
The Dignity Act was intended an educational environment free from discrimination and harassment. It protects against all forms of harassment, particularly those based on a student's actual or perceived race, color, weight, or national origin, ethnic group, religion, religious practice, disability, sexual orientation, gender, or sex.
This was their first attempt into the community, the kids, and then over the summer we did a second attempt. I don't know if I'm going to have time to show you that one, but there was a difference. I mean, this community, the kids walk around in these T-shirts, right? So we have Farah represented here, and they go in their community. Patchogue is very nice because it's a tiny community, you can walk everywhere, and some of the kids get, shut down, right? We get out of my store, we're not talking about discrimination. And a lot of people who want to share don't show their face. That's what we had this summer, the problem of just audio recording. So the kids had to find other ways of showing images. There's definitely a need for like citizen journalism here. And you can see a growth in the confidence of the kids while they're hitting the streets. There's a lot of change, there's a lot of ways I'd like to improve the program. It's very grassroots in the community in our summer program and the school program. We really try to recruit help from the businesses in the community, Latino as well as non-Latino community members. But what I'd like to do to continue the funding is try to have those businesses sponsor the films and maybe put their logos on the film as if, like you do in the big pictures or in commercials, and I would like to get a larger audience, the public channel in Brookhaven Cable, we have a public channel there, or there is a local blog that we do, Patch on Patch. We've been welcome to show our videos there. So I think I'm going to, and also the kids we focus more on human rights, introducing human rights, and then the kids decide what human right affects their life. So it kind of comes from the work of Paulo Freire. And the kids always choose immigration issues and separation of family. I mean, it's really, you would think, okay, the first time, but it's every time. They're always focusing on that. And this is just the surface. There's a lot more stories to be told, and even by the family members, the parents themselves. So I think there's a lot of growth potential in this project, and I think the reason why we need a larger platform is so people can really hear what's going on. If we keep it under the radar, you're not getting the audience that really needs to hear these stories, in my opinion. Right, do I still have time? I didn't hear a bullhorn or anything, so I'm just wondering.
Can we ask questions now, or should we wait till Regina, who do you think
Here's one. Can I just do this? Sorry, here, the last one. This girl here in the corner has grown, her confidence has grown tremendously. This is from our recent summer program.
I have no idea. I'll say about maybe 1,000 children. Well, that's a hard question. Probably 50,000. How do you feel about child labor? I don't like it. I don't condone it. I don't care for it. Children should be children.
It's awful. Awful. Children are to be children. They're not supposed to be working. They're supposed to learn and play and have fun in life. There's plenty of time once you're an adult to work. Well, maybe raise the salaries of their parents so the children won't have to work.
I don't know. I wish I knew the answer to that. I think the government in whatever countries they're still practicing it, I think the government needs to step in and have some regulations.
And my focus, even though the program is extensive, my work here is focusing on film and the effects of film and the effects of students creating their own film. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you were saying you wanted to get the films, the media that's produced out to the people who need to see it. Who do you think the people are that need to see it?
Well, Patchogue definitely needs to see it. If you ever go to the Patchogue Patch, which is, it's actually really great. They have one in every community. It's a blog. And they'll pose questions or they'll do current issues, what's going on. There is still so much anger about what happened, the tragedy that happened with Marcelo. It's, they just want to brush everything under the carpet or say, let's get over it already. There hasn't been a learning curve on who is in the community, who is living who are our neighbors. There needs to be more of that dialogue. So this is supposed to spark that dialogue. So definitely those people. And the school, although the school has been, the principal who was at the high school when this occurred was gagged and transferred to the junior high school, the middle school. He is very supportive of the program. But yet that school will not welcome, for example, Mr. Lucero into the schools to talk. He goes to different schools to talk and they won't let him into the school to talk. We've put a lot of money, $65,000, all of it was into the kids, and when we do the after-school program, the goal is to bring the different communities together. Patchogue is typical of Long Island. You have on one side of the tracks, well, luckily they're diverse, but on the other side of the tracks, they're 99% Latino. So, and then they filter into the high school, and then there's no, all of a sudden you're like, wow, what a shock, So we've expanded to both middle schools to create that dialogue, to create that support. And even them on the street, they were mixed into different schools were mixed together, working together on this project. I don't know if you remember, John, when we brought the kids here, you could see the difference. One school was sitting here, one school was sitting here, and then there was like, they were like strangers in the night, And after all this hard work to see that, you're like, oh my gosh, we're missing the bigger picture. So the kids need to get to know each other, and their stories are very similar as well. When we had done our summer program here and the kids were mixed, every kid had their own version of discrimination. Discrimination was important to them, so then they had to bring it home. Why is it important to you? What personal experience do you have? And they all had different experiences, whether they were Ecuadorian or whether they were Filipino or whether they were born in the States. They all had some type of story.
And the sameness with the first video you showed about family, that's going to transcend. I mean, that's many children of any culture could be telling that story.
Right. She's telling it. She focused on her baby sister, but a lot of these children are separated. Many of them, their families are at home, or they can't go back to Ecuador to visit their family. It's a huge issue for them. So I think the way she portrayed the story, like you said, that's a universal story. It's about family, and her few words of saying, when we're not together, and she's one of the youngest of the group. She was 11 when she did that film. Yes?
One of the things you said seemed a little, I don't grasp the context, because you said that they attacked this Ecuadorian because they thought he was a Mexican. So that would indicate that Ecuadorians there's no prejudice against them, there's only prejudice against the Mexicans.
Well, it was an ignorant kill, I think. It's like I'm going hunting, so you just shoot at any animal instead of the animal you're supposed to be shooting at. I mean, they were just so ignorant in their killing. The problem is that, first of all, the pan-ethnic identity of the Latino. We throw everyone in as Latino, and they are very, very diverse. You just have to sit down with different ethnic groups, and they will tell you what the differences are. So the reason why these kids always, the Mexican is the target, but everyone assumes that everyone is Mexican. You know, so the point of the kids telling your story is to say, I'm not Mexican, and that Mexican is different than Ecuadorian. The Ecuadorian story, although there might be universal stories of family and deportation and all this, there are different stories to be told and to be heard. Does that answer your question?
No, but why would they be more prejudiced against Mexican? If they're prejudiced, why
I
would they be
can
more
answer that question, if you don't mind. You know, one of the problems is a lot of, and Pacho, and also 15 minutes from Pacho is another place they call Farmingdale, and is a lot of day laborers waiting for jobs. So they, like 90% they're from Mexico. So they are day laborers in the corner waiting to get a job. And, you know, as a Hispanic, they think you are Mexican and you stand there also in the corner waiting for a job. So in the nighttime, I don't stand in the corner, but I can walk in the street. So everybody's assuming I was a Mexican. And then, you know, it's a huge difference, like in every Hispanic or in every culture, I think so. And they just make you a short example. Like if you come from Mexico, I came from Ecuador, you know, to come here to this country, a lot of them are people, they have to cross so many countries. When they get here, doesn't matter the way you want to do it, they started to do the right thing, to go to school, study, try to get a job, even though if you're undocumented or not, but they try to do and pay taxes. Mexico, you get deported, you cross the border back and forth. So this is a big difference.
Well, but the other thing that's important is the fact that the kids who killed, who attacked Marcelo, were Latino. They were Latino kids attacking another Latino. They were black attacking, you know, killing. So there were all those mixes. I think what happens is that we use that word Mexican, and it's the identity for immigrants and the assumption that everyone is undocumented. I think it's a very complex issue, and I don't know if that answers your question either.
I just say one thing. In other words, are you hinting that suppose they, for some reason, someone falls out of passport, they see he's from Ecuador, then they would stop attacking him if they saw him?
No, the problem is, like, if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're citizen or not, you can get killed, or you can get beat up, or you can be abused. Doesn't matter if you can speak English or not, or doesn't matter if you have a hat, or just the color of my skin. So that's also, you know, only not for the people, but also for the police department. This is a huge problem.
And I think the term Mexican is used as just like the other, because in the newspaper, it was wiener hopping. It's a new sport that they came out with. So they go around and they attacked wiener hopping, and they attacked 3 people that night, and they were all Latinos, you know? So that's the sport that they created, that's their favorite pastime now. So in the newspaper, they say, you know, he was perceived Mexican. You're right, I think if the kids knew they were Ecuadorian for some reason, they still would have done the same thing, because that's their sport. Yeah.
Thank you, Regina. I think we should move along, but we may have a little time at the end for more questions. So if you haven't had a chance to ask Regina a question, you may get a chance. I'd like to introduce Chu Yen. Many of you know her for her digital narrative work and her class here. I think there are even some graduates of the class here. So I thank her for coming to speak about Michael Haneke. Would you like to give yourself a little bit more introduction?
Yeah, so I graduated from our education program TC 3 years ago. My dissertation I dealt with the element of time in artistic representation, visual art, sound, architecture, film, and literature. So more than visual art. Today I'm presenting just part of the chapter, little part of the chapter of my dissertation on Austrian director Michael Haneke. This film is called Caché. The opening shots reveal the facade of a townhouse on a quiet street in Paris. The shot lingers. About 2.5 minutes into the movie, a conversation of a man and a woman occurred. Well, nothing. The scene continues with a man coming out of that house. He goes across the street and stares at a narrow street. He stops, looks around, and utters, "He must have been here," and goes back to the house. The movie returns to the first shot, which is now shown with rippling lines across the screen, a continuously forwarding and rewinding movement until it pauses. It is only then that we realize that we have been watching a previously recorded footage. We are actually looking at a couple examining the content of a video cassette on a television set. We learned that this 2-hour video cassette contains nothing but an uninterrupted shot of their home. The couple, Anne and Joshua Bloom, occupy an elegant house filled with books. He is a host for a TV program on books. She is a book editor, and their son, pupil, is a high school student excelling in swimming. Soon after, another video arrives, wrapped in a piece of paper that has a childlike drawing of a child vomiting blood. The new tape contains the same element as the previous one, except it was shot at night. By now, it is obvious that these tapes are designed to disrupt Anne and George's life by pointing out that they are being watched. Next day, George drives his son pupil to school. The teenage son presents his father with the same drawing on a postcard. The movie then cut out to a nice scene, showing a young boy whose mouth is covered with blood. In the next scene, the doorbell rings and George finds another video and drawing. The drawing shows a slash of red exploding from a chicken's neck. Assuming that this is just another recording of their house, George discovered that it was shot inside a driving car leading down a country road. It shows a windshield swiping back and forth on a rainy day. The car stopped soon after. The camera makes a abrupt turn to the left, revealing a courtyard of a country home, the house where George grew up, we learned. Next thing showed George visiting his mother. There's no indication of where she actually lived. George mentioned the name Mijat to his mother, reminding her that Mijat was the boy she once wanted to adopt. Next comes the scene of a rooster flapping around on the ground, its blood splashing over a boy's face. The boys then move forward, with axe still in his hand. Closing in on another boy looking up. We did not know this is actually a dream sequence until we see George waking up from his nightmare. Again, we do not know if George is at his mom's house or his own house. The film continues with a recording of a hallway. Next, we see George walking through the same hallway. He knocks on the door. The man who answered the door recognized him immediately, though George is confused. As George entered a small living quarter, he realized this stranger is Mijat. They sit around a kitchen table where George accused him of intimidating his family. When presented with a drawing of the boy vomiting blood, Mijat is upset, but insists that he knows nothing of the tape or drawing. Stepping out of Mijat's apartment, George called Anne and tell her that there is no one living in that particular apartment. Returning home, George is confronted with another video recording showing his interaction with the other man. Only this sequence shows that the man crying for an hour after George has left. Next scene shows Mijat asking George back to his apartment. As soon as George walked in, Mijat, who with his back to his door, says, "I want you to be present," and slashed his own throat. Shocked by what he has witnessed, George goes through a movie before returning home. George then revealed the story to Anne. When George was 6, his parents considered adopting Mijat but decided not to proceed. This was probably owing to the fact that George had lied about Mijat coughing blood, or that Mijat has cut off a rooster's head after George has persuaded him to do so. George also tells Anne that Mijat's parents was once employed by George's family, but has perished at the hands of the Paris police during a protest against French policy in Algeria. We then see a sequence of a long sequence outside a farmhouse, showing a car coming, stop, and taking a boy away. The last scene of the movie shows the staircase outside a school building, where people go in and out of the building. With the shot lingered, the film credits start rolling. In the end, no conclusion is drawn, nor is there an explanation of the motive for the suicide or for the videotapes. If we feel like a detached observer watching the recorded footage, watching those recorded videos unfold in the beginning, as the movie proceeds and as the recorded footage intertwined with George's memory, the viewers are engrossed in a web of suspense as the movie comes to an end. Cachet calls upon a collaborative process where the mind of the director meets with that of the beholder. The former lays down suggestive elements while the latter assembling them, during which the director and the spectator create a reality or a fiction together. In his attempt to minimize manipulation, Haneke avoids jump cut, extensive editing, or montage, but employs long sequence, wide angle, and steady movement to provide a broader canvas that can reveal the world and action as they happen, rather than dramatizing a reality. The long take that the viewer assumes a more participatory position in deciphering the representation of a reality. When the sequence about the host Lawrence live and videos image are equally presented with same colors and tone and rhythm, the director makes no reference to the significance of each scene. Even when one is able to discern the crucial elements, such as this one as the last scene of the movie when two characters, Najai's son and George's son, are having conversation on the left of the screen. One is likely to have more questions than answers. Whether it is video images or actual scene, one often cannot determine if one is witnessing George's life events being filmed or recorded image being playback. The blurring of truth and fiction, of perceptions and memories, is particularly manifest in the mixture of media. Television and video images play a prominent role in this film when they are interjected with actual scene and seamlessly mixed with the Laurent's life. For instance, in Laurent's living room, a TV set perpetually streaming out world news, indicating a life of parallel existence and rhythm. Or the use of camcorder capturing events as they happen. Just as video screen makes the past present and preserve all the past, the use of camcorder presents preserving the present in the future. Often, it becomes difficult to determine where one scene ends and another begins. For instance, George regularly interviews his guests on the TV studio where the discussion is being taped. The sequence is easily mistaken for a program on TV. When George faces the camera and addresses to the audience directly, or just when we think George's guests are talking on a live programming, it turns out that this is actually a recorded footage being played back on an editing machine. Haneke then questions the role of media in the erosion of consciousness, sensations, and emotion, and installing a false sense of reality that contributes to the collective loss of reality and social disorientation. When the world is seen through television or other media, one is no longer perceived reality, but the representation of reality. It is then one's experiential horizon is truncated, and the world becomes a mediated one, or merely the image. It then becomes impossible for one to have a probable sense of the truth of everyday experience when one is surrounded by image taken as reality. Echoing George's search for the purpose of those video cassettes is the involuntary remembrance of his guilt. The resurfacing of his past is not done with flashback. For instance, following a drawing of a boy vomiting blood is an ambiguous scene of a boy whose mouth is covered with blood. Haneke compounds the depiction of daily activities with recorded imaging, nightmares, and recollection. In so doing, he questions his protagonist's perceptions of memory, history, and truth on one hand, and challenges the viewer's understanding of memory and sensation on the other. As the recorded image triggered George's past crystallized in the present, his increasingly uncertain future continued to be shaped and reshaped by actualized memory. With long take minimizing the manipulation of time and fragmented image interrupting coherent narrative, the the viewers are given the responsibility of contemplation and construction. When the viewers are confronted with picture and sound, Haneke envisioned that the content is to be felt, so that the cinema has the capacity of experiencing the world anew, rather than being merely registered as information to be channeled. As much as the spectator and the actors are remain in the scene, both, like the final shot that remains so many echoes and reverberance, are no longer held in the confinement of the frame, but become porous to the surrounding where fiction is found in reality.
Thank you, Rachel. Questions?
I would like to ask about your perception or how you characterize the relationship between the narrative of your presentation and the image it accompanies. Because I'm interested in the combination of different expressive modes like visual and textual, and yours, to me, seems interesting with respect to the relationship between them. So I might have an idea of what the relationship between them might be characterized like, but I would like to hear how you...
You mean the way I construct this presentation, or the way I see the film?
No, the way your narrative reflects or accompanies or echoes or however you know, how would you characterize the relationship between them?
The presentation and my narrative?
Right, the narrative and the image, the film.
So I want to sort of use this 15 minutes to tell the story of my chapter of my dissertation. And I figure I'm talking about film, why don't I just use the film? And of course I cannot show 2-hour film. And I decided to make into this limited amount of time that we're allowed to do it here. And of course I did some cutting, shorten a little bit, and then it's my own editing, sort of putting this behind this and that. So
towards the end of it, you had a line that I wondered if you could just elaborate on a little bit, which was that if I quoted you right, which I may not have, but hopefully I did, which is that the experiential horizon is truncated. I was wondering if you could just elaborate on that.
that's actually from the director's interview. So the way, the method, the research method for my dissertation is I use existing literature. I didn't conduct any interview. I'm not going to interview my friend, right? And that's his word. I think the meaning is that when the world is, it's saturated with images, and you perceive that as what you see there as a reality, and your experience is limited. And for example, like the case, when we look at George looking at the screen, we immediately think about he's looking at us. It's the TV program. So we have this direct connection of this is image signify this, and that particular sequence signify that. And I think his method of sort of mixing different kind of visual element is sort of show the wider, different possibility. That's why I think that if we are confined with certain, I don't know, YouTube form, that becomes your reality, and that's why I think he said your experience is truncated.
No, just a quick.
He was first and Stephen.
I'm just wondering about where you discussed the idea that the film disturbs the audience because it doesn't give you you're not sure what to look at in a scene, and they have long shots, but I would compare, you know the film, I don't know if you know the film Dark Skies that came out a couple years ago? But to me, that's much more disturbing, because it's about alien abduction, you know, about Hollywood. But here it's like, the guy seemingly did something to this guy in his youth, and now we don't know exactly how things connect, right? So, but at least there's a connection. You know, in Dark Skies, the plot is aliens sort of soften you up before they abduct one of your family members, so they go to some alien alien expert. He goes like, well, why is our family chosen? He goes, well, there's no reason. There's no connection. They just choose you, that's it. There's no, he says, I've been studying this for 20 years, there's no reason. You know, that to me is kind of disturbing, you know. There's no connection between what's happening in this movie and you're being destroyed, you know.
But that's completely unreal, and whereas this one, it's the disturbance and the disruption is found in reality. It's in everyday life, and in a sense, that's something that you don't expect. And I think that's why it is particularly disturbing. Whereas if it's an alien film, there is some. We take it for granted, okay, this is something unexplained, and we take it as okay. But whereas in the everyday existence, and you get this tape in your mailbox, and it's about, it's in your house, and you question, and you don't really get an answer for that. And I think that's, and there's another story, another line of story about how the family doesn't really communicate with one another. The father doesn't, parents and then a child, and the connection is sort of disrupted. And I think there's another layer of sort of breakdown of communication.
I just say, well, just interesting in this film, if you see it, it's like the beginning, the hero, the father of a nuclear family has lost his job because his company's merged. In other words, and he's desperately searching for a job, and you wonder, like, maybe there's a connection. Why did you lose your job? There's actually no reason in your own life that you lost it. You were a good worker. But the company's merged, so you're out. You know, like it's kind of like he's trying to set the alien thing as that's a paradigm of American life, I think, the way they present it.
I think what you're presenting is so interesting, especially in terms of current technology with Twitter and with Facebook and such, in terms of how communication has changed so rapidly from this film to what would be forms of communication in 2013.
Yeah, who knows like what video cassette is anymore?
It's that part historically is fascinating. In terms of the film itself, for the directors of the original film, have they seen your in a certain way deconstruction of their film? I think they'd find it very interesting.
And there was actually one thing, and I think it's all certainly part of the same flow of ideas, but you just mentioned something about media and the corrosion of consciousness. And then you said something about loss or something, and I missed that point. But I was wondering if that media erosion is there a certain, in your opinion, the general media, any of that you mentioned, a reassertion of an order where we generally, like the director, is depicting here a flow of ideas and expressions, narrative, expressive modes, and rearranges it for us, but it's still, we are still rearranging it when we see it. Is that idea erosion because of this assertion of media that is controlled by systems outside of us, and we rearrange it anyway, or in your opinion, or and what is the loss? What are we losing? If we're constantly putting back together again.
Right. I mean, our mind has that capacity to, and that's what this film sort of demonstrates. You look at this film and you sort of have to construct your own meaning. So our brain definitely has the capacity to do that kind of construction. I think the director put together this kind of assembly of this film, questioning if we just take everything for granted, and everything as it is, and then that sort of has possibility that, if we just take everything for the ride without questioning, for example, like questioning the source, not even questioning the source, but why this is happening, what kind of construction, who's doing the camera work. That's something that should be considered always looking at it.
Thank you very much, Wachu. I thought that I was feeling so sad for you because you have such a beautiful interleaving of the film with what you were saying, so perfectly synchronized. But then you have to stick that in a dissertation with just still images.
Yeah.
And I realized how much you had to sacrifice to do that. Thank you both, Regina and Wachu. We're going to move right into the next panel. I'd like to invite the panelists who are still busily constructing their presentations, hiding in the back. I think they missed my suggestion that you could each introduce yourselves, if you don't mind. And we're going to start with Chris Moffitt, the recent graduate of the philosophy program here, and one of the chief engines behind the Cultural Formations Journal, who I hope is going to mention a recent Parisian trip he took. Are you going to talk about that? Okay, I won't spoil it. And his paper, lucidly titled From Peripherique to Peripherique.
You see this okay? So this is an entry from the Encyclopedia Cephalogia under Debical, written by Matai and cohorts around the sort of surrealist project. And I just wanted to start here very briefly, if only just to point out something rather odd about it, which is that he's talking about this event in which the Seine freezes over as a sort of example of just the frozenness of human relations they're sort of critiquing. But I think, interestingly enough, this is both fascinating and misses something here, which is that it's precisely when the Seine freezes over that people start getting emotion different. Right? All of a sudden, carriages are crossing the Seine, people are walking across the Seine, a whole array of possibilities sort of emerges precisely out of the frozenness. So I want to suggest something about this as a context for thinking about the Paris trip I'm going to talk to you about in a second, which is what is the relationship between constraints and possibility? I think we're used to thinking about spatial possibilities as something that just affords motion in general, rather than thinking about motion as something that's always navigating between blockages and flows. That's something that emerges out of it. So the Peripherique, if you don't know it, is the sort of highway ring that runs around Paris. Was built as a kind of way of modernizing Paris. Right? It sort of establishes the borders between Paris proper and barbaric zones. But just to back up, because this is the sort of peculiarity of the situation. How do you talk about a space like that in a space like this? And this, of course, is a very visual space, a space we know very well. We're arrayed in front of a screen in which our sense of depth, our sense of possibility of movement is precisely constrained by this sort of apparatus, right? And in this context, the 3D, or even some talk that I can give about the possibilities of space, are arrayed as a kind of potential of 2D, right? 3D is the miraculous version of this. So that's the weirdness of it. I want to try to, in this space, tell you a little bit of a possible engagement with another space, conceived as a kind of work of art, in which this last summer I attempted to traverse from one side of the Peripheral to the other side of the Peripheral in Paris, underground, to see if we could cross under Paris. And so I want to think about that as a kind of work of art, but in a very unusual sense, right? And partly just to give you a sense of the unusualness of it, I think we'd have to think about what the medium is. So we're talking at least about abandoned railway tracks, catacombs, ossuaries, an underground canal system, water and telephone tunnels, sewage, sewer systems, quarries. Right? So in some way I want to sort of paint the possibility of thinking about art and art of those spaces. There's some kind of array that can happen in those spaces. Because here's the difficulty, right? Which is in this sort of normative space in which we operate, we're both fascinated by dramas of tunneling and escape, but somehow know little of tunnels in practice. So that's a kind of question. Like, what would a practice of this kind of art look like? What could it afford us? Because the art, in a way, is discovering what we might not know, right? Of becoming beginners again, of seeing our spaces differently. This is a shot, actually, of the Freedom Tunnels here in New York, which I included, if only because of this is what in urban exploration circles they call the chair shot, which is the shot that every new urban explorer takes when they encounter a chair underground arrayed in a beam of light. It's like a cliche, right? But I think that's interesting because on the one hand, it's that first beginner's moment where you actually do notice something, and it's at that moment it's precisely not cliche. It's like, oh, what is this? What is the relationship between these chairs in this space versus our other ways of filling chairs? So I think you have to go through that beginning experience. You have to be able to put yourself in the Freedom Tunnel in order to encounter the new chair shot, in order to then find something else on the other side. You can go down in here, but I've heard lately that the cops are monitoring it, so you have to be there's a summons involved there. So, but in order to encounter it, you have to kind of go ahead. You have to learn somehow to move through chaudiers. These are my feet. I don't know if you can see it here. There's a tunnel coming this way, and then off to the corner here is a little chaudier or cat crawl, right, which connects these sort of heterogeneous spaces together and form their own odd spaces themselves. So you kind of belly crawl your way through these things until you get to the other side. And they can be a few feet, they can run 20 yards, and it's oftentimes unclear until you go head first into these spaces where you're going to encounter. And that's not so much a problem, as I say, is that's precisely one of the things that you're learning. You're learning what is it to me to move in these spaces differently. As I was going through my first chaudier under Paris, I was going along with Steve Duncan, who's an urban explorer and sewerologist, who was telling me as we were crawling on our hands and knees, like if it gets tight, get your legs out long early, because if you crawl too far in and you can get wedged, then you can't get your feet down, right? And then you sort of get blocked in there. You become an obstacle to this passage. And that's precisely the kind of thing you don't know until you get blocked in a passage, right? Or until somebody who's crawling with you through a passage tells you that maybe that might be a good idea. So I think that's part of the encounter that happens here. That is, it's not just a question of moving through spaces differently, but of, in some sense, encountering what the surrealists were calling the debacle. The debacle, right? What does it mean for things to freeze up, and what happens in those encounters? So, since we're talking about space, I thought we should start with just a quick sort of geometric axiom. And the first principle would be that space is not the place in which things are formed, but formations themselves. The tunnel dug in the Great Escape here is made in response to a whole network of spaces. It's space forming itself as another possibility of space, given the constraints of barbed wire, of observation, of bunks, of heating systems. What is possible in that space? And so the tunnel, you could say, actually forms as a responsive space to itself, right? But not only in terms of that, but the prison complex itself is forming in relationship to a larger geopolitical sense of space, right? The war that is the spatial operation that's playing out right now. So the prison becomes a sort of formation of that space, and then out of that formation, the tunnel itself becomes another formation. But this is interesting, right? Because the formation is a kind of counter formation that's both plugging into the same things that the prison is, the geopolitical landscape and the realities of physical bodies. How do you constrain human beings with all their capabilities? And then another sort of parallel space that lays out there, right? Another possibility of bodies that was unforeseen. You can lie down and dig a tunnel, right? You can find a way to arrange things differently. But you see again here in this logic, the same kind of redistribution of space. So you don't just simply tunnel through space. As you form a tunnel, you have to take this earth and put it somewhere. So if you remember in The Great Escape, they take the dirt and put it in these extra enlarged pockets and then release it as they garden. Right? So the dirt itself gets reformulated in relationship to itself. So you could say wars and prisons are ways for dirt to rearrange itself. So second sort of geometric principle here is that is a sort of notion of heterotopic spaces. And here I'm drawing on Michel Foucault's sense of heterotopic spaces. Spaces that are neither here nor there. There is no place for the space, no space for the place. But somehow something is operating. This is from the same encyclopedia in which Bataille et al. Argue that space is a monkey dressed as a woman. It's a beautiful quote. He goes on to critique philosophers and their sense of spaces. It's just devastating. Totally worth a look, but we don't have time. But what you see here in these sort of notions of heterotopic spaces, and even you could say classic hierarchical spaces, is that the space is never as simple as it seems. The space is multiple, right? So for a space to happen, you have to displace space. Space has to displace itself around itself. So for example, if you're going to build a cathedral of Notre Dame between the banks of the Seine, you quarry rock nearby. And so you assemble the rock from somewhere else, and in the process you form both a quarry and a cathedral. They're intimately connected. But not only that, even the cathedral itself forms multiple spaces. So you have at least an inside and an outside of the cathedral, and an inside and an outside of the quarry, right? When you're in the quarries, you're acutely aware of the rock that's surrounding you as a spatial potential, right? But even that then gets complicated, right? The cathedral has all kinds of other porous hollows in it as well, so space becomes multiple. The quarries also threaten to erupt, right? Buildings in Paris were just collapsing down into these old quarries that have been covered over. And so the government established a working body whose job it was to go find these quarries and shore them up. But in the process of finding them, they dug up this entire network of tunnels, which became the catacombs, right? So you see, again, space sort of dispersing itself as a way of coping with its own dispersals. Which is to say something about our ability to map them out, or our inability to map them out. If you go down into the catacombs, it's a good idea to bring a map, but what you quickly realize is the catacombs eat maps. Right? And that every catacomb map starts looking a little bit like this. There are zones that become unnavigable as such. This is where the dragons live, of course. But not only that, if you're going to sort of lay down a line and try to traverse across Paris, what you realize is that no map actually maps out the route. Right? There's any number of possible maps you can find, but those in essence all get swallowed by each other. And there's all kinds of interpenetrable possibilities that are unmappable as such. And so that becomes the sort of curious possibility that emerges out of these attempts to follow maps. So, given that sense of sort of geometry, let me sort of dive in, as it were. So at 8:45, Tuesday, May 29th, 2012, we hopped an iron gate, walked down an abandoned railway track, and slipped into a rock in the side of the earth. This is the infamous PC entrance. Petit Saint-Cyr is an abandoned railway that, like the Perfit, was sort of designed to circumnavigate the city. and also create a kind of barrier. But it's abandoned now, so you can walk down the tracks into a tunnel, and in the side of the tunnel, you see a little hole in the ground. When you drop down this, you belly crawl for 20 yards or so, and then you're into the catacombs, walking through standing water, maybe this deep. So from here, on the very southern edge of Paris, we jogged north to make sure we got under the Perphy, and then, south, and then headed north up into the center of Paris. But we never begin as such, right? This is the oddity of it. Like, we had actually spent an entire previous week going down at night, popping a manhole, going down underground, seeing if we could find some of these connections between spaces, and then coming up at dawn, sleeping all day, and then going back down at night. And what we discover, interestingly enough, is something odd, which is that it's not the journey per se, the traversal proper that we are oriented to, but it itself creates a sort of possibility for all kinds of prefigurations. And one of the things we discovered in one of these journeys is that there's a gap. There's a gap between above ground and below ground, but also between different conceptions of space, but also a gap between our own projections of what we're doing and what actually happens. So one night we got busted by the cops leaving, and what we discovered is how difficult it is to actually explain what it is you're doing to the cops, but also to yourselves. So this is the Perphy. And so I would just say this is a sort of as a postulate, which is that the journey itself becomes a kind of thread by which you don't find yourself, but lose yourself, right? In order to find a way across this system under the Seine River, you somehow have to get lost. And so very quickly, I want to explain just an example of a heterotopic space that you encounter when you set down this kind of line. So I really wish I had a shot of this from the other side. But it's an amazing unmappable space per se. So imagine you're walking down a corridor in the catacombs, which are like this, and the corridor sort of goes down and like this, and then sets off again up another route. But right here, there's a little ledge, and somebody's knocked a hole this big into the ledge, which goes from the catacombs into modern utility tunnels. These are utility lines that are running here. So if you, in the catacombs, shove your bag through and then perch like this and get your feet through the hole, you can pull yourself into another space, right? That is on a completely different map, right? It's a different system altogether, and yet they abut each other, right? And so this is actually a really fascinating example of the kind of thing you discover when you set yourself the task of crossing something that's, in theory, uncrossable. There's much more to say about that space. But I want to just really quickly just wrap up by saying something about the impossibility of things, which is that as you sort of set out to explore the possibility, you discover all kinds of things that in practice seem very unlikely, if not improbable. This is a garden we found underground. It's plastic plants along with a watering can in case anyone wants to water the plastic plants. I thought certainly a very impossible thing that underground happens all the time. But also you might, for example, in the ossuaries, discover an impossible kind of bone. The clavicle is a really unlikely bone that sort of wraps around like this. And I found this one I found in the ossuaries underground, right next to this, which is again is another impossible space that I can try to describe to you, but in 2 dimensions makes no sense whatsoever. This, you have to imagine, is the view lying on your back in bones, looking up a chute above you, in which all these bones are suspended like a kind of frozen clavicle, arcing down in space. And I can tell you a little bit more about how those formed, but as you see it, like it goes beyond explanation. It's really one of the most staggering things you can imagine. And another example of the kind of impossibility that happens when you set yourself the task of crossing something like this. You also, oddly enough, encounter all kinds of strange people underground. The catacombs on a weekend can be teeming with people. Although I've gone down by myself during the week, I spent a night and a day and never seen a soul. But in any case, you encounter things might seem like long shots, much more than you would expect. So, just to wrap up the journey, at 3:14 lunchtime on Thursday, a manhole at the foot of this busy Parisian cafe. I wish I had a shot of this during lunch. It's teeming with people. People are cruising down this sidewalk. And imagine if this manhole just dislodged itself and 6 people and their bags and their gear just pop out one after the other. Certainly an odd experience in space. And although it's unmappable, you can see something of the weird trajectory that happens here. This is the journey. So here's the Petite Ceinture here, and here's the cafe up here, right? And somehow through the catacombs here, into power and utility tunnels, into more water flow tunnels, an old canal system, and then the sewer system all the way up to here. You can find a way across. Here's the stem. And then you're out. Questions or later?
No, it's good. Yeah. Questions for this?
What you said, the parallel between unmappability and your governing question, like the relationship between, was it possibility and likelihood? Something like that. So I hear unpredictability, and what you said about space, like self-preservation of the space, to be the relationship between them, to be sort of parallel to the possibility-likelihood relationship, but I'm not sure. Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's, in a way, I think that's one of the things I'm trying to articulate here, which is unarticulable. Like, it's like trying to figure out when to get your legs long, right? There is there's a good rule of thumb, but you never quite know. And so I think you can also establish all kinds of relationships between these possible spaces and mappable spaces. There are maps. There are intricate maps of all of these sewer systems, manhole covers, right? And they pile up as you try to navigate. And so they run in parallel, but it's not strictly parallel, right? You never quite know what the relationship is. And I think so. In some way, I think that mapping problem runs parallel to the possibilities or impossibilities of things, and yet not in any precisely mappable way. It's like possibility and impossibility become one way of thinking about maps, but maps also become a way to sort of struggle with what's possible and not. And you can move back and forth between them, but it's precisely the awkwardness of the transitions, the chatiers, the cat crawls between spaces that emerges, and you see that you have to sort it out. So I don't know. It's probably not an answer to your question per se.
It does address it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Does your sense of time change when you?
Yeah. So completely disorienting. You lose all sense of time, and your relationship to chronological time becomes very abstract. You can map it out. Like I could give you times for all these transitions, but it becomes some kind of weird thing. When you go down, this whole transition for the transfer proper took over 40 hours. So we spent 2 nights underground. I know this because we have clocks, but you don't know this when you're down there. You bring all the light with you, so your sense of changes of time are relative to what you're doing, and you're doing so many unusual things that your physical sense of what time tasks take also just disappears.
Would you mind to go back in your slides a little bit to this slide where you a little further back? There was one before the bones. No, I think it's
Further?
later. It's later, but it was the one you talk about the bones.
Yeah.
Or actually, there's a picture with the bones.
Yeah.
It's slide before that. The one before.
Staggering image.
Impossible is likely, and you mentioned something. Why is it impossible? What do you mean with impossible? I'm actually asking. Yeah, say it again because you said something and yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this is the weird nonsense of this phrase, right? Which is it makes no sense. Like the impossible is then precisely not impossible, right? It happens. And so it sort of, I think, goes back to the time question, which is like, how do we orient to these expectations, both in how long things take, but what's likely to be encountered. And so things that you would imagine to be impossible actually happen. Or things that you couldn't actually even imagine, you encounter and say, ah, of course. Like, why wouldn't that be in this space? Like, this oddly enough, like, you can't have a garden underground, and yet when you see it, you're like, well, yeah, of course. So I don't know if that's getting closer.
What I wanted to say is, and exactly, that was so you bring in the shot of the garden. The garden is actually impossible to be expected. So I wonder when you use language like this, what does it do to your research, so to speak? Because obviously it is possible. It's right there. Right?
Yeah.
You even took a picture of it.
Yes. As far as we know. Yeah.
And that's what interests me in the sense of how do you use the language to describe it. Then it becomes a metaphor.
Yeah, well, that's the difficulty. In a weird kind of way, also we're in a metaphoric space, right? So in some ways, I imagine language like this is both speaking to a metaphor, but also trying to show how much our sense of metaphor is predicated on our understanding of these spaces and how they're experienced, right? So, and how insistent those metaphors are. If you go underground into these unusual spaces, what you find is people recreate things. People show movies underground, right? So the idea of an underground, above ground, a movie theater, then gets replicated underground as well. As if we can't quite imagine how to conceive of this space without these modes, without these spatial arrangements, right? And that's the thing you never escape, right? Like so much of the discourse of escape is actually predicated precisely on our language, and our language is predicated on our sense of the spatial arrays that help us make sense of that language. So when you're using language, you're always in that, and then you're all, like you can't speak of language as or shaking language loose in order to then be in another place, a non-metaphoric place, or a likely or unlikely place. All you can do is actually experience the constraint for a moment and figure out what you can do with that material. Right? It's both possible and impossible. Something has to sort of emerge out of that. I don't know, this is a long conversation.
Sorry to segue by interrupting, although I had a terrible claustrophobic spell there. It reminded me of being in an MRI.
Yes.
Which is, all you have to do is cover your eyes with a mask and it'll be fine. But if you look while you're going into the thing, it's also an impossible space. I'd like to welcome Lee Bergerud in more ways than one. First year in the Interdisciplinary Doctoral Studies program, and I think he will say a little bit about where he's from and what he hopes to do here, and I'm so glad that you're here, Lee.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. Can you just move up to the front here, and then I'll actually just allow me to go out in the hallway and get my wife quickly, who's here to see this and who's unable to be here at the beginning. She's just out
run off with some other guy.
Yes, exactly. This goes perfectly with the presentation. I think she's out in the main space out there, and makes for a more dramatic opening when you start in crisis, really. But since she knows. Is this all right if I just stand here? We can bring up. I don't have any video, so we can leave. Are we allowed to sit on these tables? There's no law against that.
You have to crawl underneath it.
No. Do you want to I sit over here? Can I embarrass you? Everybody, this is my wonderful wife, Trista. Just got married this summer. She's a student, master's student at NYU in international education. Dr. Brown asked me to introduce myself a little bit, so you don't need to hear this. Hopefully you know where I'm from and everything. Now I have to tell the story that confirms with the story that I told you, so that might not confirm with the truth. But so I'm a first-year doctoral student in interdisciplinary studies. I'm from, I guess I could say a little bit more about my interest is in a triangulation of religion, the arts, and education. And I think probably some of those interests will become more clear as time wears on. I'm from Bochestine, or actually both from North Dakota originally, which is a kind of heterotopia in the imagination of some people, I think. And before I get going, I just want to say the presentations thus far have been fascinating. And just as a tail end, there's kind of a connection with Chris's presentation. I'm also a hall director in the Columbia undergraduate residence halls. And one of the really interesting things that some of the undergrads like to do is go tunneling in the Columbia tunnels. And we have people that live down the hallway from us that proudly display on their walls posters that they found underneath the Butler Library, old posters. So when we said, so how did you get those? Because I sort of thought they were out of step with the kind of people that live there. I said, well, you know, actually we can go tunneling underneath here. And then there's a signature room, you probably know all about this, but there's a room that you sign once you go down there as a way to join this strange, you talk about things that are above ground become replicated below ground. Anyway, I'm gonna, so that's sort of my introduction, and I will say more about the presentation and the project that it involves. But I want to sort of, that's a pretty good introduction, you know, kind of who I am. Great. A little bit. So before we get going, I kind of had this idea to kind of start in the middle of the action, or kind of have an element of which is a little bit disorientating, I guess, for everybody involved. Do something unusual that we probably don't usually do at conferences. And so I was wondering if I could ask you to do something. I have 3 readings that I'd like to do, 3 excerpts. And the third one is from the name of the presentation that I'm doing concerns Heidegger's Sojourns, this little travel book. And the third excerpt is actually from that. The other 2 aren't, but if you pay attention, they link in, and they probably, in a lot of ways, paratactically explain more about what this project is about than even I will when I talk about it afterwards. So, but I thought we could do something interesting. If you don't, I can't force you to do this, of course. But if you allow me to read this, and if you close your eyes. You know me so well now that you can trust me. But I was wondering if you could do that, just because, in part to recall memories of being read to as younger, but also as to kind of reduce the senses and to really listen, to maybe cut out some things that we're used to dealing with as a way to get to something else. In some ways, I think a little bit of what Chris was getting at. So I'd like to read a part of this essay called, it's from an essay called New York Luminous. And of course we're going to, with the Heidegger book, his concern is with Greece and what may or may not be there, and this is about New York. And then interestingly enough, there's the connection with spaces, again back to what Chris was dealing with. So let me read this a little bit. It's an essay by someone who's a writer and also a professor here in the city. And he says, this is how it goes. He says, sometimes I won't go home. I'll leave my office or an evening party or a place where I stop for coffee in the afternoon, and on impulse find myself taking a long walk. But there's nothing I'm really looking to do on these walks, although I could make up errands along the way, and there is no one I'm hoping to meet, though I'd love to run into a friend and be asked to linger over a beer or another coffee. And yet it's really the city I'm reaching out for, not people, but the city I long to encounter and hold on to for a while before I let go of it or it lets go of me. The city after a busy day, the city on rainy afternoons, the city when you take a day off or get up at the wrong hour or get off at the wrong stop and let yourself wander down unfamiliar streets and suddenly find a movie theater that you never thought existed, but you can't wait to enter. A writer's city, a moviegoer city, a white knight city, a sleek, cold, modern metropolis with towering glass buildings that can, within seconds, turn into a diminutive neighborhood with its own invasive, earthy, homespun ethnic food, scenting the cobbled lanes that go back 100 years and speak of times that no one recalls and most invent. In that spellbound moment, when I'm suddenly willing to call this the only home I'll ever want on earth, New York lets me in on a bigger secret, that it gets me. This is the city that I go looking for on my walks. The New York that has no date, atemporal, unreal, spectral, and luminous. It's the end of the first reading. So I'd ask you to open your eyes, if you haven't already. And for the second reading, I'm going to pass this out. Keep one for myself. And it's from a book called Rebecca Solnit's, it's not called Rebecca Solnit, it's a book by Rebecca Solnit, who many of you probably know writes for The Guardian. Has done a lot of really interesting writing. It's a book from hers from 2005 called A Field Guide to Getting Lost. And I just kind of ask, keep all this in your mind, how these relate. To lose oneself in a city as one loses oneself in a forest, says the 20th century philosopher essayist Walter Benjamin, that calls for quite a different schooling. To lose yourself, a voluptuous surrender, lost in your arms, lost to the world, utterly immersed in what is present so that its surroundings fade away. In Benjamin's terms, to be lost is to be fully present, and to be fully present is to be capable of being in uncertainty and mystery. Leave the door open for the unknown, the door into the dark. That's where the most important things come from, where you yourself came from, and where you'll go. 3 years ago, I was giving a workshop in the Rocky Mountains, and a student came in bearing a quote from what she said was the pre-Socratic philosopher Meno. It read, how will you go about finding that thing, the nature of which is totally unknown to you? I copied it down, and it stayed with me since. The student made big, transparent photographs of swimmers underwater and hung them from the ceiling with the light shining through them, so that to walk among them was to have the shadows of swimmers travel across your body in a space that itself came to seem aquatic and mysterious. The question she carried struck me as the basic tactical question in life. The things we want are transformative, and we don't know, or only think we know, what is on the other side of that transformation. Love, wisdom, grace, inspiration. How do you go about finding these things that are in some way about extending the boundaries of the self into unknown territory? About becoming someone else? That thing, the nature of which is totally unknown to you, is usually what you need to find. And finding it is a matter of getting lost. So, the third reading, I wonder, it is the shortest of the three, and it's from this little travel book, Sojourns. And I wonder if you'd oblige me on one last request, which is that you close your eyes one last time. Picture yourself on a boat. You're approaching Greece. It's nighttime. As the Destiny's image, the nocturnal sea appears. Its ancient waves follow their laws, indifferent to the modern mechanized ship. As the night was falling swiftly, there we were, standing by the railing, gazing into the deep blue and at times foamy tide, as the expectation became more intensified and the apprehension greater about the possibility of finding an answer to the insistent call of the question. I wondered to myself if we will ever find the region that we are seeking. whether that finding will ever be given to us. Could it be given to us if we visit the still existing land of the Greeks and greet its earth, its sky, its sea, and its islands, the abandoned temples and the sacred theaters? We who are in greater need, in greater poverty for poetic thoughts, we need perhaps to pay a visit to the island of islands, if only in order to set on its way the intimation that we have cherished for such a long time. That's it. So, I'm probably working with about 7 minutes, 6-7 minutes. This, the title of this is, this presentation is Journey to the Lost Horizon. I'm interested in this fusion that goes on in this work, and I'm interested in the work not just for, what would we say, kind of incidental reasons, but I've been working for probably about a year and a half of thinking about how this could be a play, thinking about how this can work in a kind of unusual way or an atypical way as a play, and but not as a play that doesn't have a lot at stake, because I think that there is quite a lot at stake in this, and that it involves these three things: education, religion, and the arts. One of the interesting things about this is that it asks questions. So the story is Heidegger's about 75 when he finally goes to Greece. And he has two fears, interesting fears, two fears that animate the whole thing and that have caused him to have offers in the past to go and then decline them at the last minute. And he goes on this one in part because his wife is the one that gives him the gift of this. So there's a little bit of pressure. And he says in here, too, that there's basically two anxieties. One is that, I think it's Iris Murdoch's line, that there's no there there. That there never...
Stein.
Is that Gertrude Stein? Yeah. That's one anxiety, so to say. He doesn't say that, but that's basically what it is. That the Greece and antiquity that he has spent his life philosophizing really was nothing more than what Holderlin was poeticizing. That there wasn't that thing. That's one possible anxiety. That going there, you'll realize that. The other anxiety is that there is a there. There is that ancient Greece of antiquity that's still somehow there, whatever that means. But it's inaccessible now because of the modern technology, the modern state of the world. So those are the two anxieties. One is that you can't access it because of the state, because of the enframing. That'd be the most concise thing to say. The other anxiety is that you can't access it because it was never really there. So this was. I'm always interested in things that were never intended to be published, but get published anyway. So this is, ostensibly at least, it's a travel book that he keeps with him. So at the outset, you have to ask a question: why would you? This is where it becomes. I'm interested in a dramatic question, and I'm bringing this out not just as a kind of unfinished piece of work and hoping for feedback, but I'm bringing it to this moment, to this conference, because I think that there's a lot of times there's something there with the project, whatever form that it's in, that is lost as it comes into focus. That it has to be lost. In order to progress, you have to lose this thing. So actually, sometimes things are most interesting when they're least clear, and that as they necessarily develop, that there's something that should be kept track of. So this is a kind of making a record of that. But you could say, what's at stake here? Why would you go? And I think that one interesting, this is my reading of it, and I just sort of like to offer this, that one of the reasons I wonder why his wife, if his wife gives him this trip, if it might not be, and again, this is my reading of it, I don't have historical data to back this up, but it seems a strange thing to do in some ways. And on the surface reading of it, you could say, well, geez, that's just a nice thing to do. I know you're getting older, and here's a trip to the country that's meant so much to you. But another way to read it is, if you read it through, say, for example, Erik Erikson's stages of development, at the end of, in the autumn time of life, right? What does Erikson think? That is the real question of ego integrity versus despair. And so I wonder that a search for an other place, a lost horizon, in this case at least, it could be imagined as being tied up with trying to resolve some kind of crisis. And in a horizon, and this is sort of where I'll bend to my conclusion, I think a horizon is both an interesting connection to a heterotopia, but it's also an interesting connection to, in other words, it's a kind of synonym. We could think of a horizon as a synonym for a nexus, the nexus, insofar as it's a meeting place. You think about what a horizon is, it's a meeting place of all sorts of things. Sky and sea, sky and earth, gods and humans. If I'm looking backwards on a journey, I'm looking at the fusion of present to past. If I'm looking ahead, it's future to present. It's the limit of the known, getting to its limit, and so it's a relationship. It's a meeting place between the known and the unknown, the real and the ideal. Use your phrase. So it's this interest. So that's what horizons are, and one of the things that this opens up a larger discussion of, and brings me back to my residents who are interested in running around under the tunnels at night, is that in a world in which the calculative element, again to use Heidegger's phrase, the inframing, or the everyday, let's say, becomes more and more, the grid becomes more and more precise and more, should we say, captivating, that it's interesting that travel would have, as an educational element, have ability to, and certain types of travel, Chris's would be an outstanding example, types of travel that are disruptive. I believe it's in Benjamin's article, we read that for Dr. Broughton's class a couple weeks ago, that in 1870, if one would travel from New York to San Francisco, you would still have to be, in this country, you'd still have to be setting your watch on local time. There's still local time at that point, and you have to reset your watch 200 times. I believe that was the Benjamin article. And so at that point, travel is a profoundly disruptive experience, but there must be something still of that today that lingers, especially in certain types of travel, that there's a way to get out of, to sort of disrupt, if only temporarily, the incessant linearity, the incessant sort of crushing of the inframing. And this is again kind of overly simplistic, that there's these sort of two domains, the inframing, the calculative, and then something else. But nevertheless, that's the dramatic crux of it. So I think that for all of us, I think we all have our own lost horizons. And lost, in other words, lost feelings, lost perspectives. And it's interesting that in times of those crises, that travel might be seen as a way to gain access to something that ultimately can't really be put into words. That's something that's unspeakable. In fact, it's one of the things that comes out in the introduction by John Salas, that that it's an unspeakable, it probably should be ineffable is the right word, ineffable discovery. So that even the thing that we're looking for is so, he says, an intimation that we have long cherished. An intimation is what you're after? Well, it's a lot more than that. It's an encounter. So the best word I can come up with is horizon, even though the term hidden horizon comes up in this. So I guess I'm putting this out there, last note, as a kind of corollary, or as a kind of connection between education, religion, and the arts. You could say that the whole trip is an educational one, insofar as it's a quest to figure out, is there, is it accessible, and then what is that going to mean? The way it's accessed is actually aesthetically. It's through ancient ruins, it's through architecture, it's through the expanse of the sea. We'd have to use aesthetics in a little more expansive view. So the way that whatever it is, quasi-religious element, although he says that he doesn't want to have religion defined in a Roman sense, in a Latin sense. He says the Greek sense of religion is different than religio, and it's a something that Derrida picks up on in a longer essay with, in a book called Religion, with Bosimo. But what's interesting is that what this religious element, or this quasi-religious element, again, religion not defined in a Latinization term, or in a Roman way, but that whatever it is accessed through our art, and the whole ongoing experience, the whole journey there, and then what to make of it, it becomes travel as a method, or as a avenue for education. And I think this is something that I've seen in my past about how powerful travel can be as a sort of educating avenue for students of various ages. So anyway, I realize this is sort of a little bit, what should we say, fissured. But I sort of intended it that way, as number one, as a work that's in progress, and also two, at putting these readings out there and letting, trusting you to see connection. So I will stop at that point, and I would love to hear connections or that you make, maybe to the other presentations, or any kinds of questions. The last thing I should say is that I don't fancy myself a Heidegger scholar, so I'm not. I'm still sort of beginning my interest there, so I'm not going to pretend to be some kind of expert. A lot of my Heidegger comes secondhand from a friend who's a philosopher. So know that if you're going to ask me particularly, I know some, but I'm limited in that regard. So, but anyway, that's any questions? Yep.
I say something sinister, or is that acceptable?
Yeah, sure. That's usually how it goes.
Oh. No, it's just that a book just came out that I edited on the Jewish Lower East Side, the history of it. There's a congregation of the Jena Synagogue, which is the only Greek Jewish group left in the world, and because this is a Greek, the Jews had been expelled from Spain. A lot of them ended up in Greece.
Yeah.
When the Nazis got there, they eliminated all the Jews. There wasn't one Jew left after World War II. And Heidegger, as you know, was accepted a rectorship under the Nazis, heavily praised the essay of the Nazis, fingered Jewish professors that should be eliminated and went to concentration camps. And then there's a heartbreaking letter from Marcuse after the war saying, you have to now denounce the Nazis. You have to go show you were wrong, and he refused to do this. So if he goes to Greece, that's now been eliminated, the Jews have been eliminated. It sounds like a rather strange voyage to like a manufactured world that he had part of, but now a terrible world that he had part of something to do with creating, no matter what his genius and his recognized genius.
Yeah. And this was, and that's, there's undeniably problematic elements with the whole thing, and that I'm aware of, more because that was part of my friend's PhD work. But so this happens in 1962, and that's one of the things. Interestingly enough, that Derrida deals with somewhat when he picks up on this connection of religion, Greek versus Roman conception of it. But that, in other words, one of the things that Derrida works with is that in this Greek versus Roman conception, he's actually recalling an Abrahamic notion of a more Jewish notion of what religion means. That comes out in the Derrida piece. Point well taken. I don't know if you want me to say more about that, but
No, I'm just, everything is always compromised in our world, I'm afraid, but that. And there's been, I think Derrida made, in this book on demand, didn't Derrida say that this idea of an opening, that Heidegger's central idea of Heidegger, that you go into the forest for an opening, that's almost a Jewish idea, that you go there, you don't predetermine what the Messiah is. You have to leave at all time. Benjamin said that you have to leave at all time an opening for the Messiah without any preconception, and that's what Heidegger. He's claiming that Heideggerian idea is coming from that same root.
It's a lot like Caputo's beautiful book on Derrida, The Prayers and Tears of Jacques Derrida, Religion Without Religion. in some ways that's what's giving this messianism without Messiah, without an expectation of it. But that's anyway.
I just want, it's not a counterpoint, but I don't find Heidegger in that sense problematic necessarily. You might find it that way because, if anything, and to use a word that I recall from so many years of studying with John, that it is our adult existence that we discover the significance of irony, right, of other things that we can fuse, in adulthood that we can't recognize. But that perhaps the irony is that with Heidegger, we can find what was lost by what it was destroyed or obscured by him in other acts.
Yeah.
Right. So not necessarily problematic.
Yeah. I mean,
unless we want to make it that way.
Yeah, it's anytime. I mean, I said earlier that I'm interested in works that are written that aren't intended to be published, but anytime it's going to go to a publisher, there's always you have the last moment.
Because the crawl space might well be that is your attempt at fusion, which I call my notes are about juxtaposition.
Yeah.
But good. Crawl that direction, right?
Yeah, it's exactly right. And to connect the two, I mean, my background, I've done a lot of interfaith work, so so part of the reason I have a master's in theology from Duke and done interfaith work in various places. And one of the things that I'm interested in this search that's going on is that there might be, and I understand Blake's going to talk about approaches interdisciplinarity later, right, Blake? So this in other words, interfaith presumes in some way or connects with, I think it does at least, notions of interdisciplinarity. So, but this notion of going to a place that has long meant something to you and hoping to encounter something, I think might be an interesting kind of motif that runs itself not only through different traditions, but goes even beyond that to people that would consider themselves without religion or a-religious. So yeah, it's I grew up, the Nazi issue. I grew up in a Lutheran church in North Dakota. I mean, I don't identify as Lutheran. I just identify as Christian, but which has all kinds of issues and which I'm well aware of, and I spent a good deal of time away from it. So please don't categorize me as the worst of that. But the one thing, I mean, if you're going to reckon with, if we're going to really reckon with the Third Reich, you've got to reckon with Luther. I mean, you go to the Holocaust Museum and you can see all the horrible things that were said. And yes, it was in the 1500s, but my goodness, what comes out of the Lutheran tradition, the way that lays the groundwork for, I mean, you have preeminent Protestant theologians in the late 19th century, early 20th century, trying to abdicate the Old Testament, trying to set up a clear distinction between New Testament and Old. And I mean, that's the beginning. That once you have that in play and a kind of acceptance of that, it's really easy to get to some. I mean, that's your basis for justifying all kinds of anti-Semitic, horrible things. So I mean, there's all kinds of. I think there's problems, as I mentioned, with Heidegger, but there's also a lot of problems with people that we don't necessarily think to include in that discussion. I think Erickson is probably right. He sort of begins to make that discussion of what all of that means in relation to Luther and what he might have set up. But I think maybe the larger thing maybe you might be able to take away from this is the question of movement, of travel, opening up a different kind of notion of what education is, especially when there's a lot on the line. It isn't just, let's take a trip, but we've got to find this thing, or we've got to have this encounter to resolve this crisis of identity, which is really not good. I think we're out of time.
Sorry, we would like to move along. I hope your studies here don't interfere with your writing this play. I'm very, very eager to see you perform it, as well as write it. Thank you so much. Or should I say, Sven?
Yes, right. Can I tell that story really briefly?
Yeah, do that while I'm setting this up. That'd be
Okay,
great.
so Leaf, Norwegian name. I'm almost entirely Norwegian. Not that I look at it all right, but anyway, so I'm in a class with Dr. Brown, Cultural Studies and Education, Intro to Cultural Studies, and this young gentleman that's in the class, super sharp. I mean, just really, real beautiful mind. And we normally have these name tags that says your name on it, right? Sits up on the desk. Anyway, I didn't have mine that day. And he's looking at me, and there's only 12, 15 people in the class, so it's intimate enough that this adds to the humor of it. And he says, he's trying to place my name. Sven? Sven. And, obviously, so I burst out laughing, I mean, that was, so now in the class, I have another identity, which is Sven. Which, of course, if you know the history of Norway, it's really
Leap is better for discovery.
What's that?
Leap is better for discovery.
That's right. So anyway, but I said next time I make a restaurant reservation, I'm going to use that.
Thank you, Leaf. I'd like to introduce Barbara Dumont. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself a little bit. Barbara's going to talk about food, which is why she's right before lunch.
Exactly. Well, I feel like, I know that I have a little bit of a tough task because I'm right before lunch, and I can see everyone sort of starting to do that thing where they're like, I'm hungry, and you're boring. And so I'm like hoping that you can bear with me, even though I'll probably be kind of boring. And just try and use this as a way of thinking about lunch and about food. My introduction is that I'm here, I'm an interdisciplinary. Hopefully I will finish sometime. That's the goal eventually. But I am currently not in New York City. I left, and now I'm in exile in weird northwesternish, centralish Connecticut, which is sort of agrarian but transitioned to suburban. I've never lived in the suburbs before. It is blowing my mind. I've never seen sort of vinyl siding like this. I'm from Maine, and so I'm like, why can't a house be built with wood? And apparently that's not what you do in suburbia, which is fascinating. But they really like it, and I don't know why you need 4 floors and a 3-car garage either. But, I'm learning a lot from all of this. So it's pretty fascinating, but part of what I do there is that I work at a local farm, Holcomb Farm Education Center, and I coordinate their youth programming, but I also coordinate their program where we donate over 6 tons of our produce to food insecure people in the greater Hartford area. Hartford is fascinating. It's the 2nd poorest city in the United States. If you take out West Hartford, which is one of the richest communities I've ever been in, but if you sort of take out that tax base and actually look at Hartford, there's a lot of poverty. About 34% of the people live in poverty, so there's a lot of food insecurity. 91% of kids are eligible for free and reduced lunch. So we're getting food in there. So I really love this food justice thing. I just finished when I was here. I was the director of a program called the Edible Churchyard at Union Theological Seminary, converting the campus there to edible educational gardens and working with the Jewish Theological Seminary, Mosque of Islamic Brotherhood, and St. Mary's Episcopal Church to convert St. Mary's into an edible churchyard with over 26 raised beds that got, I can't remember how many pounds of fresh produce into their food pantry. So I dig it with the interfaith engagement, but you can also see that my thing here is like food is really fascinating. I think it should be fascinating to all of us because we all do it. We do this thing called eating, which is a really intimate process, kind of like consuming identity, right? As we're sort of eating. So this is what I'm going to be talking about. I hope I can figure out this. Basically what I'm going to be looking at is establishing the connection between identity and eating. And then looking at this connection between eating and morality and part of the dynamics and some of how that happens. And then I want to look at sort of eating the body and power. Why? I don't know. That's what I do. So eating and identity. Food is central to identity and the social distinction of self and other. Basically, food makes the eater. One of the ways we can think about this, right, is keeping kosher. So it's a way that you maintain an identity, but it's also a way that folks outside of that group can create a process of otherization, right? So for example, I'm from Maine. There's this former mill town called Lewiston, Maine, and Lewiston has a large number of Somali immigrants who keep halal. So one of the really interesting things when there was a lot of tension, because this is a really white place, and all of a sudden they're like, oh my gosh, people of color! And so, you know, the Aryan Nation comes in, people freak out, they're doing all that stuff. Is some folks decided, what is a crazy way that we can really go after sort of this community? So what they do is they get a pig's head and they roll it into the mosque. Why? Because somehow there's something really fundamentally sort of like egregious about sort of going against sort of the halal, sort of keeping halal. And so there's something about this food thing that we know cuts really deep. And it really was offensive. And so they accomplished their task. So thinking about this, sort of like food making the eater and your interaction with the food. And then, you know, Cunahan talks about sort of foodways as these mechanisms of distinction between social groups. So we can easily think about sort of immigrant communities and how they sort of are maintaining a connection with history and family and those sorts of things through foodways. And also how that becomes another marker of difference. We have an awesome history in the United States of being like, hey, guess what? Those foodways are totally up, and so you need to stop cooking like that. Like, we really, really hated Italians at the beginning part of the century, and we're like, you know why you guys are horrible? Garlic. Vegetables. I can't believe you eat garlic and vegetables. It's so not healthy. And we sent in all these nutrition educators to be like, stop feeding your children vegetables. They're horrible for you. So it's kind of amazing. But part of that was going after food as a way of sort of hating on people you don't like. And then Mintz, who's this really interesting guy who talks about sort of sugar and power, talks a little bit about class. And one of the really interesting things that he gets to is this whole idea that one can become different by consuming differently, which is really fascinating. And it's actually the crux of part of what I want to sort of look at here. So he was looking at sort of sugar as this really, as a commodity that was only accessible to the wealthy. And then there was this interesting thing that happened. Slavery helped to facilitate, and you know, trade and all of this stuff, helped to facilitate and sort of increase access to sugar. So then it became something that, like, the wealthy were like, oh, no. So they started to dig, like, bitter. And so now we have this distinction where actually bitter is considered, like, a little bit more upper class. And you think about chocolate, right? Who eats milk chocolate at Hershey's? Who eats, like, 85% bitter, cacao, nib, whatever the heck it is, right? Okay, it's kind of a different sort of demographic that's going to go that route. And another really interesting example is sort of thinking about eating a burger, okay? So, you know, I'm thinking about how pretty much you can get a burger in the States for a couple of bucks, and it's going to be pretty easy. But there's this really interesting thing. You all know about New York City and burgers, right? They can cost way more than a couple of bucks. In fact, they can cost hundreds of dollars. One of my favorite examples of this is the food truck 666. Does anybody know about the douche burger? It's awesome. And the douche burger basically is a $666 burger. And he's kind of commenting on this expensive burger thing where you like foie gras and you're like, you know, gold flakes and all of that stuff sort of thrown in. And so he literally, the owner says, it consists of a fucking burger filled and topped with rich people shit. Kobe beef patty wrapped in gold leaf, foie gras, caviar, lobster, truffles, imported aged Gruyere cheese, melted with champagne steam, Kopi Luwak barbecue sauce, and Himalayan rock salt. It may not taste good, but it'll make you feel rich as fuck, douche. Okay, so that's sort of what's going on. And some people sort of, you know, go and they just observe the phenomenon. Apparently, last I knew, only one person has bought the burger. That's interesting. Another thing, too, is that it's wrapped in 3 $100 bills. So it's interesting because you're paying to get half of your money back. But it's now they become these greasy $100 bills that then you get to spend that have the marker of this sort of like kind of consumptive pattern there, which is interesting for me, at least. So that's kind of what we're thinking about. So thinking about eating and morality. Of course, we have faith traditions. They have a long sort of a run of sort of establishing morality in eating. It's part of what we do, and there's a lot of sort of debate about sort of how some of that came about, blah, 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 blah. That's not what I'm doing here. Why? Because that's a whole long thing of history, and I have nothing to add to that commentary. But what I am interested in is thinking about this. Cunahan does work with college students and looking at their eating patterns, and one of the things that she came up with was eating is not a simple act of fueling the body. It is a moral behavior through which they, talking about these students, construct themselves as good or bad human beings. So I want you to think about this. And I want you to think about if you, or maybe not you, just someone you know, has ever made commentary where they're talking about, good or bad food, or they're talking about, I feel really good because I only ate salads today, or, oh, I'm a really bad person, I ate all of the fudge brownies of deliciousness, but they wouldn't call it that, they'd be like, oh, and I feel so bad, right? And so thinking about the ways that we interact with our acts of eating and how we start sort of putting labels of good or bad on them. And one of the things you can think about are vegetarians have a long legacy. Plato was talking about it, Ben Franklin famously talked about it, Tolstoy, all those folks. Lots of folks talk about being a vegetarian, and this is one of these places where it's sort of a non-religious, very explicitly ethical form of eating generally. So there's a long tradition of sort of all of a sudden abstaining from something or making certain choices and having an ethical justification for that becomes also part of your how you assert yourself in the world. I don't know for sure, but maybe some of you have come across a self-righteous vegan in your lives. I don't know, like someone who you perceived as sort of a little holier than thou, as they talked about sort of like your flesh cake that you were sort of eating or whatever. That is obviously not always the experience. So one of the interesting things too here is locavores are sort of coming up as an interesting ethical community, and part of what they're talking about is the environment. They're also talking about sort of freshness of food. It's going to taste good. That's really good. And then you even have some people who want to support their local farmer. They want to support their local economy. So talking about sort of like how do you keep the money in the economy in sort of that local as opposed to giving it to Walmart and then sort of where it goes and those sorts of things. So they start having these sort of ethical conversations there. And there's also this really interesting thing that I'm pulling into a sort of moral discourse, and it'd be interesting to see if you agree, but this whole idea of just healthy eating in general, which is what I was talking about with good food and bad food. I'm really intrigued by what this means in relation to the obesity epidemic that we talk about chronically and the ways that we're pathologizing certain bodies and certain people and certain eating behaviors as part of that. Jamie Oliver is a fantastic example of this. Let's pathologize an entire town and then I'll come in and tell them exactly how to do it as a neo-imperialist Brit. That's interesting. So thinking about that. So one of the things that I've been looking at is I'm looking at this idea of vegans and paleo sort of folks. And so how they're sort of interacting with some of this ethical discourse. So that's kind of who I think I'm going to highlight for this presentation, most specifically, and how they're engaging with this. So morality in the body. Part of this morality and how it gets translated into the body is, does this body reflect certain ideals? And what that means is generally the beauty regime, right? So when we are talking about the obesity epidemic, part of what's bad is bad people with a lack of self-control are eating bad foods and therefore their body becomes bad and is reflecting that badness. Wow, bad, bad, bad. And so, we've got this moral discourse, and what's really here is that thin is good. And thin is reflecting all of these things that aren't actually part of it. I had a stepfather who was incredibly thin, and he ate the nastiest stuff I've ever seen, and he smoked cigarettes and he drank beer, and he was like a pinnacle of not healthy, and yet he was thin, so I think that there was an assumption that somehow dude was healthy. And I can tell you, dude was not healthy. And so there are false assumptions. Have you ever hung out with high school boys? Where they like come in, I love this when I was a teacher, they like come in with like, a liter of Mountain Dew and Doritos, and they'd be like, yeah, breakfast is awesome. And I was like, wow, breakfast of champions indeed, my friend. And yet there was this assumption, I am scrawny, therefore I am healthy. Which, we'll see how that goes for them in their 20s when their metabolism slows down and then all of a sudden that beer gut is awesome. But the subtext of this, that thin is good, is that overweight or obesity is immoral, and that is bad. And so thinking about that, thinking the ways that we utilize that to pathologize people's bodies, because there are assumptions that if you are sort of have a BMI that fits outside of this medical discourse of what is health, that you are lazy, that you're slothful. There's a lack of self-control that's implied with them, and also this idea that you're sedentary. So no one can be physically active who has a BMI sort of like in the upper 20s or 30s, which is really fascinating when you think about like sumo wrestlers, right, who are like some of the most active people, or basically any linebacker or center in the NFL, right? So that's interesting. But the ways that we're sort of like interacting with using this medical discourse as a way to pathologize bodies that are really based on the aesthetics of a beauty regime. And another interesting way that we kind of see some of this coming up is in the health insurance industry. So a lot of big companies now are going to start penalizing employees if they don't participate in certain healthy initiatives. And part of that is actually if your BMI gets too high, you're going to start being charged because you're considered a liability. Which is really interesting because you could be participating in all of these helpful activities, actually be a healthy person, not be my former stepfather who basically, like, that wasn't going to go well, but because his BMI was at a certain place, he wasn't going to be penalized, but somebody else who was, you know, eating salads and going for hikes and doing all of this other stuff will be. So the ways that it also becomes institutionalized within these institutions that have an authority, particularly utilizing science and medical discourse, which is interesting. Okay, so I'm going to be looking at two communities that really look at sort of right ways to eat and what it means. And the really interesting thing about them with the vegans and the paleo is there's actually a lot of overlap, but they will never admit it. And so it's really interesting because the whole thing is being set up as like this kind of like crazy like throwdown death match of like oppositional sort of antagonism that can never be resolved, which is interesting, but it really it mostly has to do with meat, or sort of animal products in general, which are sort of the big thing. But I want to talk a little bit about sort of how they're asserting morality. So vegans are really talking about how they're healthy. Their ethical base is really strong. That's a huge part of how they're talking to themselves. And it's a care for nature, a care for animals. But this connection with nature, I think, is really important. They also are really big about asserting that they're smarter than everyone else because they figured this out. And then there's this cool movement where it's really about sort of being athletic and tough. So this is sort of a vegan food guide. I want you to just know this is healthy eating. So that's part of what's being asserted. Vegan, I am for the planet, for the people, and for the animals. I think, therefore, I am vegan because I'm smarter than you. I'm also pretty strong with vegan. I'm ripped. This is part of my favorite thing. I don't know how many of you know, Mike Tyson is now vegan. And he loves the animals. He doesn't eat them. So again, this is like even badass guys like Mike Tyson are like vegan because vegan is badass, and it's actually tougher because it's sort of like, you know, sort of counterculture and all that stuff. A really interesting part of this as well is that Mike Tyson talks about how he kind of got mellowed out. So one of the interesting things is by eating ethically, he became more ethical because he stopped wanting to hit people as much and be violent, and some of the sort of hypersexual issue stuff kind of like subsided a little bit. So again, ethical eating as a way to be a more ethical individual. And then we have the paleo community, which are also called primal, caveman diet, Stone Age diet, archivores. This is a big thing, but one of their big things is we are taking an evolutionary perspective. Because back in evolution, sort of the Paleolithic man, it's always man, was the most healthy. And a huge tagline for them is be strong, be skinny. Okay, so strong and skinny is a big thing. Also, eat good, feel good, do good. So because you're gnawing on your grass-fed local beef, you're doing good for the world. And a huge thing here, again, is getting close to nature. So this connection with nature is another sort of preoccupation, which is interesting. So part of what they're talking about, again, is eat the way nature intended. So this is their food group. Nature intends you to eat this way. They're really into evolution. You'll see this all over the place. And if it's some of them, so that's the pinnacle of sort of man. And then they'll talk about like post-Paleolithic, and it'll generally be a dude with like a huge soda and a hamburger who has physical manifestations of a high BMI, which is obviously the worst thing that could ever happen, and that's why we want to go back to spear-wielding man. This is also sort of an icon of sort of the paleo community. I am like tough. I wear my A shirt and I have to have mittens on because it's so cold, but I'm so tough. And then I work out on jungle gyms. You know, because they don't like gyms because they're natural. So you're naturally just doing exercise badassery sort of wherever you can in the street because New York is natural. This is another sort of example. What is the paleo diet? Well, obviously that is the paleo diet because you bring yourself back to ancient times. The diet of a caveman would have eaten, because that's totally what I think of when I think caveman. But it's interesting, right? This juxtaposition of text, which is very much like going back, but then that is a very modern body. And then the stereotype of paleo is this, which is a white dude in New York gnawing on sort of raw meat, which is actually not most of the community, just to be clear, but you know, how else are we going to denigrate them within the dominant discourse, right? Yeah. So, the reason I bring up meat is because meat is kind of this crux issue. Got you. It's basically the point around which vegans and paleos need to navigate their identity and their relationship with meat. So there's a lot of history about sort of meat and status. I'm not going there. Then there's a lot with meat and gender. We all know about feminist and vegetarianism. And meat has often been sort of a symbol of patriarchy. One of my preoccupations is hunting and masculinity. And what that means, I'm really interested in sort of this hunting resurgence happening in New York City. It's part of the extreme locavore movement. All right, dude. I know, when I go hunting in Virginia, that feels super local. And this current sort of meat resurgence, one of the pieces of that is bacon is everywhere. You can get bacon in your muffins, bacon in your cupcakes, bacon wrapped in bacon with more bacon slathered on top. It's like sort of bacon land, especially in Brooklyn. And that's interesting. And it's interesting, too, because some of this really goes back to these associations with farm to table, which has to do with agricultural work, which is traditionally considered a masculine sort of venue, and bacon is considered masculine. So you might notice that one of the things I'm interested in is how this is sort of like Fight Club, but different. Just kidding, sort of. Okay, so food, body, and resistance. One of the things that's really interesting is vegans and paleo folks and some of these other communities are all about being sort of countercultural eating communities. Yet it's generally white, well-educated, fairly well-off folks who are doing them. So that's an interesting sort of power dynamic. I haven't sussed that out completely yet. But it's interesting, they're resisting dominant foodways and nutritional medical discourse, but oftentimes they're using that as their way of doing it. A huge thing is asserting superior health and fitness. It is all about being badass and ripped. I'm strong and skinny. It's all about being smarter. There are tons of MDs, tons of them, who are involved in the paleo movement. The leadership of the paleo movement are white, well-educated men who either have doctorates or they're doctors, they're medical doctors. Really interesting. And so they're saying, I'm using the science, I'm using the medicine, and I'm saying that sort of the dominant discourse is wrong. They're also asserting sort of difference and distinction, and I'm sort of saying, I don't know yet, if they're utilizing their sociocultural power as a way of sort of being able to push back, and that allows for certain counter-hegemonic possibilities, whether they use them or not. Another thing is, this is a lifestyle. So it's not just that you eat vegan or you eat paleo, you become vegan. You become paleo, which is part of what Sidney Mintz was talking about earlier, sort of way back in the slides, and also Cunahan and folks like that. And another part of this, you can't visit any of these places without them basically being like, it's a diet. So that's interesting because it's a lifestyle, but it's a diet. And so there's really this interesting focus on achieving the beauty ideal. I'm interested in looking at this piece where it's framed as if it's resistance, and yet how much of it is sort of an interesting, convenient way of demarcating an identity within this sort of like system that might be alienating in all of these ways, and using that as a way to actually achieve the beauty ideal for people who are already coming from positions of power and privilege. As a possibility. I think that's where I might go with it. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's what I've been thinking about lately. I don't know if you have any questions, and I know that it's pretty much lunchtime.
Some of us who are not voracious will wait for 10 minutes while we have questions, if before we have lunch?
Well, if there's raw meat, you can be voracious. And I totally support that. And if I could take pictures, that would be awesome. Yeah.
This is just a comment. Some of this comes into a philosophy. I've never eaten meat. My parents are vegetarian.
Yep.
And so it becomes, it's a very wide-ranging group who are part of these food styles, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And even if you look at Hasidic Jews, would be another example, or Jewish culture in general, or the crossover between Jewish culture and with pigs and Muslim culture. So it's very complex topic you're bringing up.
And I wasn't going to go into that complexity based on sort of where I was going and sort of what I was doing.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So these are just, I don't have a direct question, these are just observations or other aspects of this that I'm bringing into the conversation.
Absolutely. And I think that, given more time or sort of in my dissertation, I think exploring some of those complexities are really important. And part of what it is, in some ways in order to do this, you sort of essentialize a community by some of the dominant voices and some of the parts that are more interesting right before lunch. As a way of sort of getting people involved in the issue. And I totally agree. Particularly, I think vegetarianism has a long history, and and vegetarianism also has a huge spread for what that means for different people, and why they're there. And so I think, I think it's like PETA that has like 100 reasons to be a vegetarian or whatever, and they're coming at it from all different perspectives, whether it's sort of environmental or ethical, around sort of animal treatment, or whether it's sort of about your personal health and all this stuff, so there are lots of points of entry. And part of what I'm looking at is a very specific community that's basically fighting. The paleo-vegan, the specific sections of those communities are fighting all over the place, and it's amazing. It's amazing just watching them interact in the sort of blogosphere. So that's part of what I was sort of doing, is just picking those two and then having my own like little MTV sort of deathmatch thing here. But I appreciate that. Yeah.
I love that moment that you mentioned in Jamie Oliver, where he takes that family and says to the mother, "You are killing your family." It's absolutely devastating, because up to then you're kind of ruling with him and are kind of, all right, you statistically have people that are dying of eating related causes, maybe it's something else that causes our hearts to do it too. So I think that's a really important point. But there's a strange kind of melding you're making here between, you read the Ortega y Gasset on Meditations of Hunting. It's absolutely fantastic. You'll love it. It's
cool.
And I'll give it to you in a minute if you need it spelled out. But but there's, people involved with like the morality of eating, like Jamie Oliver. And he does good work. He does work that's similar to what you're trying to do about organic, bringing gardens into schools and all of it. But his sort of hunting focus, that the very aggressivity that you see, is hunting out these actual people. So it's a very strange place to sort of think out. And I'm wondering if you've had this intersection where there's the aggressiveness of hunting and locating the bad eaters, and then the morality that's dumped on them by this stalking or whatever.
Yeah, and I think that's,
I don't know how to work it out.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really interesting point. I think I've often thought about it as sort of this like this shaming process coming, but I think that the hunting metaphor is a really interesting one to sort of to inform my thinking. I think that's really.
And where do you go? You go to West Virginia because it's wild.
Yeah.
Isn't that their
Well, the
state
Appalachian
is still
thing, right?
wild?
Yeah. I mean, and then that's a whole other loaded.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And then you go to CDC, website, and you see West Virginia is the bottom of every chart for health and everything. So.
Well, and what are the markers of health, and sort of how do we determine that, and problematizing that health discourse.
Right, exactly, and what causes the problem, because I don't think we're clear.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the interesting things about these guys is they, I think, are very much from the perspective of sort of food as medicine, but in a way that's pushing back against traditional notions of sort of how food relates to your individual health. And so there's actually a really interesting movement within the vegan thing where it's like high carb, you know, this whole thing, and sort of being like the whole protein thing is overrated. And then you have the paleo who are like, you know, protein is. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
This is just information, but I thought, from my limited reading, I thought that these Paleolithic people didn't eat that much meat because it was hard to get, even though they hunted.
Oh yeah, well, and that's one of the things that gets brought up in the debunking process. But I mean, you know, how much does history matter when it's really maybe not actually about that? It might be about asserting a certain masculine identity, and you know, the relationship between protein and muscle mass is pretty strong within American culture, and that's a huge part of what's going on here. It's really about like sort of being ripped, and sort of the idea of like I'm getting closer to like protein in its unadulterated form, like not just whey protein sort of thrown in my smoothie, man. This is like gnawing on the animal, like after I slit its throat sort of thing, or after I went and bought the meat from that guy at the farmer's market, that sort of thing. So yeah, and also the fact that, you know, in hunter-gatherer societies, I know especially in the sort of northeastern United Americas, that 85% of the food that was happening was women's work, and then it was, like you said, it was not protein. This was sort of what was being foraged and otherwise. Yeah. Do we have time, John, or
Yeah, sure.
keep going?
I don't know if this would be one of the questions that you were asking, but I wonder if, I mean, based on what you presented,
yeah.
The question that I would ask myself is whether it is possible to, like, assume some kind of value, for the lack of a better word, and yet not assume a position of power, or not, without necessarily being judgmental or something like that, you know.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're saying?
Like, for example, without necessarily implying any kind of stigmatization or victim.
Of who? Of vegans and paleos?
What's the word that you were using? Like, no, douchebag?
Apologizing.
What's the word that you were using?
Do you mean by having, are you talking, who are you talking about stigmatizing who? Me stigmatizing them, or them stigmatizing each other?
From the position of power, let's say you would stigmatize somebody who does not eat healthy food by saying that it's not good.
Yeah.
So my question is whether
or you're fat, therefore you're not good, which is kind of the subtext.
Right.
Like, why does it hurt when you call someone fat? Because the assumption is that means you're a bad person.
Right.
And you're not.
My question is whether it is possible to still assume that some things are not good to eat, and yet not call these people whatever you might call
them. Okay.
Can you separate, are you asking, can you separate the being in the system of the discourse that she's describing from the fact of eating a candy bar or something?
Right. Or perhaps can we distinguish certain levels within moral discourse?
Well, and I think it's interesting, right? Because one of the things that with the paleo community, I think with locavores oftentimes too, is that bacon has had this really core place in sort of our notion of a healthy diet. And now it's sort of a centerpiece of these kind of fad diets. And part of it is saying, like, bacon's not bad, eggs aren't bad, butter isn't bad. And so, I mean, I think part of what's interesting is, in some ways, this illuminates this constantly shifting sort of nutritional discourse, but also sense of what is true and right, that is constantly shifting. And they're really exploiting some of that, but also pushing back against, like, why is it that this is sort of what sets the authority of knowledge about sort of how we relate to food, and then how we're interacted with when we go to the doctor's office, and sort of something comes up. Do we still have time?
I guess
people want to eat, like, I'm feeling really bad. No? All right, bring it, Charlie. No, come on. I'm ready.
I think one of the things that Nikki was getting at too is I tend to default to, I mean, the discourse is interesting and it has to be addressed. It's such an insanity out there, right? In some ways.
But if we look at a lot of things, it's been insanity for any doctrinal or any particular dictate of eating. It really has nothing to do with reality except some ancient tradition, which is fine, right? But on the reality side of things, if you look at, if you were to look at, for your research, diets that weren't necessarily controversial but standardized in any culture, and after several generations, you're going to have particular health problems. So whatever the greatness of veganism or vegetarianism, in a number of generations, those children will not be omnivores anymore. They just won't.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So if someone is schmaltzy, well, they're going to have heart conditions after many years of eating chicken fat. Right? Any of these traditions are not based in reality, they're based in tradition. That's fine. Right? We have that. But what you were getting at, that counter current or the counter diet discourse is what you emphasized as eating healthy in general. I mean, why not just defer to reality? Right now, it is whose reality? It could be the doctor's reality or anyone's reality, but there's pretty much, there are ideas of what is good, and we are omnivores, right? We might choose to be other things, but in a number of generations, we will shift our complete biological makeup. So like a classic example, we laugh at them in their but traditional eatings. So in England, soft vegetables, right, and bleached bread led the aristocracy to have bad teeth, and everyone else had bad teeth eventually. And that's not really true, right? But these things will change our homeostasis over time and our biology.
So paleo.
And it's not based in reality. So
There are all of these different pieces how it gets tied into profit and sort of capitalism, and also the idea of commodifying our food and our bodies and our identity, which is really interesting. But I forgot where I was going with that. So, but
okay.
I think that.
But I didn't know where I was going with my question.
Yeah, perfect. All right. So I was just following your ways, man.
Well, that's a good time to have lunch, I think. Thanks very much. It is a little known fact that Heidegger was scared to go to Greece because of man gyros.
Yeah. And I'm going to run out.
Okay, so we're going to start, and for those of you who were not here right at the beginning, I want to circulate again Heather Van Oxen Lewis's artwork, which Stephen has kindly posted on the back wall. She was originally going to be here to present her work, but she has unfortunately sustained a little injury on her head, and therefore I advised her to, as her medical advisor, to stay home and rest. Okay, we want to think about Natasha Richardson. Okay, so I wanted to thank Stephen not only for running the camera, but providing this outstanding art exhibition. Stephen is an international artist with an international reputation, and he was here last night. So you know a real artist because they come the day before to mount the exhibition. However, several pieces have been stolen and sold on Broadway. I am pleased to introduce Alison Latika, who is going to talk about her work on teens viewing violence. And Alison has an interesting and complex history, the only really complex part of which was surviving Teachers College, which she did magnificently. And even though she was here in English education, she was in some ways, the beacon for the beginning of media studies here, at least media studies in arts and humanities. And so you're a historic figure. Not only a successful one, but a historic one.
Thanks. Thank you for saying that. And there's a blue piece of paper I'm handing around the room. Maybe you could pass that down. There's extra ones here. You're nice to stay after lunch. So thank you for being here. And John, thanks for inviting me to be here. I have a real fondness for this library. I defended my dissertation down the hall, just down the hall. And the work that I'm going to share with you today was really begun here at Teachers College under the academic care of John. It seems like that's a running theme today. And all the ways of reading and thinking and viewing that were inspired and developed and fine-tuned in his classrooms all those days and nights that I miss. I miss those times in those classrooms. So let's get to what I'm going to talk about today. My clock is ticking now. So a version of my concern, teens viewing violence, has been in the news again. It's always in the news. I don't know if you saw this in August in the New York Times. A few months ago, you know, it's a fairly absurd essay. Any essay that begins with quoting Jim Carrey as the authority gives one pause. But last Sunday there was just sort of to set me up, like a baseball player, a footballer or something, set me up. The response finally came in to the essay from August, the invitation to dialogue that you see in the New York Times now and then. And the original essay was so full of contradictions and big leaps and gaps that if a student of mine had turned it into me, I would have returned it with a C- and then asked for a revision before I actually wrote the grade in a grade book. It suffered from a common flaw when this topic of viewing violence is brought up. At its core, the core flaw of the essay wasn't this grand level of inconsistency, which I've come to really expect when reading about this topic, but its flaw rests in the corner it paints itself into when it posits the issue of media violence in terms of cause and effect. Now, it can be difficult to tackle publicly a critical approach to the popular to begin with. We all have our own version of the popular, entering it at different times. We all have our own sense of our own expertise with our own popular. So our intuitive or visceral reactions will always hold this sort of privileged position. And combine this or conflate that issue of privileged personal with the rightly ramped up issues of mass murder in elementary schools and shopping mall shootouts only serves to blow smoke into the understanding of media violence, I think. So it's personal. It's our response to the popular is personal. Our response to real violence in the world is personal. Our connection, its context, it all seems to trump, even in the Times, this more critical lens. So add to that a fixation to cause and effect, and knowledge becomes cloudy. No matter what perspective we care to take, or what kind of space we choose to stand inside when considering the topic so volatile and so popular, if the writing is framed in terms of cause and effect, the lens is clouded. So sure, we want answers and we want truth, we want an explanation, and wouldn't it be great if we could get one? And wouldn't it be great if it could just be film violence, that's the answer, and with the illusion that it can be regulated or controlled, and I think also the illusion that it has far more power than it actually does. So in a very real way, it boils down to what kind of conversation you want to have, what kind of conversation we want to have. So positing the question of fictional violence in terms of a causal analysis is just not a conversation that I'm interested in having, and it seems to be the only conversation that I ever read about these days. Most academic research and popular discussions about youth watching movie violence presumes that the only way to consider youth is as sponges, mindlessly absorbing violent content, which is then acted out destructively. This behaviorist or social learning approach casts film violence as a problem in need of a solution, typically censorship, which is another conversation that we could have, but that I'm not interested in having right now anyway. So what we need to do is to stop making theories of spectatorship that actually avoid spectators, and have an effort to blow the smoke away from the topic. And in an effort to do that, I turn my eye toward teenagers' perspective, their own perspectives on film violence viewing, in an effort to contribute to a making of knowledge about the subject of audience studies, adolescent audiences' experiences of film violence. So I'm going to share a small piece of a much bigger project that is interested in this idea of making knowledge in audience studies. And it's an approach that is unrestricted by limitations of causal analysis or a personal agenda concerned with some sort of grinding sensorial acts. Violent movies, we know, are popular social rituals, a frequent topic of teen conversation in and out of the classroom. Teenagers take great pleasure in what Ruth Binz has called unschooled texts. In fact, what they exhibit is seemingly endless interest, endless enthusiasm, and endless confidence in talking about movie violence. Now, interested, enthusiastic, confident, these aren't words that are typically used to describe an adolescent. So it's a good thing to try to explore what brings this interest and enthusiasm and confidence. So I wanted to find out what teenagers think about and feel during, before, and after they choose to view representations of violence. My work explicates a perspective that recognizes that these teenagers really understand the difference between real R-E-A-L violence and real R-E-E-L violence. It assumes that they know the difference. That, I can't remember who, it was somewhere in one of your classes, you know, when you stub your toe in the middle of the night, you know what real violence is. You know, you don't need to be told. So the first thing I did was attempt to understand what, to borrow a phrase from the late great Ray Carver, what they talk about when they talk about film violence. So I asked them to define what the word movie violence meant to them. Concerning themselves typically with physicality of what they think of as violent, they wrote about death, body parts, heads cut off, brains eaten, bodies blown to pieces, chests clawed up. These literalists also wrote about bombs, smoke, fire, and war. Another way of defining film violence in physical terms shifted from the action to the gerund, from the noun to the gerund. The noun turned into bleeding, hurting, injuring, torturing, murdering, killing, destroying, bombing, shooting, the weapon version of those. The physical definitions aren't unexpected, but the definitions located in an emotional realm, hatred, willful, fear, frustration, anger, reveal in these teenagers another and a different way of defining film violence, one that we as adults understand as well. Cinematic presentations of extreme violence, teenagers assert, don't need to be physical, right? Emotions can be just as violent as a weapon. So the other words they used to describe film violence were intrusions, results. I thought it was interesting when you think of it, they spend their time in school mostly, right? That's where kids are spending most of their time. Consequences are defined as violent. Grades were defined as violent. These contain more complex relationships to the definitions of violence than the first ones I listed there, those more typically expected ones. An altogether different pattern emerged when participants repeatedly assert some version of their awareness of other people's thinking about violence. If you take a look at the first excerpt on that blue page, the top left column, Lola says, this is an example of this kind of, I call it a transgressive tension or something. Lola says, it was cool, Hannah, yeah, Lola. You come out of it thinking you could totally relate to what they were doing. I felt that way, and I think other people feel that way too. I saw a lot of people leaving the movie theater because I think it frightened them. They were like, you know, it was a mind-boggling movie. Hannah, yeah. Jillian, yes, yes. It wasn't even like they got up and left quietly. They like stormed out of there. They took it offensively. And at least that's what I heard people saying when they were leaving. Hannah, They had this scene where the father was sexually abusing, and they just got very graphic in everything that would show, and they just thought, I guess they found it too vulgar. After evoking the idea that the movie's homicidal couple created cool violence, Lola indicates her defensiveness about this posture. I think other people felt that way also, she says. Then she takes a step further by saying, I saw a lot of people leaving. She retreats, the satire of the film escaping her. She is left with a vague, kind of generic feeling that the movie was mind-boggling, kind of inadequate process of the experience. The group, rather than pursuing a discussion about this cool, mind-boggling movie, or this cool, mind-boggling film violence, would rather pursue a discussion of memories of other people's reactions to it. At first, it seemed that they were more willing to talk about more willing, perhaps more comfortable to talk about other people's reactions than their own. But more importantly, I think, they assert that their positive views of film violence are only stated in the context of adults' negative reactions. You know, that a great teenage sort of setup there, and in so doing, link these two issues. Another recurring pattern observed involves, I'm going to kind of fly through them to share a lot with you. It was hard to limit it to just this, but another recurring pattern that I observed involved an acute shift in participants' demeanor when the assertion about a private film violence viewing experience is confirmed by others having similar experiences. This is even more intense when the experience was socially shared. So, for example, in the next excerpt, on the page, I should probably have my own copy so that I'm calling them here. It's number 2 on the middle bottom of the left column there, shared experiences. Emma says, I'll never forget this. It's haunted me my whole life, this episode of Little House on the Prairie. Something we don't typically think of as being violent, right? Little House on the Prairie. Keisha says, the one with the mime immediately jumps in. The one with the mime. Lola, the one with the mime. All indicate that they've seen this episode. All these kids have seen this episode of Little House on the Prairie. It was so horrible. What happened? She went into a bar and she was like being followed by a mime. It was the scariest episode I've ever seen. I've never looked at those masks again. Remember, we went to Elizabeth's? Yeah. They're all like, yeah, we were scared. Yeah, because it's scary, and mimes are the scariest things. And everybody laughs. And what happened was that the Little House, what happened that was on Little House on the Prairie. The enthusiasm about the discussion just grew and grew after having avoided the subject of film and engaging in a fairly colorless discussion of television full of silences and, just gaps. This sort of sincere pleasure comes up, and this social nature of the experience of being scared watching this horrible thing. So the sharing of it really gave them comfort. Additionally, there is this odd recurring misuse of pronouns that I discovered, keeping in mind that this particular focus group had students with an extremely sophisticated grasp of standard English usage, grammatical English. This example shows on the bottom left of the blue page, the bottom left column, Sydney, it shows the participant confusing herself with the character. Sydney says, they stood over me, big men, powerful men. Suddenly he lunged toward the little girl and grabbed her around the waist and put the gun to her head. It would be the rare college-bound 17-year-old girl who would ever kind of equate herself with a little girl. That she wouldn't. And so here, of course, it's unintentional, this slippage, this pronoun slippage. So to summarize, after whipping through just a few samples of teenage discursive, sort of preliminary summary by me, samples of teenage discursive practices, some recurring themes emerged. Number one, wide-ranging definitions, often direct and indirect characterizations of physical, emotional situations. Transgression, they have the second example would be this idea of transgression. They have explicit acknowledgement of adults and other people's negative reactions, and that's coupled with assertions of their own non-negative reactions that indicate a tension between their awareness of these popular beliefs that are out there. They're aware of what's being talked about media violence and aggression. Shared experiences is the third idea I'm trying to give to you, is this explicit acknowledgement of the social nature of film violence viewing as a joyful experience when it's shared. And this pronoun slippage idea, that they attribute emotional responses to others that could be attributed to themselves, that's a more comfortable way of talking about it. Although these categories are useful, definitions, transgression, shared experiences, and pronoun slippage, and they focus attention, even, that's my, Tom says that time is up, it's on like some old clock. There are some transcripts offer other thematically rich material that I had cross categories, you know. So I have Violet, who's at the top right of the page there. It affects you no matter. I mean, now, even when I watch a scary movie, I get freaked out by them. Like, I know when they watch a sad movie, people cry. I mean, you're affected by it. Like you, after you walk out of a movie these days, if you saw a really good movie, you're like touched by it or upset by it. There is a genuine grappling with her thoughts and reactions there. And there's also this distancing that occurs in her unconscious shifting from first person singular to third person plural. I should have mentioned I teach English up the river. That indicates a kind of awareness of other people's thoughts and feelings, while also witnessing her belief that the fear is less threatening than sadness somehow. It's a profound perception, I think. It's important to note that some complex, I think, psychological work is being done when kids are watching movie violence. Another quick example, Steven, right in the middle of the right column there. Like with Power Rangers early on and everything, and how it's all violence and beating each other up. Then as you get older, you have these violent movies, and so we're saying to them, the parents are telling their children, well, don't hit anyone, or don't commit any violence like this, or this, and they're really contradicting themselves because that's the movies they're watching themselves, Stephen says. This passage exhibits three recurring themes: definitions of violence, tension and transgression, pronoun slippage. However, beyond categories, 16-year-old Stephen sees the hypocrisy of adults, like his parents, I guess, forbidding what they themselves enjoy. Reflecting a predominant observation, teenagers are well aware of the mainstream arguments, they just don't buy them. I'm going to skip the last, the outlier, which is very interesting because I've run out of time, and just head straight to the end. So what's the moral of the story? I think that it's important to remember that, unlike most of us, teenagers spend 4 to 5 days a week in English classrooms, where they study narrative structures and their creation, their manipulation, their variety and technique, and they see film violence as just another tool, like the way Faulkner may have used italics to change the point of view in a novel. These kids are well schooled in storytelling techniques, and they have automatically transferred this awareness to their conception of film violence and the way they watch. Now it's time to be afraid. Now it's time to not be afraid. They can read the clues in the movie just like we can. And so we need to, I think, stop thinking they're not as bright as they are. And we need to just help them learn better language to articulate what it is they're thinking and feeling. So the moral of the story, as I conclude, is that there is yet no answer. There's no conclusion with a capital C. There's no, this is no math problem. It's a story of being a human being. It's a story of trying to understand teenagers and what that means to what it means to watch. There's no ending. There's no conclusion really. We just need to continue to create these nice spaces for them to talk about it and process what it is they're seeing and feeling and thinking. And we need to study what they say about it. Thank you. I hope everyone's This is the first time I tried to do this with my own set of timing, and it was unnerving. So does anybody want to talk about this, or should we move on to the next? Yes.
I want to thank you also. It's so rare that we dig into and see the methodological. I mean, how long did it take you to accumulate some of these excerpts? I mean, like over a period. Or this is one focus. Of course, you've been doing it a long time.
Yeah, this was actually from the pilot study too. There were 112 kids who were in the sample.
Right.
There were, I think, 8 focus groups, and they filled out these 8 to 9 page. I can't remember whether 8 or 9. Either there was 9 focus group interviews with 8-page narrative questionnaire, or 9 focus interviews with an 8-page. But yeah, it took a long time. It took a long time. When I go looking for work, it's a subject that always, before I got the position I have right now, it's a subject that comes up a lot. Why? It took you a long time.
Right. It reminds me of the work they did years ago with Herb Ginsburg and what it means to videotape things and transcribe them and then go through them. It's a lot. The other thing is, just briefly, that in your experiences with them, I mean, you articulated something interesting. You give them an opportunity to speak and learn. They have the engagement with English all the time. They have many tools because they're probably more steeped in multiple medias than any generation of ours. So, is it possible, or in your opinion, at that moment when they do get to engage things and you let them do their own thing, that they are allowed to catch up to themselves, that it is part of their self of their developmental self, their moment in their development, that limits them and allows them to do some of these things, like slippage. I mean, I'm not saying that's the only explanation. And also, I'm still curious about this pronoun slippage. Here, you go over that again. But I don't know if I framed the question, but.
Well, I think what I heard first was, is their place in their development, does that influence their ability to talk about this? Well, sure. I mean, it doesn't influence everything, right?
Talk about it differently, but maybe, I mean, and not to say more advanced necessarily, because we're not talking about politicians or lawyers.
I do think, though, I think the one way I would approach answering or responding to your wondering is to say that they're far more comfortable with the topic than their teachers or school administrators or parents think they are. And this all started, I was supervising student teachers for Teachers College, and one of my student teachers that was moving into, the transition was being made for her to move from observing teaching to teaching, and she was making this transition with Macbeth in a school in the South Bronx. Very reluctant learners, very weak readers. And I'm sitting and having lunch with the cooperating teacher, the student teacher, and in the school cafeteria. And I said, and really stepped into it in a way I had no idea I would. So are you going to use Polanski's version or some other one? And the cooperating teacher, and that's a relationship you need to nurture and take very good care of, because they open their classrooms to your student teachers, became enraged. We can't bring film, that film is too violent. We can't, and Macbeth is banned in the state of Texas still. I had no idea. So first, after smoothing smoothing over my impolitic thinking, I realized that we have to start teaching teachers as well about this subject. So that's one way I might respond. The other is my dentist. John and I share a dentist, and his son. I was talking to my dentist. You have all this time when he anesthetizes you, and he's fabulous. He waits like 45 minutes before he does anything to make sure the anesthesia works. And we were, I was chatting with him as you do, and I was telling him about this work, and he told me the story about his son, who at the time was only 10. His son is now an undergrad, but he was 10 at the time, and he said that he walked into his son's bedroom and he was playing this really violent video game, and heads were being cut off, and decapitations and blood squirting and all this stuff. And Myron, Dr. Finkel, says to his son, honey, I don't know that I like that being in your bedroom. And his son, in a second, just leaves us, it's okay, Dad, it's not real blood. So at that moment, you have the 10-year-old. I mean, I love that story, you know, developmentally, the complexity of it. But anyway, you're raising your hand back there.
I'm curious if in any of the work you did, you looked at media literacy, the field of media literacy, and which normally kind of gets housed in an English classroom. And because, of course, I haven't read anything, I just heard about what you were writing about, but there are a lot of ways of looking at it, and there's a language for it.
Yeah,
I just wondered if it came into your research.
Yes, I mean, I didn't write about media literacy. I empirically demonstrated the need for it,
yes,
I think.
Definitely.
I also think that it's the first thing to, it goes in schools. We had to do this work in independent schools because public schools wouldn't have it. So these are all independent school students.
The comparison of a Polanski version and, let's say, Laurence Olivier or whoever else would be as valuable as media.
Well, they wouldn't forget their Macbeth.
Right.
But it's not allowed to be shown in schools.
Yeah.
So, it's a matter of educating school systems. And also, I think, though, showing movies in schools is considered lazy teaching. So we have to, again, my first teaching job, there was a guy, they called him Cecil B. DeBurke, because he was a history teacher, and would sit in the back of the room and either read the newspaper or have his feet up and just show movies every day.
Yeah.
The kind of movies. And I'm dating myself. And that's not the way I use film in class. Of course, you show moments and you talk about it compared to other moments and you talk about it. So I think that, and that's beginning to blossom here. There's a lot of stuff, NCTE and MLA talk about that a lot. Audience studies research is much bigger in the UK than it is here, though. I don't even know. I mean, it's a lot of people. Like, no one in my department knows what it is. I'm always having to explain what it is.
We have to roll along.
I have to point out something very briefly. There's a typo on here that is a slip of the pen that's very useful and to let other people look for it.
Oh my goodness, where is it?
I'm not going to tell you, my friend. It's in the, it links the whole thing into Piper's talk.
All right.
You see it?
Nexus.
They stood over me, big men, powerful men, suddenly
The last sentence
on
on the last
otherwise
sentence.
to put a gun to her head.
Yeah, you could be right around there.
What a waste.
That's me being the worst speller in history of
But it's about violence about girls, about where our waist is.
yeah. But that really, I mean,
it just happened.
I know, it's
It
hilarious.
was just fortuitous.
I'm so embarrassed.
To look clever.
Thanks so much, Alison. I'd like to introduce, after Dr. Matika, Dr. Dobry. Who was going to talk to us about her work in the paranormal, in media and the paranormal. And those of us in the Film Academy remember Diane gave 2 superb presentations of this work embedded in the history of psychological and social science thinking about death. She's now gone on to larger and greater things, and she probably won't have time to tell us about that until dinner. So do remember, now we're thinking ahead, having had surely not enough lunch. We're already thinking about dinner, and dinner will be probably around 6:15, 6:30 at Cascabel, which is 109th and Broadway. They are, I think, keeping outdoor tables for us since it's going to be a pleasant evening. So don't forget your dinner plans, and I'm just filling in while Diane is finding.
Well, when I was an undergrad, I used to bring a Tupperware container to events like, and I would, because I never had any money, and I would just take sandwiches home.
Yes, please. It's ridiculous. Take.
So somebody who's
This
on a
is
budget,
food.
there's some.
Windfall, really. I mean, sandwich fall.
Take them for the cross.
Okay. So, and I remember my dissertation defense down the hall as well. I also, like Piper, moved out of the area, much to my dismay when I come back to New York and Teachers College. I'm like, I'm home. So anyway, my talk is, I realized that from my dissertation I have created a few talks, and I call it now the Dying to Know series, because I relate popular culture and specifically paranormal reality television to death education or learning about death. And the way that I think of it is when you look at television and popular culture, I can't really see you with one of my glasses on, but when you think about popular culture and television and you think about death, paranormal television usually is what addresses the issues of death, either with ghosts, communication with the dead. You think of Long Island Medium, Ghost Hunters, Paranormal Witness, which is a new show. Every season there's a new show. You have on Animal Planet, you have The Haunted. There's all kinds of programming that is actually considered reality. And then you think of death education in our culture. What really constitutes death education? Where do we learn about it? So by taking that combination of things, I looked at in my dissertation study how people were online discussing these television programs and whether or not they were trying to understand death and beyond. Because when you think about it, we don't really have one particular place where we all learn about death and what death is. Which is another study I'd like to do, how people learned about death and what they learned about it. But paranormal television started from the very beginnings of television, 1948, and prior to that there were a lot of paranormal radio programs. And now one of the primary paranormal genres is reality TV, which started out as documentary reenactments. So you get like a haunting where somebody says, this is what happened to me. Celebrity ghost stories, I don't know if anybody's watched that. This is what's happened to me. There's a reenactment by actors, and then a kind of a commentary, what do I think now based on my experience. Then you kind of have these audience shows. Early on in the 70s, you had Kreskin's ESP, where he had an audience and he would do ESP demonstrations. You had John Edward with he didn't call it an audience, he called it a gallery, where he would do his readings on people who came to talk to their dead relatives through him. And Lisa Williams, which started out, that was the next iteration, was a day in the life of. So you had a day in the life of a psychic medium, was Lisa Williams, or a day in the life of a paranormal investigator, which was Ghost Hunters, who were plumbers by day and paranormal investigators by night. But originally that show was, we're debunking, people who think they have a haunted house, but we're going in and saying, oh no, it's your pipes banging, it's, electrical, build up, and it eventually segued into a, let's go to haunted locations and really try to communicate with these ghosts and things. So when you think about education, and death education in particular, what exactly does that consist of now? In the 1970s, from the 1970s to the 1990s, in response to Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's book on death and dying, I can't read it here, sorry.
death education became an important part of health classes in public schools across the country, but it was very controversial. There were claims that teachers did not receive proper professional development to do death education. There were claims of inappropriate lessons where first graders were asked to create coffins out of shoeboxes, or that teenagers were being told that death is not anything to be afraid of, it's going to be so much better when you're dead, and that people were saying that this was leading to teenage suicides. And it came to a point where teachers were saying parents were not giving accurate information, and parents were saying teachers were not the ones to teach about death. It should be religion and family. But you know, you come to a point where sometimes people aren't affiliated with any kind of religion, and sometimes, you know, it's what exactly are you being told and who's doing the telling. So in the 1990s, death education became more of, here's what happens when you die as the body begins to deteriorate, and then there was talk about the legal side of death, wills, insurance, that kind of thing, and it became more factual and not kind of speculative. So in spite of the lack of death education in our culture, people do have ideas about death. In 2009, the Pew Forum on Religion and Public Life did a study on what people believe, and they found that people are blending even traditional religious beliefs with alternative beliefs in, say, reincarnation, ghosts, astrology, curses, and then they are also blending their religious beliefs on things like that are from other religions. So if you're, say, a Christian, or if you're Jewish in America, you might also believe in Buddhism, Hindu beliefs, New Age beliefs, spiritualism. So they were telling who believed it, how many believed it. A significant number, they said 20 to 30%, are blending their beliefs with other religions. Other polls were saying that 18 to 29-year-olds, this was in 2001, at the height of John Edwards' show, and just prior to Ghost Hunters coming out, 18 to 29-year-olds were more likely to believe in haunted houses, ghosts, and clairvoyance than older people. And women tended to be to believe more in communication with the dead and ghosts. Other polls were showing, well, this was also the 2009 Pew Forum poll, said that 50% of the respondents to their poll claimed to have had a religious or mystical experience. And when you compare that to a 1962 Gallup survey of the general public, only 22% claimed to have had a mystical or religious experience. Out of people not affiliated with a religion in the Pew Forum poll, 30% reported mystical experiences. So that's people not affiliated with anything religious. Compared to the 1960s general public, there were still more people in 2009 not affiliated with religion saying that they had such an experience. And when you think about that, you wonder, like, where are people getting their information to form their beliefs? And are they getting it from science? Are they getting it from other official, higher, what do we call it, John? I'm drawing a blank. High culture versus low culture. Science being part of the high culture.
Popular culture. Popular culture.
Yeah, they're not getting from science because they are, most scientific research studies that are being done on death and the afterlife are not publicly distributed. You do have studies on death and the afterlife, such as near-death experience studies that are being done. I think there's 50 hospitals around the world now that are doing studies in operating rooms of people who say that they leave their body during an operation. And they are trying to document that and then compare that. There are studies being, Ian Stevenson did a study on reincarnation. He didn't actually say that there was such a thing as reincarnation, but he did a study on children who claimed to have lived other lives and who had memories of other families and in other places. But these studies by mainstream scientists are met with skepticism, criticism, dismissal. It's not part of science, and their feeling is, for the most part, scientists should leave death to the theologians and the philosophers, and not and to study existence, what's existing, what's observable, and not to study what possibly could be happening after our physical life is over. Are we getting our understanding of death from religious beliefs? And yes, people do get their ideas from religious beliefs, but I think in our society, and what seems to be the case with people who are asking the questions from my study, religious beliefs are faith-based. They're told, some people have commented that, you know, this happened in ancient times, what the religions are teaching happened to Jesus or to the Jews, you know, before Jesus, after Jesus. It happened to Buddha. You know, what's happening? I want some kind of tangible, concrete evidence of what's going to happen after I die, not something that I am believing based on a religious sect or some kind of a philosophical belief. So while a couple minutes, okay. So while people are doing that, they are believing in their religion, they still want some evidence. They might turn to doctors, or doctors telling them what to expect when it comes to death. And Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, when she was doing her book on death and dying, said that she went to hospitals and doctors were saying, nobody's dying here, you know, because death was seen as a failure. There was this lack of end-of-life training for doctors. So people are turning to popular culture because popular culture does deal with death in various ways, in fiction, in the reality programs. But when you see shows about the paranormal and death, you see surveys done on who's watching, you really just get a sense of how many people, what their ages are, what their demographics are. And the Pew researcher said that when they were talking about the blended beliefs, why do people believe these alternative beliefs about what happens to them after death, or what, you know, combining religion with alternative beliefs. He said, you look at popular culture and TV shows and things popping up nowadays, and it could be that expressing this kind of belief is just somehow more socially acceptable today. I'm not going to go into too much detail about my study, but I did find, what I did look at was 3 specific shows, and then I looked at the online discussions related to these shows. And these were the themes of, there was a psychic medium show, a paranormal investigation show, and a documentary reenactment show. The center shows the overriding theme of spirits of the dead can and do interact with the living through signs and inexplicable events and activities. In the center, in the middle around that, there were other shared themes. You know, haunted houses were scenes of violence or their old locations. And the fact that you can communicate with the dead was a shared theme. The other themes on the outside were the specific themes of those shows that you can document, you can investigate, that there are solutions if there is some kind of activity, that blessings have to happen. When we look at why people watch TV, if they're looking for information from television, usually you watch the news and you get some information on the weather or what's happening in politics, but reality television, according to Hill, is negotiated as far as how real is, how authentic is this show. As viewers are watching them, they are trying to decide what they believe and whether the testimony or the information given on these programs is real. I looked at that in my study when I was looking at the online discussions, and people were debating, you know, how real the programs were, and they were saying that they really wanted these programs to give them some real information about whether ghosts were real, whether it's possible to communicate with the dead. And based on that, some of them said the shows had a strong impact on what they believed. Some said that when they were discussing online, they didn't even reference the show, but they talked about death and the afterlife and debated these ideas without any reference to the program. And I came to believe that the programs about the paranormal, when you looked at the online discussions, were used as a source of where you could find a discussion about these topics that was kind of like a safe place. And they actually said they were seeking a safe haven where they could talk about it. Even though they were using pseudonyms, they still wanted to have a place where they could talk about their beliefs, their personal experiences with maybe communicating with the dead or having some sort of sign or seeing a ghost and not being ridiculed or made fun of. So the conclusions were that the viewers are seeking valid reality television programming that addresses exploration of death and the afterlife in a reliable way, a way that is believable, it seems authentic to them. They're negotiating that sense of reality with what's on now, but they really want to find something that does that. And that online, they're sharing very sensitive personal beliefs and experiences. They're seeking supportive, non-judgmental, informative environments, and they are turning to popular culture as a way of doing that. So I felt that maybe there's a gap in our society that, you know, popular culture is filling to understand death, and maybe there are ways that we can overcome that, maybe through popular culture, through multimedia, ways of community, but it seems that these online communities are serving a purpose, and that the television shows are the beacon of here's where you can find this topic of discussion. So. Questions? Yeah, Charlie?
Hi. Do you feel that, in your studies, that given this gap, that because the validity and I mean, those things that we consider methodological, science methodology, right, are being replaced by popular culture? Because reality television, even if it's literal and there are topics, it allows for topic of discussions, it is not science, right? So is that void being filled with non-science?
It's funny because when I was doing this my dissertation, I was looking at pseudoscience and Mythbusters, the television show Mythbusters, had something on its website that said that it was, I don't remember if it was voted or if it was awarded best science show on television. And some of the science that they were doing was, if you put a bull in a china shop, what happens? That was, you know, it was kind
One
of...
of my notations is a parallel critique with Mythbusters, Bill Nye, and Bullshit, you know, a great show also. But I mean, at least their approach is is attempting a methodological, and then there are all sorts of methodological problems with that show. It's still popular culture. But on the other side, the acceptance of things as a void. I mean, people are looking for answers, right?
Right, and if they're not finding it in the cultural norm.
And it's not provided by tradition anymore, or not, except if tradition is so homogenous as to be separated out, usually oppositional to another separate group, right? So,
and if one group is saying this and the other group is saying this is what happens, this is what happens.
Because everyone's arguing.
And when even in the online discussions, you would get, you know, very staunch Christians with, you know, staunch scientists saying, oh, you're all dreaming, and with the other one, you're going to go to hell, and you'll find out someday when you die what's really going to happen. And these were the kinds of discussions that were being had, just related to these programs.
I'm sorry, one last thing. Is there anything that you found that shows that near-death experiences aren't death?
I've looked at several. You have Raymond Moody, Kenneth Ring, Melvin Morse, who studied different populations who were claiming to have near-death experiences, and there are skeptical writings where they say it's more of chemicals in the brain. It was more about this is my next study that I want to do. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do it, but whether people who read about and watch people talking about near-death experiences, whether they are willing to decide, if they are using that to decide what they believe about death, because it seems that people who've had the actual experience feel differently about it than hearing when they hear about it or see it on television or in some kind of a book or website.
Thank you.
Just when you speak about popular culture in this medium, have you studied or looked at death photography, early photography, turn of the century, and it's the popularity of either death images or the manipulated image to give the appearance of ghosts and other phenomena?
Yeah, there's a book called Ghost Hunters that's not about the television show. It's by Deborah Bloom, and it was about the researchers in the 1800s who were trying to scientifically observe and decide if there were evidence about these seances and mediums, that a lot of whom were just
frauds.
Yeah, they were frauds,
yes.
But there were some. They were trying to find out if there was, like what William James said, if you can't. It was about all black crows. You don't have to prove that there are no black crows. You just have to find a white crow to say that not all crows are black. So basically, he was looking for the one medium who was actually doing something and saying something that was legitimate, and to say that, you know, maybe there are 100 fraudulent mediums, but this one medium is not a fraud, and that's what he was studying. That Lenora Piper, who was his white crow, basically, to say that mediums weren't all frauds. So that book, Ghost Hunters, was an interesting book about scientists and Nobel Prize winners from Harvard and Oxford and Cambridge who were studying, and even Columbia, who were studying this and trying to make it observable, trying to find evidence of it.
But it also dates to a previous previous era of popular culture in the usage of those of photography, turn of the century images.
The ether,
Yes.
there was a lot of that as being fraudulent. There were so many frauds committed with that kind of thing, and even the mediums with the knocking, and the Fox sisters were popular. They were kind of like going around doing seances, and they would get knocks and say knock twice if the answer is this. And it turned out that they admitted that they were able to crack their toes or something to make it sound like, a knock. And so that was one of the things that they were trying to debunk, but when you look at William James and some of his colleagues, they were not finding answers. They were not finding evidence of fraud. So there's that controversy that, what was acceptable, and what they found was that the scientific community wasn't willing to look at it further, but that when they did go to the media, to popular media, they were willing to publish these findings, and it became a popular way of selling newspapers. So in a sense, that's kind of where a lot of this started in the popular media, these studies. Yeah?
How do you, for example, death education with kids, how do you sustain the awareness in kids about the distinction between education, death education, and immersing in death experience? How do you let them know that they are learning about death, not indulging themselves in death experience or something like that? I mean, obviously there is, they are alive, but and it's not death experience. But how do you make them aware that it is education about death?
That I don't know. I did look at different ways that death education was taught and the different curricula that were used. Early on in the 70s, curriculum did include discussions of afterlife and beliefs about the afterlife, and there were discussions about what a funeral is and planning your own funeral, that kind of thing. But I think it evolved away from that kind of overview of death as a social thing into death as a physical thing. And because it was safer, it was less controversial, and people felt that they wanted their children or their families to believe in death the way that they were comfortable believing about death. Not so much from a social, educational point of view, but more of a personal, family, or religious point of view.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I just want to thank Diane very much. Indeed, thank you. Okay, I haven't been able, we had the great privilege of being sent a video presentation by Deepa Nani, who's hopefully to be a Fulbright scholar here in interdisciplinary studies next year, but I can't raise it. And what I will do is I'll work on it at the end of the conference if people are still around and want to see her video, which was made in Delhi with her students, I believe. So I'm very sad not to show it. I cannot figure out how to download it. But I will try to find that out with some help from some of you maybe at the end of the conference. Let's proceed with the next panel. And Mike Kim is going to be our first presenter, and some of you have yet to meet Mike. Is in his second year?
Between my first and second.
Between his first and second years in interdisciplinary studies. Great to see you. I'm very pleased to have him speak.
Are you using video, Mike?
Oh, no, I'm using Spreaker.
No, I just meant I was going to turn the lights back on.
Okay. I'm using the audio of Spreaker, which is like great social media. Thanks for asking. Today, I come here and I want to kind of mesh theory and praxis, like what we're all doing here at TC, and my expression of that is by first saying that there's a march happening on Monday, and people are getting ready for that march in San Jose, California, for housing justice and equality in Silicon Valley. So if we can be mindful of the people at the Coalition Homeless Alliance Ministry. I've been involved with them for a while. Pastor Scott Wagers is really hitting the streets to help the homeless. So if we can recognize his work and the work of others, homeless veterans as well as homeless civilians out there. I also want to extend a dedication to Captain Linneruth, who touched many lives while he was alive at home and in the war zone, and his narrative of hazard can inform many for healing. Thank you for having me at this conference. Thanks, Dr. Broughton and my classmates. They've been a wonderful support while I've studied here and continue to study. Collateral damage in the home front, accelerated narratives of hazard in clinical supervision at war trauma care settings. That's what I'm dealing with today. According to Dr. Sarnet and Frau Leo Day, historically, during Freud's era, the classical approach to clinical supervision prioritized the patient as the object of clinical supervision, with the supervisor as the guru instructing the therapist about the patient's condition. Wallerstein moved clinical supervision beyond the classical model. Clinical supervision remained didactic, but focused on the frontline therapist's challenges, weaknesses, and resistance to the patient. Yet the supervisor still remained the guru. Similarly, even the good folks at the premier war trauma site, Berlin Treatment Center for Torture Victims, propose a model for clinical supervision that sees clinical supervision as, and they put it this way, a joint reflection of supervisor and supervisee about professional problems of the latter. Another prominent war/extreme trauma site, HPRT, Harvard Program in Refugee Trauma, has a rich trauma education component in its curriculum, yet does not cover the dynamic of clinical supervision. War veteran services in the United States are limited in the area of clinical supervision except for community-based readjustment counseling service veteran centers. Many war trauma care sites lack an expansive clinical supervision model. These observations about war trauma care sites are not a condemnation. I wonder if there can be an expansive narrative of clinical supervision for those with wounds of war and those treating clinical providers. There are many dedicated advocates, therapists, and clinical supervisors in the field of war trauma, though I think the clinical tempo is accelerated a la Paul Virilio's echo of human information collection, efficiency, and technology as being imperative. In clinical supervision, it seems that urgency and crisis intervention are behind the curtain of trauma healing and staff development. The dominant instrumental themes of clinical supervision are efficiency, effectiveness, expert knowledge, and authority. The evasion of hazard at home seems to follow the war zone. Indeed, over 20 veteran suicides occur each day. Indeed, only 350 psychologists in the Army cover 500,000 Army troop population. Indeed, there are asymmetrical wars that are unfolding constantly. In the haze of war, the great foot soldier's adage, slow is smooth, might be looked at in the context of clinical supervision at war trauma care sites. Wilfred Bion, the analyst and decorated British combat veteran, wrote in his book, Second Thoughts, A key characteristic of the thinking process which clinical supervision aims to facilitate is to develop an increasing capacity to tolerate feelings born of not knowing what to do until something more clinically relevant begins to emerge. My friends, this is beyond encouraging a less accelerated tempo in clinical supervision. Bion's words are a deposit into a narrative of hope. For Bion was a clinical supervisor at the war-torn military hospital of Northfield during World War II. He practiced clinical supervision unlike the first clinical supervisor, Freud. Both clinicians were empathetic geniuses and served the war-weary. Freud helping those at his free clinic, Bion at Northfield. Both radicalized the world of trauma treatment. Yet Bion was able to radicalize a system of treatment for troops affected by visible and invisible wounds of war. Bion at Northfield was able to negotiate the instrumental demands of a trauma care site. He was able to create a lively interpersonal reality for patients and trauma care providers. He also provided a useful tool for clinical supervisors who face the dark narratives of war. Bion aficionado Nathan Clenenden and I have engaged Bion's theories lately as we dialogue about war trauma, treatment, and narrative. Has Bion's war memoirs been an impact for the field? I'm not sure at this point, but we need to go back to this. Why? Because it opens up the clinical supervision process, the clinical supervisor, the frontline therapies, and it also opens up a story about a man who experienced war and a provider who helped many people in the terrain of trauma. In the book, Supervisory Relationships, the authors include an insightful description of Freud's relationship with his supervisee. One of Freud's letters to a supervisee, the renowned Sandor Ferenczi, Freud wrote to him saying, "We are in possession of the truth. I am sure of that, as I was 15 years ago." Eventually, Ferenczi and other supervisees were excluded from Freud's circle for having diverse ideas regarding clinical work. This is a window into another sad narrative in the terrain of war trauma clinical supervision. The sad story of Captain Peter Leinenruhr. It leads me to look at his accelerated narrative and think about his clinical supervision. As his profile was distributed by the media in a lightning fast way, his narrative by the media seems to be missing several questions. Dr. Patricia Cranton, professor here at Teachers College, has helped me to consider as I slow down and contemplate on the good captain's narrative. Which military superiors or clinical supervisors were helping the good captain facilitate a setting for self-care and self-evaluation? My recommendations as I close involve going with the transmissional, transactional, and the transformative. It is clear that the good captain was a hero, but he was also Don Quixote, trying to be noble. Where was his Sancho Panza? Can a clinical supervisor also be a wise squire for the journey of transformation, pain, and desire? there any questions?
Why was the first name? No, I don't mind it first name. How are you? This idea of accelerated narratives of hazard. Would you say that that process of irresponsible encapsulation, right? Not necessarily serving the patient, the client, right? How is it functioning in what you've been looking at so far? I mean, I'd like to spell in some of the people you're referring to later also. I really like what you're talking about. But how does this acceleration encapsulate something to the detriment of another? Because I understand that it's leaving out a lot of things. It's not necessarily serving them. Right?
Well, for starters, I think that war in itself strips the layers of the self. So, I mean, we're dealing in postmodern times or hyper-modern times or whatever, but, you know, we're pretty much like stripped of many things, you know, just by watching TV or going to a movie or just dealing with a 20-hour job that we go to every day, and we're like gerbils. But, you know, the American fighting woman or fighting man, you know, deals with, you know, all of this, and then being in a war zone and being stripped of all that, then coming back home, and in that readjustment period, there's a process of being stripped of, you know, financial prosperity, potential, all of these things that you know, being human, they're being taken away in many ways through the process of readjustment. And so I think that it's important for trauma sites and for people working with trauma survivors, you know, whether they're veterans or rape victims or victims of torture. You know, I mean, the refugee community, they suffer a lot. So I think, you know, we need to kind of like look at all of these acute issues that kind of like affect the survivor. We've got to maybe try to, you know, work at having the survivor have a greater sense of self. And I think that in clinical supervision, there can be a very empowering experience where the clinical supervisor lets go of the authority, the wisdom, and the power, and maybe lets the different micro-processes of treatment occur. And maybe in the end, the survivor can find some sense of meaning or meanings, or be maybe just engaged in meaninglessness of that type of existence.
I don't, I teach literature, so I'm just working in the stuff that helps human beings understand what it means to be human, right? And I have, over the past few years, had a lot of soldiers, undergraduate soldiers in my classroom from Iraq and Afghanistan. And I have no clinical training or anything like that, but I teach a course in modernist poetry, which is which is not easy stuff. And we do for a few weeks World War I poetry. And I was nervous when I started finding out that the soldiers were in my classroom. At first they're just students. I don't know about who they are, but they have loved. They always write when they choose poetry to write about. They always choose the war poetry, World War I poets, and they love reading this stuff and talking about it. And when they're given choices about what to talk about and what to write about, they always go to it as a way, I would imagine, to help. I don't know, but I just had to add that in. That I'm fine. I was initially anxious and nervous about teaching that. Maybe I'll skip the war poetry this term.
No, I encourage it, and I think that you made a good point, because I mean, if you notice, I close with Don Quixote, right? I really feel that to a certain extent that was an expression of Spain's collective trauma, and surely the philosopher Miguel de Unamuno uses Quixote as a certain person to kind of like reconcile Spain's issues with collective trauma and a chance of hope in many ways. But I think it's very, very important to look at trauma, whether it's veteran trauma, war trauma, or other types of trauma.
You mentioned having this guided tendency of clinical supervision to focus on questions of expedience and efficiency and authority and things of that nature. If we draw from what you're saying and look towards Wolford beyond to shift focus from treating symptoms and effectiveness of treatment, how do we evaluate in a supervisory context, how do we evaluate the treatment in terms of a search for truth, or, as you say, a reconstruction of the self? What are the criteria we use to?
Well, I think that's a great question, and it maybe could be tied into to Charlie's question in a way. Maybe I didn't do a good job in answering Charlie, but the thing is, I think we can be very instrumental, transactional, transformative in that whole process if we, as the clinician and as a clinical supervisor, kind of like help the patient as well as the frontline therapist kind of like be self-evaluating instead of having a system evaluate progress. Why don't we kind of let go of our power and let the patient kind of direct wellness? Why not that dialogue also involve the frontline clinician, and also like the good captain. I mean, this guy was doing everything he could to fight against the system. Well, he was working with the system, but he was also trying to fight for troops. Out in Iraq and Afghanistan, he was helping troops, and he got burnt out. And then he worked for the VA, got burnt out there. He sadly ended his life. Who knows what happened there? But my question is, who was helping him facilitate the deeper questions inside? Because I think that there's a problem with clinical supervision as it is in most settings, in that we go through these rote practices and these efficient approaches, and we miss looking at the human being, human need, human desire, and we miss the narrative of hope, and we get caught up with the narrative of hazard. It's Chris. Dr. Moffat.
I'm really struck by just the way in which you've characterized these possible relationships in terms of speed or slowness, and this sort of notion that slow is smooth struck me as really interesting in relationship to sort of interpersonal connections. I guess I was sort of wondering if you have any thoughts on just the way in which those speeds are precisely experienced, right? So that it's not just a sort of like we were talking before about kind of chronological time, but it's actually the experience of slowness is relative to whatever's happening at the moment. And within war, slowness is an experience in a relationship to a kind of acceleration or a kind of rupture or a kind of devastation, right, that's possible. So I wonder then about what that looks like in a sort of clinical setting. What is slowness, and in relationship to what kinds of sort of possible speeds?
In the clinical terrain or in the terrain of war, or both?
Well, I think what you sort of, like, you're kind of laying those up against each other, as I understand it a little bit. So that's...
Well, if I could only say that you know, a grunt's, you know, life is a very difficult life out there. And, you know, there are situations where one day you can be John Wayne and the next day you can be a total, as they call, a dirtbag. And the question is how do you negotiate that ontology, you know, that strange ontology at war? And so I think to really gauge it is a challenge. And I think that the clinical supervisor as well as the frontline therapist mirrors some of that, like the infantryman, in that it's very difficult to kind of like gauge the tempo. The only thing that you can do is kind of try to slow things down when, you know, mortars are coming in, or when you're trying to, you know, work on someone whose, you know, guts are coming out of the stomach. So, I mean, you know, it's very difficult to gauge, but I can guarantee that slow is smooth is probably beneficial in the scenarios, in the combat scenarios that I've made, that I've mentioned. And I think slow is smooth probably, you know, if I can detail it in the therapy room, when a guy is saying that he's going to walk out of the trauma site and he's going to jump out of the building, and he will do that. Slow is smooth, right there. And I think when the clinical supervision happens related to that incident, slow is smooth in describing that, and also for the clinical supervisor to receive that and maybe absorb that haziness, violence, and aggression. And so maybe, you know, I know you're an expert in the area of space as well. Maybe it's also an issue of space as far as, you know, creating spaces of absorbing multiple layers of trauma.
To kind of bounce off of this last question, project from Chris earlier, we should call it Dr. Monk. And then the question, about 3 questions ago about poetry, is that yours?
Yeah.
About reading poetry in the English classes. I once had a conversation with a fellow who's a poet, he's also a doctor at Harvard Medical School, Rafael Campo, published poet, and also does more medical things. And one thing that he talked about was how he would give his, and he's not dealing with patients predominantly that have been in war spaces, but he would give his patients that predominantly were terminal, he would give them, along with the medical literature about the condition, he would give them poetry as a way to, you know, for various reasons, but he didn't necessarily put it in this language, so I'm doing a kind of interpretation of why he did that, or why it might work. And I'm wondering if in some ways, I'm wondering, and I don't know anything about this, but that if poetry or maybe other certain art forms, but let's just stick with poetry, might be a way to slow down in the therapy room, sort of in the sense of there can be so much official language of the, you know, of everything that's going on, that poetry might open up spaces of slowerness. And I'm just trying to connect what you were saying earlier. There might be a way, maybe that was part of what was captivating about it. Is poetry having the ability to disrupt this kind of, even once you're out, I would imagine, even once you're out of the war scene, that there's still a sense of acceleration that's on you and all of that. And then I'm wondering if, you know, poetry, for example, demands that you slow down in some ways to receive it. And I'm wondering if there might be some kind of use of it in that context.
I see it as a value. I used to be a monk, and I used to write a lot of Korean poetry, and then I ended up coming back from Iraq as a soldier, and I couldn't read. I wanted to start the doctoral program immediately because I thought, I could just do it, and I couldn't read. So what did I do? I wrote, and I wrote aphorisms and epigrams, and I have maybe 1,000 of them, and I was able to kind of like have set up the first veteran narrative writing group, in the city. And we even performed, and it was tremendous for me. I think it was able to, for me, poetry and the arts were really able to kind of like give me a certain space where, I can talk about, my broken home life. I can talk about, the friends that I missed. I can talk about the dead, but without doing it in such a raw, direct way. I can engage the rawness, but through poetry. So I think you're onto something.
I wish we had time, Michael, to hear some of your poems. They are very brief, the ones I know. Do you have one with you?
I actually do. I have a lot of them, and they're very contemplative for me because I don't know. I think it's helpful for me to kind of look at the poetry and see the poems as kind of like stones in the road of my new life of readjustment. So you take a couple out. They've turned into, some have turned into mantras, some have turned into just really important pieces of my life. Some of them are kind of like related to my monastic life and also war, because I think I'm also a man of peace as much as a man of war. And this one deals with some of that. I was gathering the fragments as suggested by St. John in the complete gospel. She didn't give a damn, and I am still gathering the fragments to nourish the soul. How are you processing me? Is my narrative finding a place in our community? That would help me get home. Home is not just where the heart is, but where the community is. Let my soul rest. Civilian is not a bad word, for I see you are totally responsible for the reintegration reality. Every morning I wake up with this thought. I look within and embrace. I'm no Pavlovian stimulus reaction. I have empty heartbeats from a nebulous death in Iraq. If the Veterans Hospital is supposed to be my Valhalla, then maybe I should have had a full death over there.
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Matt Collin. I won't even say recent doctoral graduate because it seems like several years now, but currently assistant professor at the Pratt Institute. And welcome, Matt.
All right, thanks. Okay, so what I'm going to present is a really short version of a much longer essay. This is about La Universidad de la Tierra, which is also known as Unitierra, which is one of the first Zapatista autonomous universities. La Universidad de la Tierra is located in San Cristobal de las Casas in Chiapas, Mexico. Although there are many schools and universities in this colonial town, there is one that is not part of the national system of schools and universities, and that is La Universidad de la Tierra. In fact, in spite of the use of university in the title, La Universidad de la Tierra is from the perspective of those who work there, not a school at all. It is, however, part of a larger education project called the Indigenous Intercultural System of Informal Education that, along with UNITIERA, which is another name for this school, includes the Indigenous Center for Integral Work, the Center for Intercultural Studies, the Center for Emanuel Wallerstein Studies, and the University Center of Open and Distance Education that is all located in the same 20-acre parcel of land. Okay, so the specific activities and workshops that the students at this university are trained in are, among other things, organic agriculture and technology that is organized around the spheres of domestic, artisanal, and technical kinds of work and training. All of the students that participate in these activities, regardless of their specific sphere of training, also participate in workshops focused on community nutrition and health issues. The recognition for this education project is sought in the indigenous communities it serves in Chiapas, avoiding at all costs the legitimation and capture by the state. In other words, the state doesn't recognize the kinds of education taking place at UNITIERA, and the students and facilitators who live and work at UNITIERA prefer it that way. In total, about 400 or so students live, study, and work at UNITIERA. Any and all of these students are allowed to participate in as many of the organized workshops and training sites as they want, in which their schedule allows. The students come from all over the state and speak a variety of languages, including Zeltal, Tzotzil, Toholabal, Chol, and Mam. In spite of the language differences that are more pronounced with the young women who enter the university and often do not speak Spanish, all of the students work, sleep, and study together. These students also take an active role in the functioning of the school, including both making and serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner to all the people that work and reside there. A rotating schedule ensures that everybody participates at one time or another, and all of the work necessary to keep the school functioning. Students who have been engaged in their chosen field of work study also participate in facilitating and helping out new students in their work. Okay, so although it's not officially aligned with the Zapatista movement, the indigenous-led anarcho-Marxist social movement that took the world by storm in 1994 and has since almost completely disappeared from the public eye, continue their attempt to create an autonomous life more than 19 years after their initial uprising. There are political murals of EZLN commanders that adorn buildings that are named after such figures as Emanuel Wallerstein and Ivan Illich. There are also whispers that Raimundo Sanchez, one of the original commanders of the EZLN, during the 1994 uprising is actually the director. What really leaves little doubt, however, as to the connection this non-school has to the Zapatista movement is their embrace of the concept of autonomy. So what does it mean to say that a school or university is autonomous? What does it mean to say that UNITIERA is autonomous? Autonomous here should be conceived as the creation of a life at a distance from the state, not simply the local, state, and national government, although in a very strict sense, that is exactly what the Zapatistas have done. To be an EZLN autonomous community or family is to accept nothing from official government, no advice, no gifts, no help, no resources, nothing. And to do otherwise, even if it is little as a bag of concrete or 2,000 pesos that the government sometimes, which is about 170 bucks, that the government sometimes provides to campesino families to help them make it through the months that exist between harvests, is to be extricated from the movement and the governing and military structures that define it. The strict avoidance of involvement in all state-sponsored institutions has been quite controversial, with many families and communities being cut out of the movement for simply sending their children to local government-sponsored schools. However, this question of living at a distance from the state is more than simply not participating in official governing institutions. Although created in the early 1970s, Deleuze and Guattari's concept of Urstaat, what they used to refer to the earliest original manifestations of the state, is arguably one of their more important political conceptual innovations. It is the Urstaat that creates the kind of collective subjectivities that ensure that productive labor and accumulation find their way into every aspect of contemporary life. This is an especially important concept for understanding what is at issue for this indigenous-led social movement that has been working towards the creation of an autonomous existence based on the simultaneous defense and recreation of pre-colonial forms of collective life, a life whose autonomy is based on the elimination of the state from its presence. So what is that exactly is the state from this perspective? As is well known, Deleuze and Guattari's work on the state emerged out of a sustained engagement with the work of anthropologist Pierre Clastres, who questioned the evolutionary theories endemic to Marxist thought of societal change that traditionally viewed the emergence of the state as the result of the appearance of increasingly complex forms of socioeconomic life, a life that grew in tandem with the spread of the capitalist division of labor. By contrast, Clastres posited that the state is something that has always existed and that those who have managed to avoid its grasp are those peoples, specifically for Clastres, so-called primitive peoples, that created the kinds of sociocultural mechanisms that work to avoid the imposition of the state. In other words, the earliest original forms of stateliness, the consolidation of power in a few hands, the hierarchical organization of society, a monopoly over the legitimate use of violence, and the ability to forcibly extract profit riches from the work of others is always lurking around the corner. While this ideal state has been enacted to varying degrees of success, such despotism has served as the horizon of all that the state desires to be. Those who have managed to avoid such aspects of stateliness did so not as a result of accident, luck, or an undeveloped form of socioeconomic organization that predated the advent of capitalism, but rather through a form of sociocultural organization intentionally designed to prohibit or limit the possibility of the formation of a state. Why have so-called primitive peoples, from Clastres' perspective, organized themselves around deterring the formation of a state? Precisely because they were well aware of the consequences of its emergence. Here we should think of the Spanish word for state, due to the way that it serves as a clue for the operation of stateliness in the context of formal education in Mexico, especially in regard to the poor or those living on the margins of the nation. The word for state in Spanish is estado. However, this word also refers to being, specifically the past participle of to be, as in he estado, I have been, or has estado, you have been. But the past participle not only indicates a specific kind of being, but also insinuates some kind of ossification of that being, as in what you are now will continue into the foreseeable future. To think the state is necessarily to conceive of the capture of being, to ensure that what has will continue as is and remain imminent to the state capital nexus. To continue as is to be part of the strict segmentarity inherent to the state and its capitalist axiological machine that spreads itself out to the point of simultaneously extinguishing the appearances of any singularities while dissolving the separation between state and society. In this context, we can understand the education system of the nation-state as a kind of mapping, where El Estado, the state, is dead set on continuing the 500-year-old process whereby what was, at its very inception, continues to be. And by mapping here, I'm referring to the way that these indigenous students are identified as so many sources of cheap labor, potential voters to be bought off, and inhabitants of communal lands whose value is marked in dollar signs, the very thing that Marx identified as magical in the supposedly very secular universe of capital. Okay, so let me just jump ahead here a little bit. I want to talk about the work of Celestine Fernet, and hopefully this will make sense towards the end. So Celestine Fernet is known for placing the printing press in the center of his classroom, and I want to call him here the pedagogue of objects. Although he wasn't the first to utilize a printing press in the classroom, he became well known for using it as a centerpiece in incorporating work and initiating collective writing projects into the classroom on subject matter decided upon by the students themselves. While never specifically discussing the role of objects in his teaching, his use of the printing press in the classroom suggests that he conceived of them as conceptual tools that, when unleashed within the context of a classroom, had the potential to change the kind of predetermined relationships that typically existed between students and teachers, and also between students and their own work in French schools. Through the introduction of the printing press into the classroom was fundamentally changed. This change played out through the appearance of one object and the corresponding disappearance of another. The printing press was placed in a central location in the classroom, and as a result, the podium was eventually amputated from its primary position in the front of the classroom. The basic teleology of the classroom and how learning was to occur was fundamentally altered as the teacher no longer occupied the same place of authority. A more diverse range of activities and subject matters began to be reintroduced into the classroom, not through the implementation of specific curricula, but rather through the aggregate that was created as the students began to engage with and become plugged into the new object that suddenly stood before them as a centerpiece of their learning environment, connecting them to topics and readings they would never have engaged with otherwise. Traditional hierarchical relationships in the classroom began to dissolve, including the one between the students and the teacher. It was the introduction of the object and the work on and through this object taken up by the students that formed new collective learning processes and forms of social organization that helped the classroom become completely unbound from the limitations, the rules, the relationships, and regulations that saw them sit rigidly in front of the teacher as he recited predetermined lessons on history of the nation and the culture in which they found themselves. New assemblages began to be created within the confines of Frenette's classroom, replacing traditional institutionally designed directives and government-mandated forms of teaching and learning that emanated outward from the platform. The end result was the release of new desires that escaped the impasses of the state. With the arrival of the printing press, the state was subtracted from Frenette's classroom, serving as a foil to the institution's intention to conserve. So for Deleuze, this act of subtraction was exactly what was at work in the plays of Carmelos Bene. It was Bene's theater, Deleuze argued, that brought traditional plays to life, not through the act of criticism, but rather through alterations in the characters that typically drove the storylines and determined the kinds of sets used in the traditional renderings of the plays he was working with. These alterations took the form of what Deleuze described as subtractions or amputations from the original production. For Deleuze, Bene's act of subtraction of specific characters from a play gives birth to and multiplies the unexpected as in a prosthesis that brings to life the potentiality of characters that were previously masked. In one example, Bene amputates Romeo from Romeo and Juliet, bringing the previously dormant qualities of Mercutio's life to visibility for the first time. For Deleuze, the way that Bene alters a play so as to render it anew made him less a director than a surgeon or an operator, in the sense that these procedures of modification to the body of the play had to take place with absolute precision. In some examples, Bene amputates characters such as Romeo, while in others, Bene amputates entire structures of power from the play, as what he did to the royal family in his portrayal of Richard III. Particularly significant is the way that Deleuze reminds us that Bene's acts of subtraction not only change the actual materials in the theater, but also the representational logic that produces it. By taking away primary, stable components necessary for the reproduction of theater as representational, his creations become a permanent space of disequilibrium that escapes the state's desire to conserve. For Deleuze, Bene's work as a surgeon of the theater becomes the work of a war machine. If we transpose Deleuze's thought about Carmelo Bene's plays into the context of the school where the classroom becomes a theater, with a set and the teacher is conceived as an operator, similar questions arise in regard to the dynamics of power. Namely, how does one extricate a genuine education from a state education? And how does one extricate genuine thought from the thought of the state? With Bene, as well as with Frenette, such a process of escaping the state does not occur through mere ideological alterations, which in the case of the theater, Deleuze reminds us, would amount only to the creation of parody or the adding of literature to literature. With school, the focus on ideology most frequently yields a change in the wording and the curriculum, a critique of power focused on alterations to language. A genuine education and thought, however, appear at the point that changes in the organizational dynamics of the institutional setting create new kinds of prostheses that are able to avoid the kinds of impasses that have become standardized. Impasses that determine the way that students learn and the people within the classroom relate to one another. For Deleuze, the power that is on display in educational settings is less a product of ideology than it is reflective of the organization of the people within that space, the groups that are formed, the interactions that take place, and the decision-making processes that emerge from such groups. For Bene, the reorganization of theater that allows for the potential to extricate plays from the representational logic of the state of things operates by way of a subtraction that focuses on the role of new characters that have previously been concealed from view. It is the characters that give caprice to the objects that surround her, infusing them with significance and determining their utility. While Frenette's intentions are similar, his approach to the set of his classroom operates through an opposing logic. Instead of subtraction, he adds. And instead of prioritizing characters, students, he prioritizes objects. So it is the object for Frenette that gives caprice to the students. Something leaves the scene, but the process of subtraction is less drastic, less immediate, not so much reliant on a cut as it is a deterioration. Amputation occurs, but the amputation is the end result of a growing uselessness. The great object of the state in the classroom, the platform that enables the professor to profess, thereby granting him the power to instill in his subjects all the representational logic inherent to their culture, their history, and the curriculum that reproduces the French nation is rendered useless in a similar way that particular objects of the set of Romeo and Juliet become frivolous upon the amputation of Romeo. However, it is the new prosthesis created through the interaction of the student printing press couplet in Frenette's classroom that renders the platform useless, dead, and withered to the point that it falls away. Through addition in Frenette's classroom, the state is amputated. So what does the work of the pedagogue of objects have to do with Uni Tierra? In this case, I want to bring attention to one particular object at Uni Tierra, and that is the gas generator that exists within the confines of a brick structure about 14 feet high and 10 feet wide. There's nothing particularly exceptional about this structure. It is a simple brick building with a roof made of red clay tiles and a green painted wooden door on the side, with painted murals covering the outer walls that depict scenes from rural indigenous life in Chiapas. From the top of the structure, a cloud of black soot spews out in tandem with a loud humming of a machine, a humming that can be heard around campus. When one enters Uni Tierra, it might be easy to ignore this structure. After all, it is surrounded by much more important looking buildings that are bathed in bright paints with neatly kept pebble-covered walkways that weave in and out of the buildings, greenhouses, duck ponds, and rabbit houses that sit on the hill across from the main entrance. However, there is no object that is so central in enabling this project of autonomy to exist. With this object, the students and workers here are able to physically and materially de-link themselves from the dependence on the federal government and all the associated forms of patronage and manipulation that have gone hand in hand with this colonial relationship over the last 500 years. The creation of Uni Tierra, as well as its ongoing development and use, is absolutely dependent on the existence and maintenance of the gas generator that provides the electrical and material power necessary to create this autonomous territory out of nothing. As one moves through the university, walking in and out of the buildings and around the space of campus, one becomes plugged into these rumblings in the same way that every building, machine, and classroom is also plugged into the energy that emanates from it. There's something rightly anarchic and formless about the sound as it moves and reverberates between and within buildings, and then seeps through the chain link fence that surround the land, drawing and expanding upon the desire for an autonomous life as it touches the students and teachers that live there.
And you wind up, man?
Yep. To this end, the object is not just a product of the imputation of value from within to without, an idiosyncratic or social value projected into an object that surrounds us, but also simultaneously a holder of a particular organizational potential and value within the context of this group, in much the same way that the printing press served as a locus of collective work in Frenette's classroom. Okay, so to conclude, Deleuze argues that what Benet's rendition of the life of Marquis de Sade indicates through the amputation of the sadistic master is that the slave is not at all the reverse image of the master, nor his replica, nor his contradictory identity. He constitutes himself piece by piece, morsel by morsel, through the neutralization of the master. He gains his autonomy through the master's amputation. Although in many cases, Zapatista autonomous education projects are often forced to initially rely upon the spaces, the methods, the organizational techniques, and curriculum of the state. In many instances, that's all they've ever known. The delinking from the government structures that have created a debilitating relationship between indigenous people and the nation of Mexico has allowed for the possibility of the extrication of the master. The gas generator is the source from which the ongoing reconceptualization of education by and for indigenous students proliferates. Their anarchic experimentations with new ways of learning remaining intact. In this way, Uni Tierra exists as a pedagogical lesson of sorts through the way that it provides a salient example of how education can depart from the status of the state institution through the addition of objects that leads to the reorganization of the social life of institutions. The school is what is left behind at Uni Tierra, and in its place is an education of open constitution, one that works to prepare students for an autonomous life, a good life, and a life organized outside of the purview of the state.
I'm struck this notion of subtraction, the kind of n-1 sort of as a methodology for the kind of sobriety. I think in relationship to Mike's sort of notion of slowness, like this idea of slowing down as a way to respond to something that maybe is not slow. And so I guess I have a similar question then in this kind of context. if we think of this subtraction of a state as a possibility within an educational frame, are we to think that state is simply gone now from that, or is it in some ways also precisely like functioning in relationship to an existing state, right? So that the subtraction is not simply a kind of absence, but a way of trying to establish another relation, another possible relationship to something that's continuing. The state doesn't simply go away because you remove it from the classroom. So then the classroom becomes a kind of sort of war machine within a larger field. Does that make sense? I don't know how to.
I mean, the way that I would I mean, one of the problems and one of the main issues with this apotheosis has been the issue of education. And a lot of communities have been alienated from the movement. I think I mentioned it really briefly. And a lot of communities leave the movement because they're kind of unable to imagine a way where their kids can get some kind of education where at some point it's going to be, the state needs to recognize it. So they begin with a number of elementary schools, for example, and then after elementary school, if they want to have kids actually go on to a middle school or something like that, where do they go? Because the state schools, the government-sponsored schools, don't recognize it. So they've been slow to develop these other kinds of education. I think it's, I mean, for me, this question of the state and government, I think, is really important to decouple. I think we get, oftentimes we conflate the two things, and I didn't talk enough about that in the paper, but they're decoupling from the government. I think there's, you know, these aren't utopian projects. There's a lot of problems within them, and if you want to kind of use some of the ideas of Deleuze already here about what the state is, you can find that within the context of Interdisciplinary. You can find that within the context of communities, gender relationships, etc. But, so I think it's, in this question between subtraction and amputation, I found myself thinking more about this withering away, that it's a slow process. And on some levels, you can kind of take dramatic steps to separate yourself from it, but there's still internally, there's all this, these other kind of state formations at work, or examples of stateliness at work. So there's different levels of success. I don't know if I'm answering the question specifically, but you know, the idea here, and I think the reason that it's so interesting is because it's gone on for so long, but that they've also come to the realization that there are no shortcuts necessarily. You're not going to go from one state or one type of existence to another type of existence, you know, overnight. And so they really had to work through a lot of these questions of violence and hierarchical organization endemic to a lot of these indigenous communities. And but the first step was separating themselves completely from governmental institutions because they just figured it was impossible, or they waited so long that there was no way to work within that context. I don't know if I'm answering the question or. Yeah.
The strange association. So this is an odd bit of tidbit of literature that if there's 100 books in a family's home, kids get A's. If there's 50 books, the kids get B's. At school, there's big predictors. So, you know, you talk to parents, they say, I'll just put some books in my house, and you kind of laugh. But I always thought, that's probably all you have to do. But I think what you're trying to say is if you take the family as a form of mini-state, power differential, obviously, between the big people and the little people that live in there, and that the way we store books is visual. We always have them on bookshelves. You never take books like everything else that kids own and shove them in a bin and put a lid on it. You're always stacking books or restacking them or putting them in a visible place. But learning to read them one's own becomes a powerful gesture of the child by this object that's presented to them. So I think it's the first time I understood maybe some glimpse into how there's a power of that object to transform the family, and that you can't switch it quickly. You not become a grown-up, you grow into a grown-up, and that you grow with these books. But I think it's helpful, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, you know, Ron Sear talks about that quite a bit in terms of like having the book in common, and that essentially his students, or at least in the ignorant schoolmaster, talking about the work of Jean Cousteau, that the students they taught themselves how to understand this book that was not written in their language. They did it on their own, but they had one object that was in common to them. I think that the way that Fernette is talking about it is a little bit different, but there are kind of organizational potentials. There are aesthetic potentials within objects that I think when kind of utilized in a particular way can help formulate and create a different kind of social dynamic, right, and social relationships. And that's why I think Fernette's work is so interesting. And so I started to think about it within the context of Deleuze-Guattari and this notion of the state and subtracting and imputation and how that might function.
I was trying to mesh what you're saying with something tangible around us and how it can function actively around us, and then Occupy Wall Street kept coming up, might seem a little cliche, but also that the act there was eventually, stood strongly as the destruction and subtraction of the system of all of their library systems, the tent that they set up that was their literary center in a lot of ways. And is it possible that they didn't have an object that they replaced Wall Street with? You know, I mean, of what should wither, and I'm not saying Wall Street necessarily wither or should wither, but, and I guess also sort of how can we practically use it in our institutions without getting fired? But I don't know how I can phrase that as a question. I'm just sort of trying to figure out a practical, I mean, it seems very useful. I just haven't got my mind around it. Was I saying something? That was a question, I'm not sure. I'll come back to it.
San Cristobal de las Casas is the main town where the university is. There's not a lot of Zapatista activity in that town, but that there is a plot of land. There's a long history to it, and there are other kind of objects on campus that I think are important. I didn't have time to discuss so much, but it's on the outskirts of town, of this colonial town, in Chiapas.
Oh, I have something moving forward. Sorry. Deprivation. Legitimizes, I have so many notes from you while you're talking. The deprivation is a sort of violent act, even though it's not confrontational. And if a system doesn't allow the recognition of an educational, what was built there as an educational thing, waiting to let it wither is still depriving a lot of people from sort of a feeling, at least they have their self-feeling of legitimization, but they have no sort of functionality outside of that. And I didn't realize that until you said sort of chain link vest around that. You know, I mean, are they trapped within it, or are they actually, you know, so are they depriving themselves of something too, an opportunity there? I mean, you said along they're not in a rush. I mean, they've gotten their gains.
Well, no, they would. I would say they'd like it to happen sooner. I think that actual work of creating a different kind of existence takes a long time. I meant to say there's no shortcuts to that. So there's a lot of problems with the movement. So I think this is one of the more interesting aspects of it. But no, I'd like it to happen. I think really quick, but it's really deprivation.
Too much of violent act. You know, like even though it might be passive or it might be neglect, but one way or another it hurts.
But you have to understand the relationship between indigenous people within that context in the Mexican state. Indigenous people, that's a complex question too, that within Mexico, but people who speak indigenous languages, rural peoples, they really haven't been incorporated within the nation state at all. And also there's a history of Chiapas in relationship to the rest of Mexico. It was the last state. It used to be part of Guatemala. It's got the largest percentage of indigenous speakers in the country.
No, that explains a lot.
There's another history there.
I'm going to move things along. Remember that speakers who can stay after the end today may find many people who haven't been able to ask questions have questions still for them. also with your permission, I would like to down your email address, and that we'd like to circulate to you what we do with the video, what kinds of communications you might want to make with each other. So do please fill in that sign-up sheet. I couldn't find it earlier. It seems to have disappeared, but if anybody sees it in front of them, please keep circulating it, because this afternoon's...
There's a tablet.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Is that tablet it right there?
It's
It was
the
on your
pad under
tablet.
there. This afternoon's audience is different from this morning's, which is great. The more the merrier. What I'd like to do, with Blake's permission, is I'd like to play a video which I pulled up from Carrie Radzow, who was unable to be here, but videotaped a short summary of the work that she's doing on fantasy and magic. The reason I'd like to do that is I'm terrified it's going to disappear and be amputated from the laptop. So I'm just going to play that, and then Blake will make his presentation. Is it okay? And Carrie's a third-year interdisciplinary doctoral student with a background in English education. And she sent her apologies. Can somebody dim the lights for me?
Thank you to Professor John Broughton for inviting me to do this remotely. I'm quite sorry that I'm not there in person. I think that this video form is probably less engaging than being there in person with you, and of course, being able to participate and engage and listen to your talks. But I'm also the Assistant Director of Admissions at the Columbia University School of General Studies, and I'm recruiting in Southern California and visiting community colleges in the LA area. So I hope to talk to you, fairly briefly about embodied dimensions of magical knowledge and pedagogy and archetypes in fantasy literature. So I've been looking at fantasy literature and looking at Jungian archetypes and representations of differences in learning and teaching, and specifically looking at magicians, wizards, witches, even fairies and vampires. And I found that there's a number of different representations of pedagogy, and they manipulate knowledge differently, they embody magic, they dispel power in magic, kind of on different terms from one another. And we see, a spectrum of teaching and learning, curiosity and growth, the acquisition of knowledge, the mastery of disciplines, training and apprenticeships, transformations and triumphs, and also some dark things, failure, weakness, some, bad teachers, and hopelessness, and kind of some shadowy entities, that power imbalances and many other things. So it's interesting also to look at how knowledge is stored and transmitted and passed on, and even how access is presented. And we're presented with aspects of education that are real, and very mimetic of present-day realities, even though they're strange and sometimes impossible and unknown. So all of this really presents sort of vexing challenges to the realities that we're familiar with and conscious of in everyday contemporary educational fields. So now, fantasy at large as a term is very slippery. There's no meat and potatoes definition. It might be futile to even try to define it based on kind of what scholars have decided, fantasy is or was or might be. But, even though we can't necessarily define it, we can absolutely engage with it as a genre. And, basically in fantasy literature, we're seeing educational motifs with very particularly and nobly imagined pedagogical aims, And this is interesting. And right now, in contemporary culture, there's an explosion of fantasy. I think we saw, this overwhelming, raid of vampires, and more recently zombies, which I'm not really dealing with, but zombies, that is. And now, more recently, witches even. And all of this kind of is worth looking into. But I am fairly limiting this to literature, but it's definitely related to a broader context as well. So let's dive into some of the literature and some of the meaning, that we can glean. To begin, Patrick Rothfuss. He's a Wisconsin-based writer. This is a trilogy, The Name of the Wind. This is the first book. Actually, the third book of the trilogy isn't out yet even, so we're waiting for this. And it's interesting because this is a university that he's able to attend, the protagonist that is able to attend, but there are tremendous, issues financing his education, and this is kind of a new twist on the the wizard school or the magician school, issues of how to pay for it, and this is very much so, mirrors issues with student loans and debts, and it's interesting, and I am giving spoilers, so I am sorry about that. Plug your ears if you want to dive into this freshly without hearing this conversation, but basically in this particular series, he actually borrows money from this kind of witchy figure, and he trades a vial of his blood, which in the realm of magic, the blood can be used for very serious magic against him through sympathetic magic, and it could very well kill him. He's always able to be tracked down because of this, so there's no hiding to kind of try to avoid paying the student loans. So this is a little bit interesting. Also, he really kind of deals with, deals with access to places that are forbidden to him. He's unfortunately barred from the archives at the university and has to navigate and earn his way in. And so this is kind of rich with problems, problems of education, but casted in a fantastical world. So, and let me see if I can give you any decent quotes here. So, let's see, here's a quote about the loans. All right. So, quote, I had a decent chance of paying off the 2 loan talent, and the talent is the currency in this world. I hope to move up the ranks in the fisheries soon. Once I was allowed to pursue my own projects, I could start earning real money. All I needed was to stay in classes long enough. It was just a matter of time. That's really what I was borrowing, time. One more term. Who knew what opportunities might present themselves in the next 2 months? But even as I tried to talk myself into it, I knew the truth. It was a bad idea. I was begging for trouble. But let's see, end quote. And so, in this book, it's a lot about him working while studying and kind of being bound to, these shadowy entities because of financial situations. And another interesting contemporary example would be Lev Grossman's book, New York Times bestseller, The Magicians, which you might have seen at the airport or in bookstores. This is the first book in a trilogy, and interestingly enough, this book is really about administrative structures within a university and access even. So basically, the protagonist is somehow selected, he's special, and he's selected for admission to take an admissions exam at a place called Brakebills College, and he does pass the exam. He has to demonstrate magical talent that he didn't know he had. He's admitted. But what's interesting about this book is that there's also one of his peers, a friend, a woman, rather a girl at that stage, who is barred admission. She doesn't pass the test, and obviously this deals with standardized exam issues these days. But she actually goes a different route and becomes a witch, meaning she learns magic and spells and other things outside of the institution, and then later comes back and contributes to the community after going through this kind of dark period of feeling as though she failed. And so that's, you know, another interesting twist on everyday realities reflected in fantasy literature. So let's see, here's a quote about this, you know, exam he's taken. All the desks were identical, and on each one an ordinary blank blue test booklet was laid out, with a very thin, very sharp number 3 pencil next to it. It was the first thing Quentin had seen here that was familiar. There was one empty seat toward the back of the room, and he sat down and scooched his chair forward with a deafening screech. He almost thought he saw Julia's face among the crowd, but she turned away almost immediately, and anyway, there was no time. So this is kind of, you know, continues on with the anxiety of the test, and since the outcomes are pretty heavy, whether they're allowed access to this magical school or not, but this is an interesting read. Also, Ursula K. Le Guin, Wizard of Earthsea, this predates the Harry Potter series, and I'm sure inspired the Harry Potter series. Ursula K. Le Guin is a brilliant scholar. Not only is she an amazing fantasy writer, she's also contributed to science fiction, you know, immensely, and she's also, you know, somebody who's contributed to the theory of fantasy. You know, she's talked about how fantasy is a real wilderness. Those who go there should not feel safe. It's not just about let's pretend to be dragons. And, you know, the stakes are high, and you know, it's about a different order of reality. And also her brother, Carl Kroeber, he was an English professor at Columbia. He did pass in 2009, but he also contributed to fantasy immensely, and also helped kind of form a discourse on how fantasy is different than science fiction. He talks about how science fiction is about the extrapolation of science, meaning it's about conceiving a future world, but in conceiving a future world, you're crystallizing that future world, and you're setting it, you know, in the future as a thing. It's done. This is what it is. He says it much more eloquently than I am. But whereas fantasy isn't dealing with the future, it's dealing with the past in many ways, because if you think about it, these archetypes like dragons, witches, fairies, these are timeless things that kind of merge and change and adjust with contemporary culture, but they're things that have crept up from the past, even though you know, they're often developing endlessly. But fantasy actually looks inward and deals with what he calls self-involuting. So you're turning inward as well as, you know, kind of using these things from the past. So, and also fantasy is dealing with magic, whereas science fiction, not so much dealing with magic, more dealing with science. But anyway, back to Ursula K. Le Guin, Carl Kroeber's sibling. This is such a powerful book on pedagogy. We see, you know, incredible representations of teaching and learning and mentorship and failure and, you know, growth and self-discovery, identity, and all of these things. So also we see, you know, there was one of the first kind of popular wizard schools before Hogwarts called the Rogue School. And, you know, the school, quote, Rogue keeps it secret, so there were also kind of mysterious things about it. So, you know, this beautiful quote, the book deals with naming and the act of naming, and to name is to know or to discover, you know, and to assert knowledge. And so an unformed knowledge or partial knowledge and even experimentation are cast as evil in this book, you know, and so kind of training is looked upon very seriously, and a disciplined imagination. So, and even rote memorization, you know, that's part of the canon of what it means to be a wizard. You know, you have an apprenticeship, you have a mentor. It's not like being a witch where you might kind of go out under the full moon and, you know, dance with the devil, what have you. It's about kind of having this more structured form of knowledge. So here's a beautiful quote about when this goes wrong, meaning the protagonist in the book, you know, kind of uses his power misuses his power. So, quote, "You have great power inborn in you, and you use that power wrongly to work a spell over which you had no control, not knowing how that spell affects the balance of light and dark, life and death, good and evil. And you were moved to do this by pride and by hate. Is it any wonder the result was ruin? You summoned a spirit from the dead, but with it came one of the powers of unlight. Uncalled it came from a place where there are no names. Evil, it wills to work evil through you. It is a shadow of your arrogance, the shadow of your ignorance, that shadow you cast. Has shadow a name?" Unquote. So, basically in The Wizard of Earthsea, it's kind of the idea that with great power comes great responsibility, and it's about restoring order and control. And so I found that the archetype of wizards really, deals sort of with this very much so ordered and controlled bodies of knowledge. So let's see what else. Now, also dealing with, most of these books somehow deal with not only triumphs but failures. So even The Last Unicorn by fantasy writer Peter Beagle has a lovely quote here about an apprenticeship, that doesn't lead to the fruition of a mighty wizard. So I'll read this as well. So, quote, "I will tell you a story," Schmendrick said, and this is the wizard Schmendrick. And many of you are familiar with the movie maybe, but the book is a great read as well. "As a child, I was apprenticed to the mightiest magician of all, the great Nikos, whom I have spoken of before. But even Nikos, who could turn cats into cattle, snowflakes into snowdrops, and unicorns into men, could not change me into so much as a carnival card sharp. At least he said to me, 'My son, your ineptitude is so vast, your incompetence so profound, that I am certain you are inhabited by greater power than I have ever known. Unfortunately, it seems to be working backward at the moment, and even I can find no way to set it right. It must be that you are meant to find your way to reach your power in time, but frankly, you should live so long as that will take you. Therefore, I grant that you shall not age from this day forth, but will travel the world round and round, eternally inefficient, until at last you come to yourself and know what you are. Don't thank me, I tremble at your doom." End quote. So, Schmendrick, the kind of failed wizard, is sort of self-aware of his miserable status as this, low-ranking, goofy wizard. And his teacher sort of abandoned him to just kind of go out in the world with this, lousy power and learn that way. It's a mode of learning. And in fact, of course, in the end, good triumphs. So basically, wizards were seen relearning and remembering languages, and the act of learning is obviously involves spell casting and other things, and discovering what might be hidden even. And let's see. So it's interesting though, because I think with witches, it's different. Learning is different with witches, and I'm still kind of getting a sense of this scholarship, and even looking at anthropology and how witches' power is sometimes in some cultures tied to the body, and even in a very popular book, Witchcraft and the Azande, they basically you might have a witch organ, like similar to like a spleen, that where your power is, and you might not be aware of it. So. But anyway, in C.S. Lewis's The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the white witch scorns magical and rote types of learning that depends on rules and books, which she claims, became extinct in her world. And she says, quote, "I see you are a magician of sort. How do you come to know magic? I see what you are. You are a little peddling magician who works by rules and books. There is no real magic in your blood and heart. Your kind was made an end in my world thousands of years ago." End quote. So basically, in many of these books on magic and fantasy, we're dealing with power, we're dealing with knowledge, and this actually does relate to theories of magic. Marcel Mauss talks about how knowledge is power, and magic is, within fantasy, is that mysterious entity that gives inertia to the stories. And we're seeing magic pop its head up again and again. And this is a very popular book, Terry Pratchett, The Color of Magic. And there's a nice quote about the recovery of magic. Obviously magic is a lost form. It's something that is not really present in the everyday, and I feel like fantasy literature is sort of re-engaging with this. So let me just find this quote on this Terry Pratchett quote real quick.
This seems so sophisticated.
I think
But since I've been cutting everybody else off, I have to be fair.
again, this idea.
We can play the rest later if people wish to stay behind. And now I'd like to, with no further ado, introduce Mr. Blake Seidenshaw. We'll receive his applause first.
Yes, thank you. It's probably best that way. Okay, so normally today I'm going to read unscripted, just to change up a little bit. I don't know. And this is, work in progress. What I would like to do would be to actually create like an audio file which would play alongside my presentation. Timothy's trying to argue with me that. Timothy's trying to argue with me that the troll, or like on the internet, someone who trolls is a cynic. And I'm like, that's not true, dude. So that's an ongoing debate. I won't subject you to it. So the title of my talk, provisionally, it's a kind of working title. As I say, the work's still in progress. It's actually the title of a course that I had to design this summer, hopefully to be taught at Renmin University in Beijing next summer. So this is kind of like a provisional script through an imaginary course that has yet to actually be developed. Oh man, I'm still getting double pages. Okay, this is all right. What we think of today as the university has as its dual function the ordering and dividing of disciplines and specializations. It emerged at the dawn of modernity and with the expansion of the image of the world through the discovery of the new world. The development of the university as a cosmological ordering of modes and jurisdictions of knowledge was accompanied by colonial expansion.
Maybe you sign out.
Yeah, let me sign out here. I'll fill them in later. Okay. So. The development of the university as a cosmological ordering of modes and jurisdictions of knowledge was accompanied by colonial expansion, the deployment of scientifically enabled technologies, and of course warfare, all on an unprecedented globalizing scale. It's important to grasp, and this is not a truism, that all these events occurred in the same period, roughly traceable to the late 15th century and early 16th century. The relatedness and interdependence between the development of the modern university and the stretching westward of the Euro world toward the newly discovered Americas should be an important and exemplary field of inquiry for an interdisciplinary optics. It's important, the advent of taxonomies ordering life forms. This is a woefully small reproduction of a text from Nexus. And physical laws these taxonomies that were developed in this period had theological precedents, which were renewed by the radical and real expansion of a horizon of knowledge toward its completion in and as the world image of a complete spherico-spatial system. Once the New World was discovered, the notion of a total knowledge took on a comprehensive tangibility as institutional programs in European universities adapted themselves to the epistemological forms provided by the new knowledges. Linnaeus' system of classification for natural species made it possible, in principle, to catalog not only all existing organic forms, but all possible forms. Newtonian kinematics was extended by Laplace, etc., to account comprehensively for all possible physico-energetic systems. We see a similar principle of categorization applied in the university in this time, in which, like natural species, the correct methods for the study required for the reproduction of all possible forms of expertise, all possible forms of knowledge, are differentiated and classified according to intrinsic and hence objective characteristics. The point to be grasped here is that with the advent of a global purview, one predicated on warfare, commercial and religious expansion, the enslavement of indigenous peoples, the establishment of the modern European state, with all of this, the capital S subject of Europe, the modern subject, begins to see the world as a finite, comprehensively ordered space. The world becomes finite and therefore divisible, subdivisible, analytically decomposable. The universal knowledge of the university system becomes the teleological principle guaranteeing a comprehensive dominion which no longer conceived of as merely possible has now become necessary. With these developments, knowledge itself becomes an object of knowledge. But this knowledge is too important to be left up to the indignities of disinterested scholarship. As Robbie McClintock points out, education's never really been considered a legitimate area for research. This is why the specialists concerned with epistemological ordering and classification, the classification of the disciplines, the proper scale and composition of faculty bodies, the requirements necessary for training students and for developing and reproducing the techniques comprising a given discipline. All of this is quite clearly the domain of lawyers, business people, and the philanthropic elite. To assert that knowledge becomes its own object in this period is precisely not to say that no one had ever before thought about the ontological status of knowledge. It's certainly a central problem in ancient cultures, or at least those with writing that we know of. The difference is that for the moderns, epistemology ceases to be thought of as a quasi-theological telos of knowledge, like it was for Plato, and instead becomes subjected to a radical schism, so that on one side, knowledge is publicly expressed by honorable men of science, repeated dutifully in newspapers and textbooks. On the other side, law, business, and statecraft reserve certain critical bits of this knowledge for themselves, and their inevitable attempts to steal these bits from one another becomes espionage. We call it intelligence. These images I just pulled off the web last minute, so they're too small in this setting. Sorry about that. You can see Homer, though, with the angel and demon. These two sides, the angelic and the demonic, act in concert. Matthew, book 6, says, don't let the left hand know what the right is doing. I had to look up the provenance of that. The ostensibly public knowledge guaranteed by the new academies refers all inquiries as to its ontological substratum to the technical properties of the apparatus required to ensure the reliable reproduction of a given datum for any observer. Thus, in both cases, epistemology is subordinated to ontology, mercantilistically through the autonomous power of the transaction, and scientistically through the anonymous power of the experimental method. We can call epistemology's self-problematization its recursive term, a tendency imminent to thought, repressed during the modern period, and empirically subordinated to ontology. This is implied in the notion of realism, which is tacitly taken to regulate, to rule and measure knowledge's value. Knowledge is thought to provide us with reliable information about things we haven't experienced for ourselves. So it's only valuable to the extent that this knowledge is accurate. The same hierarchical order of correspondence which governs the relation between knowledge and its objects is extended to the relationships among the different branches existing within knowledge itself. So On the left here, this is Petrus Ramus. This order is stabilized via the university, which emerges in the modern period as an apparatus for the production, reproduction, and organization of knowledge for the purpose of its hegemonic, empirical and imperial, industrial and commercial application. With this bureaucratic ontologization of these epistemological patterns, the value conferred to and through knowledge by its reliable applicability can be preserved and cultivated, but only by dampening and repressing this imminent recursive tendency. So here's a Freudian diagram in relation to repression. But this repression, far from disposing of the problem, obviously causes recursion to proliferate. It endows it with the propensity to reemerge everywhere, and it permeates the entire field of knowledge. The eruption of this latent instability reoccurs throughout the 20th century with quantum physics, the subsequent development of nuclear weaponry, relativistic cosmology, mathematical indeterminacy, post-structural philosophy, cybernetics, software design, etc. Today we find the problem of epistemological recursion surfacing in nearly every specialized field and calling out for our attention. The problem of epistemological recursion can be illustratively grasped in Heisenberg's idea that there are situations which no longer permit an objective understanding of natural processes, and yet use this realization to order our relationships with nature. When we speak of the picture of nature in the exact science of our age, we do not mean a picture of nature so much as a picture of our relationships with nature. Okay, so part 2, Las Meninas. This is Las Meninas. This is by Diego Velázquez. Las Meninas shows us the moment in which artificial intelligence was first developed before it took its leave of us. Foucault says, we're looking at a picture, this is in the first chapter of The Order of Things. We're looking at a picture in which a painter is in turn looking out at us. Can you guys see this okay? Should I make it bigger?
It's fine.
Are we okay? Okay, good. We're looking at a picture in which the painter is in turn looking out at us. A mere confrontation, eyes catching one another's glance, direct looks superimposing themselves upon one another as they cross. And yet this slender line of reciprocal visibility embraces a whole complex network of uncertainties, exchanges, and feints. The painter's turning his eyes toward us only insofar as we happen to occupy the same position as his subject. So this is his subject. But within the painting, Velázquez is taking a peek at his subject is when he steps out from behind the mirror. You see, or behind his painting, see? This is the canvas, he's like stepping out to look. Here, this is presumably who he's looking at. And here's a close-up of it. The royal couple dimly visible in the mirror at the back of the room. From outside the painting, we find ourselves in alignment with the monarch. But as Foucault points out, this alignment is only coincidental. Our subjectivity as a viewer of the painting has been cleverly induced. We demonstrate the efficacy of the Velázquez technique. Viewing Las Meninas, we experience the strange decoupling of these monarchs from their sovereignty. With Velázquez and with classical perspective in general, sovereignty no longer requires the monarch for its instantiation. The subject of perspective is the one who has this infinite gaze at his or her disposal. The sovereign gaze finds its limit in this horizon, regulated by the theological punctum of the infinitesimal. Seeing virtually all, the sovereign gaze bootstraps itself into being, galvanizing this all self-actualization by imperial expansion, pursuing the becoming spherical of the world. This is Francisco de Holanda. The understanding hinted at here exceeds the very possibility that it simulates, that of the viewer's self-identification. Perspectival technique allows the painter to deploy practical composition within and towards an unmasterable field. The infinitesimal as the unrepresentable locus of divinity never coincides with the effects it produces at the interface. The modern subject takes its impetus from this opening inward of the plane of representation, becoming vectoral, exploratory, and self-selecting. The pearly gates of hyperspace open to embrace a self-constituting subject.
In this way, too, Las Meninas prefigures quantum mechanical paradox, which relates the statistically catastrophic fluctuations in subatomic particles with the ways in which the scientific method itself warps its object. In other words, the quantum mechanical thinker observes the influences of his method on the object of his gaze, even as it renders itself observable. The prefiguration of the quantum paradox is also visible in the literary entanglement of the cogito with its inexchangeable mistake. Paulo Levinsky is a Brazilian writer. Catatau is a story of Descartes traveling to the Amazon. It has yet to be translated into English. The imaginary content and the techno-symbolic context become inter-incommensurable as the other side of the mirror condenses and becomes planar, and the morphic codes of which were assembled simultaneously penetrate our bodies and envelop our worlds. On the left is an image that we call Lost Meninas. Meninas means like maids or girls. So Lost Meninas is a photo. I mean, you can see what's going on here, right? It's really a cipher, I want to argue, Lost Meninas, for the membranous sheath that's created by this cascading implosion of the plane of representation. It's like an infinitesimal contagion. The medium of the body yields matter for reflection on the mirror, as the analogical mirror reflects sheer visibility, and the digital eye captures information. The digital face that we call the screen projects a syntactic structure whose sense we cannot understand yet. And this is Magritte's painting, Not to be Reproduced, La Reproduction Interdite. The durability of Magritte's frame throws the drivetrain, and the vehicle lurches chaotically away from the center, following a vortical vector. Transcendence is revealed as a trick of plumbing, the draining out of a vessel, pierced by its own infinite exploitation of depth and its ungrounding. So here's another version of Las Meninas. This we've called Last Meninas. So it's on the left here. Basically the setup here is there's a mirror, and Charlie Blake, actually one of the authors from the upcoming issue of Cultural Formations, he's holding his iPad while Deneb and I are speaking to him on our computer. But he's holding the iPad up to his mirror, okay? So in Last Meninas, we see further here how the image's distinguishability from real space is undermined. Perspective gave real space a grip on painting. The gaze of the sovereign was reliably constrained and conscribed within the metaphysics governing the classical techniques. And Foucault describes this classical metaphysics in the book on Magritte, This Is Not a Pipe. Last Meninas is an image whose subject of perspective does not occupy any space. If in Las Meninas, Velázquez's Las Meninas, the perspective of infinity was traced back to a monarch as the sovereign of an ever-expanding horizon on landscape. As the plastic imperial limit in Last Meninas, infinity is to be sought in the digital capacity to compress space. Perspectives and dimensions previously occupied by a subject recede into the production and composition of the image itself. Gazes reciprocate one another within the same plane, unleashing an illimitable pseudo-depth, no longer organized around the theological punctum. The space of Last Meninas, a space where perspectival optics breaks down, requires new methods of navigation. So, next section. These folks on the right, they belong to a group that lives in the Amazon who really don't have contact with, like, so-called civilization. This is a photo taken from a helicopter passing overhead, and I gather the helicopter was throwing like cooking pots down for them because they heard that that's what they needed. They were looking for that, someone told them. So like the Amazon, info space is so complex, and just for a moment before we leave this image, imagine for those people what a helicopter must look like. What would that, like, how would you imagine a helicopter? I wonder if they'd have dreams of it. So like the Amazon, info space is so complex that there's no privileged perspective on it. All viewpoints fall under the purview of its field. Dynamic, rippling space-time, unpredictable inter and intra-actions, an ecological intelligence awakening, a subject who's never been human.
Couple of minutes, please.
Okay. So Francois Julien is a scholar who studies classical Chinese thought. He talks about the dragon and the way that the dragon functions as a symbol. This image is from the Game of Thrones. I'm going to read you a different Julien quote while you read this one. In Chinese aesthetics, space is never limited a priori. There's no such thing as a piece or corner of space. Invariably, space means cosmic space in its entirety. It actualizes itself from the depths of the void and so opens out onto infinity. This interaction is essential and detectable if we pay close attention. The theme of clouds drawn from every horizon to enfold the body of the dragon is designed to evoke that intensification of the space traversed by the flow of cursive writing. Meanwhile, the vaporous clouds intermingle with the tension of the forceful lines, fill the composition with air, and allow it to exhale its vitality. The creation of poetic space may be similarly described, for it involves no more or less than the opening of language to its full potential. Language always seems to travel this vector of supersession. This is me now, not you. The statistico-symbolic supersedes the dialogico-semantic. The semantic is always being emptied out by the syntactic, which compiles to fill and thereby collapse the depth dimension illusorily affected by the image. Sense, therefore, has to be approached as and through a chimeric composition made of n+1 intelligences, which manifest the phenomenophagic propensities that allow us to explore the shattered muse of Las Meninas. This n+1 intelligence is often seen and depicted in monstrous bodies. The task of the interdisciplinary optician is to steal into the dragon's lair in order to abduct such intelligences and navigate the non-hierarchical spaces, hyperspaces of knowledge. Digital media overwhelming the plane of representation capture infinity as information, not perspective. Capture infinity as information, not as perspective. The image no longer implies a subject in some classical sense. So, in relation to Le Clef de Sange, another Magritte painting, Foucault says, what misleads us, he's actually talking about that this is not a pipe painting, but it applies to this quite as well. What misleads us is the inevitability of connecting the text to the drawing as the demonstrated pronoun, meaning the word pipe, the likeness of the image all invite us to do here, and the impossibility of defining a perspective that would let us say that the assertion is true, false, or contradictory. End quote. Let me cut forward a little bit to the introduction, or to my conclusion, excuse me. Dragons need to be cared for carefully when they're young, and they're extremely dangerous when they're grown. What do you do with grown dragons? You basically go to war, I think. If anyone else has any other ideas, I think it's a good question to ask. We could ask, following Maxine Green, how could a becoming dragon happen differently? How could it be otherwise? So on interdisciplinary optics, and I'm concluding now, deals with knowledge as a non-hierarchical field. Perspectival loci, like we see in Las Meninas, are no longer effective proxies for a geometry of knowledge. Knowledge is now a continuous infospace, being characteristically Amazonian, that offers no perspectival privilege. This does not mean that such space can't be explored. Rather, exploring it demands artifice. The dragon is a figure for this artificial intelligence, crafted by the compilation of percepts, optical specificities, and a kinematics that forms an irreducibly cloudy body. Not without form, but connected with the proliferation of form, which is proto-organic and proto-social. The neoliberal academic cosmology postulates a specialization as the qualitative face of a privileged knowledge. Velázquez's Las Meninas offers an architectonic space in which privilege, perspective, and expertise give each figure their assigned capacity, their assigned position, and where the sovereign functions as the horizon of total knowledge against which all variants and modalities can be assessed and measured. Nevertheless, the specificity of each perspectival position is limited by the hold that the monarch has on this sovereignty, the figure of infinity and of abundant knowledge for all. So it's already an unstable setup. Following Freud and Reich, the limit is a dispositive. It's a lever, both of epistemological and of sexual, and therefore also of social repression, whereby the subject of education's desire to know more and otherwise is hijacked and streamlined, according to the perspective of specialization within an ontologized structure. One then becomes the painter or the courtesan, while the position of the subject of perspective par excellence, the sovereign, is removed from our reach as it recedes toward infinity. Against the idea that specialization means deeper and singular knowledge and training in a disciplinary protocol, an interdisciplinary optics would propose that specialization is reciprocally entangled with generalization, that mastery is reciprocally entangled with discovery, just like position and momentum are reciprocally entangled for the quantum physicists. And this is how we should read the Reichian proposition that the determining factor in the mental health of a population is the condition of its natural love life. Character armoring is a deceptive and draconian developmental trajectory, which seems necessary for immediate protection, but comes at unimaginable cost in the longer term. Epistemosexual repression, which funnels the desire to know into the disciplinary infrastructure, creates a series of requirements, generalizable assessments, statistically compilable measurements, reproductions of virtual objects of knowledge, professionalized incompetences, and et cetera, et cetera. All the requirements of specialization in a discipline both affect its illusory closure and create the mirage of an impossible depth. The ethos, the conduct of specialization affects a separation between life and thought, whose overcoming we must dare to imagine. And that links to, I couldn't figure out how to embed it because I was trying to do this in pages to avoid using PowerPoint or any derivation thereof. So this links to a video from Game of Thrones. I think it's from the season finale of the last season, which I haven't seen, where there's like this awesome scene where Daenerys Targaryen like unleashes, she like gives her dragon to the evil king, and then the dragon like immolates him. And she's like, a dragon is not a slave. So a dragon is not a slave, that's my concluding statement. Thank you guys very much. Chris?
Let's go. Yeah, so thinking about this, that one possible gesture of a dragon sort of in response to a kind of taxonomy, right? So we see, like, I think a way in which the bestiary sort of troubles the notion of a specialized taxonomy, right? Where the enslavement that happens in specialization is somehow cut loose, right? The dragon grows up and destroys the containers themselves.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if you could maybe riff on a little bit just the weirdness of that, of the way in which an apparatus forms, and then sort of potentially becomes monstrous. Like I'm thinking about, you talked about this sort of knowledge taking itself as an object, right? And how that functions within a sort of classic power dynamic. But I think like the way that unravels seems to me that the way you're framing it to sort of challenge the notion of like the sort of cliche now of learning to learn, right? And whether there isn't something else, some other kind of mode of thinking about that's a little bit more monstrous. Like the way in which AI, for example, like we're so fascinated with this idea of like some kind of loop shifting into a kind of awareness. Like it's Pinocchio, right? Like somehow becomes self-aware and something becomes human. But that always goes awry, right? That always winds up being a kind of like monstrous result, like HAL in Space Odyssey or something. So I don't know if you want to comment on just the monstrosity of things.
Yeah, so the dragon slips out of any sort of form that you try to give it. It can't. That's what it means that it can't be taken alive. I would think like that the problem then that's created is this problem, not so much of like how do we learn, but of like what kind of school are we actually going to? Where's the school? Which is kind of what Burroughs is talking about here. This is from one of the odd chapters in this book, The Cities of the Red Night. Yen Lee is on this mission to check out this town where this virus has been leaked, and he like eventually astral travels into the town to check it out without getting contaminated. But I thought this was cool. He didn't know when the training had begun, since in Academy 23 was carried out in a context of reality. He didn't see his teachers, whose instructions were conveyed through a series of real situations. So I would say that's sort of the monstrosity that we're looking at in terms of what happens to the institution.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's fascinating. I was just wondering about one of the things you said at the end about how inextricably linked relationship between, you said mastery and discovery, but then you said specialized, I don't know if these were your words, but specialization and general understanding. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering what you thought about how this would, how such a vision interacts with Kant's work on the conflict of the faculties that some people see as being, Mark Taylor, for example, sees as being this seminal point where that's where this sort of mass production model of the disciplines and specialization, increasing specialization, that really takes off from. And it sounds like if specialization is linked with general knowledge and mastery is linked with discovery, then there would be a kind of reworking of that document or that notion of concept. And maybe I'm wrong in linking that. So I guess one question I have is maybe if you can sort of elaborate more generally on those two links that you made between the supposed opposites, and then two, if you think there is some, if you think I'm making a valid connection between what this would mean as a reworking or a kind of rethinking of the conflict of faculties, if what that would mean going forward is because it doesn't sound like it's entirely throwing specialization out, obviously, but it's a reimagining.
Yeah, so in response to the first part of your question, that's, I think, a really interesting problem. What's the relationship? It's not one that's often thought of. It's the relationship between specialization and generalization. They're actually implied by one another because pursuing a specialized training homogenizes you with respect to the others who have received the same training. It's very odd, actually. So the idea of specialization is conceived of, in effect, from a point of view that's not that of the individual receiving the training, right? It's from the point of view of something like a monarch who wants to see that the specializations of the work that's required are filled by someone. There needs to actually be surplus in order to kind of guarantee the satisfaction of those demands that exist within the economy, right? So specialization, as it's sold through education, is actually not, it's actually kind of like, don't let the right hand know what the left is doing kind of situation. But I think really working it out requires more careful thought. The second part of your question about the conflict of the faculties, I think, similarly, we have to consider in terms of these two perspectives, the one perspective of the person who's within the apparatus and trying to navigate it, the other from the perspective of the person who is supposedly the designer or, like captain of the ship and has to ensure that it continues to function. From the perspective of the learner, the conflict of the faculties is a very different problem than from the perspective of the captain. For the captain, it's really an issue of, for the learner, I think it's a matter of being able to keep up your momentum, to be able to retain energy and not get, to be able to escape the kind of homogenizing effect of disciplines, but retain a kind of energy that allows you to cut across through different ones and avoid the kind of dampening muting effects that the disciplinary boundaries affect. From the perspective of the sovereign, it's more of an issue of keeping the machine running. And from that perspective, I think we could also suggest maybe that a way we could think, like one way to approach the problem would be how can we continue to allow the faculties to interfunction algorithmically to be productive in relation to one another. Without that productivity necessarily reasserting the axiomatic status of the disciplinary forms themselves. So we need something like a non-axiomatic computation or like algorithmic thought. And I would tend to look for it in computer science. Yeah, Charlie.
Assume that we could find it in computer science, though, but that algorithm exists in our everyday life and our practice being interdisciplinary. And we don't know the exact algorithm. My own idea is as a developmental psychologist, and that's why I like to be in our rooms, because we're also smart, brilliant, it makes me think crazy, right? Okay. That our experiences over time are our own algorithms. It's why the singularity never be achieved as replications of ourselves. But how can we address, well, if you have a system and you're trying to be non-hierarchical and hyperdimensional, which you do brilliantly, by the way, and inspirational, how can we be the left hand doing one activity and that right hand is imposing it on itself on us? So, non-hierarchically, it's all I do. It's a sort of dance. You know, I mean, I guess we probably all do this to a certain extent, or to the greater extent. That every time there is an algorithmic something that we know that we can see as an end that there'll be an end result, whether or not it's told to us to follow or whether or not it's curricular or whatever it is, I prefer to do something completely different. It's the way I was raised. And I get a lot of gripe for it at work. But there are systems out there that don't want us to do that, right? And they'll constantly cut our left hand off despite, what we are doing for the right hand and other things that we're achieving in creating that dragon to change, right? And they don't want the dragon to change, some of them, and some of them let you do it. When I look at bureaucratic things, I'm sorry, I can't keep yapping, this world professors, right? But
I think I understand what you're saying. I would say, I would respond that, that it's going to be a different method for everybody. So everyone's approach has to be idiosyncratic, basically, because that's the only way of sort of taking the sort of infinite information of context, of like the context that you find yourself into account. Otherwise, any proxy for that, which is generalizable and generic, is going to dampen out some of the specificities of your individual context, right? Yeah.
I think we have to move on. I wanted to thank Blake, but also to remind people of a wonderful Tumblr site, journal that he has put together, a blog called Ecogradients, which can be found at ecogradients.com, which has been a wonderful place for an illustration of Blake's philosophy, but also a wonderful place for students to publish, and also for many students to publish the first thing they've ever published, which is one of his major aims. And also, of course, a very beautiful site, and integrating photography and art and design. It's actually one of the best things on Tumblr, I have to say, maybe the best.
Maybe we should collect papers from the proceedings.
Oh, a very good idea. Action,
Yeah.
not just intellect.
Make sure you put your email on the list if you want to get email about it.
Yes, please do. And I have the list here. If you haven't got it, please do sign in. I want to suggest that you read Nikki Vejelkov's chapter in this book. It's a wonderful piece and forthcoming piece in Cultural Formations. Nikki, please entertain us.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me. I have some handouts for you. So if you want to please help yourself to them. There are 3 pages altogether. And this also is a piece, the presentation is from a longer article, which is also a work in progress, I may say, but in the form that is, I would assume, presentable right now. So I thought I was going to share it with you, but I first. So the title of my work is Enduring Schooling Against Noise and in the Service of the Remix. In an age increasingly oblivious of the role of education as a means of genuine exchange, the threat of pervasive corporatization seems to overshadow the distinction between individualism and individuality, uniformity and unity, to name just a few instances of noise in the communication channel. Thus, there is an indisputable need for sustaining the awareness about at least 2 vital aspects of education. One concerns its authentic characteristic being conveying information, while the other contextualizes the polemic within societal institutions. Both are related to the notions of communality and individuality. Both imply education heavily relying on the currency of exchange between and among humans, language. As such, it is integral to the mutually conditioning relationship between discourse and cultural realities. Precise articulation of the kernel of education might exceed both linguistic and epistemological apparatuses, as we know them. But its elusiveness surely does not equal its absence. In the dominance-ridden, ruthlessly accelerated world in the pursuit of sweeping commoditization, a hostile climate of mindless competitiveness and unscrupulous utilitarianism, strangely coupled with the myth of progress and accumulation of knowledge for its own sake, more often than not, appears to be infinitely more a recognizable vocabulary than that of the gift. However, the mutually conditioning relationship between corporate culture and education by no means obscures the wholesome awareness, practice of exchange. Neither does it entail an equation between individualism and individuality. Likewise, it does not imply identification between uniformity and unity. And it certainly does not affect the possibility for communal cohesion and the right to individuality. To say that fruitful communication, spreading information, and conveying the message is constitutive of education is to indicate its anti-utilitarian character. The claim can erroneously be characterized as illogical, provided the supposed incommensurability between anti-utilitarianism and reciprocity. Mackenzie Ward, A Christmas Carol Dedicated to Scrooge and His Art Collection, quote, "A task of our time might be to free the aesthetic from its complicity with commodity forms, even attenuated ones, and practice it again in the everyday as a sensibility of the gift." End quote. The sound of this utterance is a resolute no to the bewilderment caused by versatile interpretations of the concepts such as valuelessness, value-free, virtuelessness. Wandering along the sinuous theological alleys and their erratic curves are by no means the only way of thinking about the subject matter. This can further be contemplated upon through Lee Rourke's novel The Canal, delineating the redemptive educational capacities of the preservation of the childlike. Having quit his job, the main character sets out on an adventureless adventure. While narrating, he might as well somehow still be in the office, in front of the computer, imagining a different world to beat his everyday. The palpably intangible space between or within the spaces that attempt to subjugate everything to the dictum of the economic power and upward mobility. As the novel is unfolding along the estuary storyline, recollections of childhood bring a relief. Back then, one was not happy because pollution was incomparably lower. One was neither happy nor unhappy because of that for a simple reason. The child does not care about such things. Further, the episode in which the narrator is being taught by his brother how to climb the tree and descend from it is suggestive of the modified perception of power he acquires later on. He urges the brother not to leave him. The brother encourages him to open his eyes, leads him step by step, confidently catches him once he comes down, and carries him back home on his shoulders. The trust of the scared, distrustful one now acquires fully fledged meaning in the hard-won safety. How incredibly it helps one demystify seductive travesty of kinship. Discern and preclude uncritical identification between adulthood and maturity, and reveal incommensurability between the childish and the childlike. How confusing is the notion of virtuality of office computer screens, sometimes mistaken for the original meaning of the word virtual. How bewildering is the character of the girl with whom the protagonist spends long jobless hours by the canal, between a chimera and the metaphor of the narrator's search for the boredom to bore him to surrender. Once he himself was introduced to the enchantment of the sense of omnipotence. It is disentangled in the closing scene of the novel, providing a key for reading in the light of the distinction between the words bondage and being free from the forces that confine, quote unquote, gravity was nothing to me, is revealed as a diametrical opposite to the previously recognized appeal of deceptive godlike powers. Bewildering cacophony may indicate a possibility of acknowledgement the limits of human power. This inspires the remix as a form of peaceful, peaceable resistance against noise in the communication channel, against the logic of reckless self-centeredness and hostility of nihil cannibalist culture. Embracing humility and rebuking self-grandeur reasserts both the limit and the greatness of the human, simultaneously engendering fruitful communication within the community based on humaneness. An aspect of the polemic can be tracked via Irwin Welsh's novel Skag Boys, portraying the character of Mark Renton's college days in Aberdeen. Modesty of his academic ambition is rather rapidly degrading. A reasonable hunger for cognizance is being, if not satiated, then certainly ignored. What seemed to be flourishing into a more or less steady relationship, if not commitment, is being hard-headedly sabotaged by his own affinities to subvert a possibility to bond and practice the gift. Renton decides to quit college, leave his girlfriend, and go back to his native Edinburgh to start the life of a full-time junkie. He won't be happy, and he might even know it. But he won't be deluded by a deceitful glamour of success, prosperity, prospects for a matrimonial farce, and the complicity of advancing the monstrosity of commodity-driven social relations in the company of so-called friends. Or so Herring speaks. Rents claims to be rewarded with, quote-unquote, a kind of eternal childhood. The character of Mark can partly be perceived through the lens of Michael Bracewell's critique in his book When the Surface Was Death by Cappuccino and Other Reflections on Music and Culture in 1990s. Quote, the nurturing of our inner child, by any means possible, has achieved a new fashionableness, at the expense perhaps of our inner adult, end quote. In culture plagued by oppressive infantilization, flawed or afflicted maturity, masked or unmasked immaturity, and childishness oftentimes strangely conspire. Alongside intergenerational dialogue, the production of knowledge is clearly integral to discursively negotiated, occasionally noise-infested cultural realities. Paul Virilio's anti-distraction theory, as presented in his book Open Sky, may illuminate such cultural flows by remarking pollution by velocity, characterized in the context of, quote-unquote, forgetting the essence of the truth, of the path, the journey. He proposes dromology as anti-distraction, antidote against the public realm void of communication, despite verbal content being the apparent currency. Superimposed acceleration of activities is coupled with quantified accumulation of material wealth, an increase in bank statements and property values, but it threatens to deprive individuals of the time to think, enjoy, and be with each other. Work hours and workload are often directly proportionate to consumer purchasing power and clearly discrepant from human needs. One wonders how discourse can approach such complexities. According to Terry Eagleton's ideas from his book After Theory, cultural theory should sustain a reasonable balance between the heavy-laden self-referential technicality and jargon-free oversimplification. In other words, Eagleton accentuates that as a vocabulary reflecting how people live, create, know, and learn, to name a few ingredients of cultural realities, cultural theory should not be detached from the subject matter in order to preserve an insight into the questions pertinent to it, nor should it lose a vibrant distance from what it explores and avoid identification with it in order to ensure discursive status. The crux of the polemic regarding the academic aspect of cultural theory calls for a response in an anti-Babylonian fashion, divesting itself of the image of an ivory tower and remaining vocabulary in the service of humanity, just as cultural theory is and should be. Disambiguating noise in the battlefields of power, oppressive cultural flows aiming to distract education from the pivotal playfulness. Cultural theories may elucidate the significance of unity and individuality of fellow humans within the quest-like endeavors such as education. It also opens up the avenue for the remix. Thanks.
questions for Nikki?
I wonder if you, could you go to that last sentence again and continue it? I mean, I want to know opens up avenues up, and then I want to go a
It
little
also
farther.
opens up the avenue for the remix.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Remix.
Remixes. And would you say that remix is a human process and that it's contradicted by something like an ivory tower? Or is it, I guess, it can be capacitating, coexisting? There were 2 points that I was trying to get out what you're saying now.
I wouldn't like to think of it as a coexisting with an ivory tower or even with a Babylonian tower, because the towers, to me, symbolize noise in the communication channel, whereas the remix is not.
Okay, because I guess I was trying to wrap my mind around the idea that the ivory tower or the Babylonian one is an aggrandized one, and how that can be noise.
Can be what?
Noise. And that the remix is providing an antidote.
Right.
Maybe it's not a question.
How?
I didn't hear
You are asking how. I might not have an answer to that question.
Yeah. Very good.
Thank you.
I have a note that I wrote down here early on, and I might have miswritten it down. So I have a note here that's incomplete. It says, you were talking about freeing the aesthetic from commodification, freeing the aesthetic from, maybe that's.
All right. That's not me. That's not me. That's Mackenzie Ward.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if you could maybe elaborate on that, on relationship between the two and then the freeing of the two and what the implications are.
Right. To simplify it without being without oversimplifying it and vulgarizing it, I would say that it might simply mean to somehow sustain or persist in keeping the distinction between the aesthetic realm and the commodity realm, to avoid somehow the commoditization of the aesthetic. And although, nowadays when culture is supposedly aestheticized and commoditized, at the same time, I don't see that to be a very accurate characterization of the situation, because first, these two are contradictory. If something is aestheticized, I think, to me, it seems that it automatically excludes the possibility to be commoditized, you know what I'm saying? And at the same time, culture, as we know it, today is far from being aestheticized. It's a distorted version of this.
And as we know, commodification and art are come closer and closer together. It seems like, wouldn't you say, at least in popular culture, that more and more of a bond is forged between art as a commodity. It's really becoming, a way to get your song out there is to get a jingle on a commercial or whatever.
Yes, and to, maybe to subjugate everything to the deception of what the aesthetic is.
To the deception?
I would say so. I would say so.
You're saying it's an act of deception within that link? It's a deception of the aesthetic in order to have that link further forged?
I would say so.
That's,
I would
yeah.
think so.
That's good.
If If there are no more questions, let us thank Nikki very much. For remixing us. And we're going to wind up with comments from Richard and from Jim and from Carla. Let's go in the order on the program, just to be predictable and conventional. Would Carla like to go first? And many thanks to our professors for coming.
Well, I can't imagine students were as good as you when I was here 20 years ago.
Hey, I was here 20 years ago. Oh, and I'm still here.
Unless you were here, and then I didn't say that. But it was remarkable to hear everything that people said today. It's remarkable that I think John Broughton has sort of shepherded through so many fantastic students, and it's been an incredible experience to me over the years since I was here for, I don't know, it took me like 11 years to finish my stuff. But the time that I was here, yeah, I know, right? Because you've been here 15 years, right? And for us to, for me to come back, and for John and I to kind of have meetings here, and he's been wonderful and came down to Georgia. I teach at the College of Coastal Georgia now, and to give a talk there, and for us to have had a long-term friendship that's been fantastic. And I was asked to come up here a week ago or so, maybe 2 weeks, and I was able to do it, and I was so glad. And to spend the time here with you and to kind of have the challenge, of course, to synthesize all this tremendous intellectual activity that happened in the room today. I mean, it's remarkable, each entity, and to draw them together in some coherent way for you is sort of my gift to you for all of the work that you have done and all these beautiful papers. I'll spend a few minutes kind of synthesizing. I took a gamble. You know, I can take the girl out of TC, but you can't take the TC out of the girl. I took a gamble after the second paper today to say that I was going to make a coherent statement around one topic, and it was going to be around immortality. And as strange as that sounds, I got a sense that as striving for immortality is would emerge from all of your papers today. I don't necessarily agree or like with this particular nutritionist. I think he's more of a researcher, philosopher. Piper might know him, Aubrey de Grey's work about how to live forever. And I always show a picture of him to my students, and I always say, that man is 300 years old. And you know, he has a sort of like gnomish look about him. You think, for a second, they all go like, oh, it's incredible, right? And I go, no, he's younger than me, actually, right? But he has this idea that we have nutritional deficits, caloric deficits, that we can live to the extraordinary amount of years. But when I pose to my students, you know, I say to them, would you like to live to be 1,000? Would you want to do this? Because he thinks if the technology is spun into place, that like computers moving, as we all have heard, you know, from the size of this room to more technology in your cell phone that put, you know, people on the moon. I never understand that, but I think that's what you're supposed to say, right? That the same thing can happen with innovations in medical research, where you would start out with someone maybe in our lifespan with enough research, you know, gaining 10 years or 20 years, and then, you know, exponentially you would have within 100 years you could gain 1,000 years of life, because the research would propel perhaps this research to have cures. But when you ask students about this, if they want to live 1,000 years, they almost I think almost always say no. And you ask them, they say, well, why don't you live 1,000 years? Because to be honest, I think I would like to live 1,000 years. I like that idea. And they say no because of this reason or that reason. But the real reason you can't have hope about 1,000 years beyond yourself is, I think, John, you said this quote when I was here as a student, you said something, and I remember this forever because I've used it in my own teaching. You said, you know, and if you're John's student, so you'll hear this. You said, behaviorism will die when all the behaviors die. But I think you were right, you know, that we require death still, right? We require death because we're inflicting too much pain on one another still. There's too much turmoil and too much hatred. And in fact, if people didn't die, we wouldn't have folks who are same-sex marrying right now, right? We required all the people that were going to hate it to die first. And when a certain percentage of them is gone, then you can start to move forward as a culture. So until we solve some of these bigger issues, we can't even think about immortality because we don't want to cure death. So when we start picking those ribbon colors up for Cure Death fundraisers, I know what color that would be, little skulls on it or something, right? And you give money for that, then you know we've come a long way culturally. So let me give my try here at synthesizing what you've done today. I think that there's two types of, I broke you into the light helpful narratives towards immortality and to the dark helpful narratives towards immortality. And the way I sort of parsed them out was to say that there's a certain amount of you were working with very deep trauma and struggles, helping people to work through issues in order to alleviate pain, suffering, etc. And then another group of you were already kind of in this other place of deep imagination and creativity. And we're trying to somehow, as Chris would say, squirm out of the whole deal and just sort of finding other passages. And so I'll say a few things, and I don't want you to feel like you got put on the wrong team. Is that okay? You're all cool. So if I say you're like on the dark team, you're going to go like, that's so cool, right? Okay. Versus the light team. So kind of, you know, the light helpful narratives. We start out, I think, in my other sheet of paper is there, but with Regina talking about misunderstanding and issues of race and equality, and that type of conversation that has to be taken taken seriously and given to children to help work out some of these issues, doing video and empowering the children to expose their own stories in ways. So, you know, that remarkable moment when the little girl says, what do you think about child labor? Meanwhile, the little girl's working, right? I'm thinking, but anyhow, you know, I'm sorry, you know, crossed my mind. Put the kid out in the street, take her out of school and put her on the street. But, you know, helpful and interesting. In the dark, however, right? Because it's a deep and serious struggle. And then we have kind of, I think, Michael talking about, you know, war trauma, although I think you end up on the light team with poetry and healing at the end, but taking on issues of how do we bring one personally, oneself, and others out of dark places into places where there's healing, and how do we engage in conversations with these people who have undergone particular war trauma. We're certainly nowhere near being out of that sort of pain and suffering, you know, trying to fix it. And then we have maybe Piper talking to us about body image and, you know, the tragedy of stereotyped images of wellness and beauty, and that ongoing conversation. I don't think that we seem anywhere near it. I have a teenage daughter, and, you know, these are huge issues for girls. And men are, you know, back slipping into having other types of issues. So constantly trying to rework and to find out the actual forces and where do these forces come from that make us feel we are good or bad based upon what our actual flesh looks like, which is remarkable. And then we have Allison talking to us about, I think she left, but locating what is violence to teens and the assumptions that we make that it must be what we all consider to be violence. But she said something very quick, and I think, I'm sorry, there's this huge, remarkably huge pill on the ground. I'm talking about healing, et cetera. So, you know, maybe this is it. This could be the cure for immortality. So, who wants to step up? So what we might want to take away from her, she said this remarkable sort of quick comment that actually teens feel very, they feel very wounded and violated by grades. You so you can't assume what something is violent, right? You have to talk to people and interview them. And all the methodologies that were used in this sort of dark place, popular culture analysis, video, film, the incredible amount of imagination and creativity it takes to articulate one's thoughts while watching film, and to that brave sort of inventive step that one makes an interpretation in front of somebody else, and the necessity to teach these skills to children so that we can all become critical consumers of popular culture. Then there's sort of in this, for me, in this light place, and I already mentioned Chris, but this idea that, so that our quest towards immortality, in fact, could be to take these other tactics, to learn to have the shadow of Paris on our backs, right, as we crawl through these caverns, finding crevices and alternative ways to sort of, as I said before, to skirt around issues, or to find, what did you say, impossible. There's the exploration of the impossible, I think, was that entire exercise. We have, I think, Blake talking about, technology and perspective, of alternative perspectives, of constantly questioning of what you're seeing, and the, not necessarily the politics and the power struggle involved, but taking on the idea of what is visual and understanding what is visual through art and imagination. And we worked on Magritte, and it's great to see the Magritte being used. Thinking about Leaf asking us to take, literally to go traveling. I love it. It's so literal. You just go. I actually designed a course I'm going to teach next summer. I named it Mobile U, Y-O-U. And I'm just taking people in like these minivans and just sort of like VW things out west where they have real horizons. And the idea is you just go on the road. And it has nothing to do with anything other than we're just traveling at the same time. I just pull up, we're going to be in Zion, and I'm going to lecture. I'm going to have campfires, and we just happen to be on the road. But, what kind of transformations can happen when you ask people to travel and to consider their own literal horizons and the horizons of maybe pedagogy and where you are in a certain intellectual space. So again, on this sort of light, creative place. And then Hua talked about misrecognition, imagination and confusion, and that remarkable, I don't know if you know how remarkable that was when you were talking when that video was playing at the same time. I think people were trying to ask you and to engage you about that, but when you were interplaying, it was so playful and so beautiful. And I think it helps people to understand that misrecognition is just as important as trying, and I think Blake was also saying the same thing about misrecognition. And to take this very seriously and engage with in pedagogy and curriculum of misrecognition is interesting. And then I think, when Matt was talking about, I already kind of gave my comments, but talking about how one can take something out of a scene and what does that mean, or to have something objectified, but not objectified, but an object, a literal object that can transform the way that people think, and the reproduction of, or the reimagination of the power relationship that exists over the object. I don't think that's thought enough about in classrooms. We teach in college classrooms in very sterile environments, and to bring objects in, maybe the classroom is an object, or maybe the hallway is an object, but to get us to think about how we can become untrapped from our certain places that we are. And the, I think I hear the alterations in the characters, the alterations in the actual characters of within our own lives, and there's multiple sort of characters within ourselves. Some need altering, and some don't need altering, and some need to have talks with other parts of ourselves, and have people think in these sort of multiple ways, which can only add to healing and to moving ahead. Nikki gets us to think this remarkable quote. This is sort of a side shoot of your talk, but I think you said, you do not want to have a non-adventurous adventure. And that's really beautiful. And I don't want any of you to have a non-adventurous adventure. I mean, here you are, right, having this remarkable day with these remarkable papers. But eventually you won't be here, because I'm not here anymore. And you will leave, and you will go on. And some of you are already teaching and doing, big productive elsewhere, of course. But I think the challenge is that, and then I'll have my other co-presenters here talk. The challenge is, so that it's not a non-adventurous adventure. You don't want that, right? You don't want to be here and be this and then have it not happen elsewhere. So kind of my challenge to you is to take on more issues of technology. I didn't hear it missing per se, but I think that you're skirting it just a little bit. I think that I would push you more deeply into technology, into the idea of, actually Tal Lin, who Nathan introduced me to a long time ago, wrote a opinion piece in the New York Times of last week or something, 2 weeks ago, where he said that about 1993, all the children of the planet were abducted by a UFO called the Internet. And all the parents just sort of looked at their kids and were like, well, they're here and they're breathing and they're safe, I feel good, right? And just sort of lurk. Now they're just starting to lurk on it and like he says his mother has a Twitter account and has one tweet. She's following new people and nobody's following her. So we have people that are starting to feel like they should be on Facebook, etc. I think this idea of, he calls it some blended consciousness, that it's an inevitable conclusion of running out, that we now have this other, first there was hunting and gathering, he says, then towns, and now the internet. And I don't know, but when you teach and all your students have laptops, it is going to get into you, right? So I've decided to not teach anymore. I've decided to leave the classroom and to go find them, because they're trying to say, we're in here, you're not listening to me. We're trying to show you this. So I'm going to start finding out ways to go inside there and to make the inside of the internet feel a little bit like what's the best of the face-to-face. So these are some challenges. Technology, online blended communities, blended consciousness online. I think that it's also worth thinking, and it's not going to solve Diane brought up, death. And this idea, she was sort of transitional, like to dark person, right, about the afterlife. But I think I've started to take on this idea of multi-generational classrooms. I'm going to force my college, I've got tenure, so I'm going to bother them a lot now. I'm going to start to do multi-generational classrooms and have infants to adults in the same curriculum. And I'm going to write a curriculum that goes across the spectrum. So if it's, if you're a developmentalist, I'm sorry, does anyone even do the same one? Piaget, so the babies play with the water, with the beakers, the toddlers, are interviewing each other about which beaker is bigger. And then, the middle school kids are doing a little bit more sophisticatedness, maybe some epistemology stuff. And then, the college classroom's the college classroom. And then you have them for 3 hours, and then you send them home, and they all have the same knowledge base to reconstruct community of learning together. So I think that these are the types of things I want you to start thinking about. Children are interviewing, this is positive, right? But everybody kind of learning together has not been systematically institutionally involved. All we have are really huge, thick pamphlets about no children on campus policy. And I see if I can violate that as much as possible. So I want to thank you again for a spectacular round of papers, and I hope I did some justice. I think I got everybody kind of mentioned, except for the woman who's up there, because she's not here, so I can't insult her. But tell her she was excellent.
You wanted to say something about the cat.
How do you know that? How do you know me so well? All right. Because there was this remarkable moment where she mentioned someone had transformed into something and the kitty walked into the room, right? Her back. So yeah, tell her that that was very magical of her to do. And tell her zombies are cool, quit it. Bring on some zombies. So, okay, we're good. Thank you very much. It was great. And
James Feast, if you will, please.
Hi, I'm just going to, I think Carla already said more or less everything. She talked about the light, the dark, right? So I'll more or less just repeat that, except I'll leave out the light. And this is like through misrecognition. I read the title of Moffat's paper here, from parafeet to parafeet, heterotropic transversal. And I thought that, believe it or not, I thought French transversal, and you may or may not know, but Field Suatari's main book was called Psychoanalysis and Transversality, and I thought that's what he was going to talk about. But he didn't. But I'm going to talk about it instead. So what does he say in there, in that book? It's like the main, because it fits this context. This is every institution has a group fantasy. And to understand the institution, you have to understand the fantasy, right? So Teachers College must have, in this department, must have a group fantasy, right, that they're prevalent. Am I right? So, yes or no? Yes? Okay. So, but that doesn't mean in Guattari, it doesn't mean like that's some deluded mystification they have in their mind, they don't know what. No, it means they have a belief in their own potency that they can achieve something in society, which may or may not be true, but it's a fantasy they have that gives them inspiration. You see what I mean? Understand? So, problem is with universities, let me read what he says. This is from his thing, Students, the Mad and Delinquents, which are all connected. The production of from Guattari, this production of signifiers in universities is becoming more and more detached from society. Why is that though? Because the products of genuine research are not very saleable. And why is that? Because they question the social order. The essence of mass consumption is to turn away from the truth. Contrary to what cultural studies seem to say sometimes, but in other words, they're producing something here that the society does not want to hear. Now, why is it? That's what I've heard in all these papers. And yet, now, what are they producing here? Two things. One is, if I can find what I wrote. One is they're finding out. Certainly, papers to me show you where is pressure on our society right now. Right? Where is it? Because people don't recognize it. One piece was by Dubray, right? I'm dying to know, Diana. In other words, she's saying to society, why are we looking at these papers? Why are there all these TV shows? We know they're there, they make money, but why are they there? Society doesn't ask the question. Because there's like some kind of dissolution of society's knowledge of death. They can't understand it, they're desperately searching for it. She's saying that's an important area. It's not being looked at. Dumont, who wrote on Piper Dumont, about food about the food controversy of ethnic foods. This is actually about the fact, these are like warring factions, and they're presenting an ideological view of society, which may not be that salacious, may not be very friendly if you look at it, but people don't, they just want it, it's out there, it's fine, okay, but now let's look at it, what is it really about? There's an ethics to it, there's a kind of a, in some sense, not in the worst sense, but a fascism to it, like we're right and you're not, like that's what she's saying. Here's something in society that has to be examined. Right? Of course, society doesn't want to examine it in that way. It just wants to look at it. That's one thing, looking where the pressure points. But the second thing is, okay, let's look at the pressure, but in an unsettling way. You see what I mean? If we look at the paper, okay, we got Matika. She wrote about looking at violence. We want to say, what do we? She more or less said, no, we want to look at violence, but not. She said she was looking at not like, oh, it's titillating, or it's like this is terrible, we got to censor it. No. Let them talk about violence and get into it and discuss it more. No, that's not what society wants. But she's saying that's the only way to move forward. Listen to what the teens say, which is the last thing you want to put in the paper. What the teens say in the mass culture right now. Right? Or we have Kim, who's saying, which is again, I don't think this is what his point of view may be very important and makes sense and is good. You have to spend more time on this, but this is not what society wants to do. They want to spend less time. Because it saves money. Let's cut down on, psychoanalysis, et cetera, et cetera. But, he's saying, no, but the only way forward to actually confront the problem in a useful, intelligent way is to spend more time on this and really look into it and work it over. So even though these two aspects, there's three aspects. These two aspects are both about society has situations ongoing in it. We have to look at them. We have to look at them in a serious manner. That's what the Teachers College is saying, and that's probably what society in general does not want to. Not society. The mainstream media does not want to hear. But then there's another way to approach this, which is those guys that are, I think, of more despair. Maybe they're the lighthearted ones, which is deterioratization. Remember that came from Guattari and Deleuze, which is that like we have to get away from the way things are arranged right now. Right? We have to break out of all these everything that's around, and it's pretty obvious one. Moffat is pretty obvious in that area, Let's all spend, what if society all starts, let's go spend our time digging through the sewers and climbing around there. Yeah, are we making money doing this? We don't have to be writing dissertations, but in general, is this like, everybody's doing it, yeah, hey, come on, let's do it, but you're not really spending money, right? You're enjoying yourself and you're seeing the world is not as simple as you thought it was. There's other possible fantastic events. It's illegal, probably, and, so that's like leaving the normal structures of society, searching for some new kind of pleasure, new joy, new desire, right? Another one was Carlin here, about Chiapas. They have a different way of doing things. He mentioned about things like put a big printing press in the middle of our classroom and run that classroom that way. He's decentering the society. The last person that spoke, was pretty much in the same realm. Ms. Resdo, you know, Ms. Resdo saying, you know, like, we have to forget all the classifications that exist, let's throw them out, let's start over. Or the interdisciplinary gentleman said the same thing. Those are the three group fantasies of the teacher's college. Understand this? Of the teacher's college. And now I'm going to lastly, I'm going to deterritorialize this. It's limited in a limited way by just saying that my own type of deterritorialization would be to follow Mr. What's his name again? About dragons. Who's that? Blake, right? Didn't you talk about dragons or not yet?
Yeah.
So what is it? Why do people say Kowloon? You know what that means? Kowloon, you know Kowloon or not? There's Hong Kong, there's Kowloon, right? We don't know. So Kowloon means Kowloon, 9 dragon, right? Because they have 9, that's what the name means. But why? Because there's all these, this is in mainland China. Hong Kong is an island. There's like 9 hills that look like dragons, right? Okay? So what is what is Feng Shui? You know what Feng Shui is? We know what this is? You've heard of this, right? But people don't really tell you what it is about, oh, you have to have your house this way and left and right. No, but they don't tell you know why? How do you actually, how's a master of Feng Shui, how does he actually decide how your house should face, where you should put a grave? You know how they decide that? You look at the shape of the land. And if you see, for example, what if you say, hey, that hill, that's a dragon hill. Those 2 hills together, right? You cannot put your house between 2 dragon hills because you're breaking the dragon's back, you know? And that's going to cause a lot of bad karma. Use the word they would not use, but you know. So that's what. But that's the bad Feng Shui of the teachers' college. They're trying to break the back of an onerous system, if you ask me. All right? Okay. That's what you're doing.
Professor Richard Yoakum, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's actually really nice to be here. It's a very good group of people. I know some of you since a very long time. And so it's a very special occasion to give comments to some wonderful talks. I thought a little bit about the various ways of presenting, and I think presentations always have a little bit of a spectacle aspect, performative aspect, meaning when we push not the scholar too much, but the writer too much, then we have a problem on the audience side to be the readers or listeners, right? And so there are 2 forms. The one is to present and to give a talk, and the other one is to read. And in that sense, I had, especially with Nikki, at some stage, a little bit of a problem to really pay attention, because I was still working with the other presentation, and there was no real break in between, which I find is interesting. We live in a culture in which we just don't take breaks, and we don't even question that. And so when we talk about group fantasies, that's one that I would like to add. Having said that, let me make a few comments as they occur. I found, and I really do, I made some notes and sometimes a comment here and there in order to say a little bit about all these different aspects, and I found them very, very interesting, these different aspects. And with Regina, to start with, I found, maybe I say that. Why is there a difference between giving a talk and reading a paper? Because you want to make a connection. Isn't going to a conference really about making a connection? And isn't a small group, as we are, a chance to do exactly that? And isn't this why we are in education? So, and the question that I found very interesting with the Regina was, how how, and that's your question, how to give them a voice, right? Were you part of this wonderful conference that we had in our program, the Art and Art Education program, the youth media? You were there? Yeah. Because I found that would be such a rich field for you to, because it was really a beautiful conference with so many people who could, young people relating through the medium of video to create narratives and deal with their own identity, and it was very rich to see how they could deal with that, and how, when you give them a framework, right? How the question of how to give them a voice becomes almost superfluous, because then they have a voice and they go for it. So then it turns actually into the question, how are we then able to create an audience for that? So that's what I found interesting, to kind of make that type of a comment about your work. So how can we listen? With Huachu, you gave a very beautifully scripted, such a scripted and well-timed presentation. I was stunned. You must have, I was wondering how often you were rehearsing it. Twice. and then I thought you became almost a part of it. It was so well done that you kind of further played the Haneke piece, and that made us again be the viewer. And we weren't sure, were we sitting in a conference room or in this room, or were we sitting in front of a television, or was it video, or was it film? With Chris, I took actually a picture because I thought, I don't show you the picture now because it's so tiny, you can't really see. But there was a laptop in front of the other laptop, and I thought it's a very nice metaphor for your talk, because in your case I found that language and space they reduplicated each other. And it also reminded me of, I think, not just the visuals, but the metaphor, the language, it reminded, but the visuals definitely, very much of a birth channel. Meaning that this is the earliest experience of space that we have, this kind of coming through the birth channel, and then when we look at little ones and babies, how they experience themselves and the touching and so forth. So that's how they become self-aware, and I couldn't help it but to think exactly of that situation, and I thought, isn't that also something how a lot of students experience their dissertation process? And it's really going through, and as they come out of that process, and when they are done, when they are ready to define, when they know this is this and this is that, then they are pretty much done with it, and they know it. And the method is actually that kind of there is no method that's written for that. That's a method that's part of the spatial experience, so to speak. I also found I thought a little bit about map as a theme, a beautiful theme to think about. What is a map? There's always a map. I want to add, there is always a map, right? And that means a map, you can always describe where something is. And if you can't, then the space is not clear yet, right? So, and space, you were mentioning, defines itself by another space. You could also say by a boundary. And that's really how thinking works, right? Epistemologically, we can start we start thinking by creating differences, right? And then we can, and that's actually in a way spaces. And with Live's presentation, I thought of I can't wait like John about I can't wait for this play. And when I say I can't wait, there is I hope it's not a waiting for Godot that never comes. I hope it's a piece that comes. But waiting for Godot would be a very good kind of framework or model. At least as I see it or perceive it. And not so much about time in your case, more about space, right? It's time too, and ultimately they are always connected. But I think you had a more geographical component to it, and I found it interesting that Heidegger's wife and your wife there was so much coincidence there in this case. So I thought, was that orchestrated? Was that part of your performance, your presentation? And John beautifully pronounced it by giving you a good excuse for a crisis, right? I also thought of a Swiss scholar who then, I think he became a professor at the university in Germany, maybe Kassel or so, Lucius Burckhardt, and he created how would you translate? I think it's called promenadology as a field, and it relates to urban space. So as we, and you talked about space, and in a way we can talk about urbanity. Any city, and you mentioned that in one of your, I think was it the first or the second story, is really about. It doesn't matter if you live in a city if you don't stroll. Strolling is the necessary and appropriate way of experiencing a city. So that means if you are just there because it's so cool to be there, then you may as well live in the virtual, right? And it is important to stroll around and be unintentional, and through that you experience an urban space. And promenadology would be a good kind of lead towards that, and Burckhardt a good scholar to look into. Piper's performance for sure was just very powerful and great. We are what we eat was my first note that I took. Then I thought a little bit about food and spitting food, and how do we own another person's plate, very simply, which is have to spit into it, right? And then the person would say, thank you, it's yours, right? Food and identity, right? So that came to me. Food is also, and you talked about food as something, as a means to divide, right? Different groups. I thought about food is also a source to connect. And I think even more so. So even as we make it a theme of a division, but sometimes we stage that, right, in order to actually talk about it. And which brings me to talk about a highly specialized world, right? and interdisciplinarity in that sense, how do we make a nexus, right? In a work that's so specialized, everybody works on his or her very unique set of questions, etc. Well, we need certain cultural signifiers. We need cinema and best lists, right? Not just books. We need those books that everybody was reading. Because if we hadn't those, and we need the weather, we need it badly, and we need food. We need food to talk about stuff that we all understand, right? I also thought about food and in a sense, you were talking about food and food and work, so to speak. As a European, when I and non-native speaker, I'm always actually when I first heard this phrase, no, I'm not done with my plate. I was at a wedding and they took my plate away, but that was too late. But because I'm a slow eater, but and it was so, and I didn't know that here you would pay per hour, right? So program has to go on, and I noticed this interesting phrase. No, I'm still working on it, which I find quite interesting. How can one work on food? Is even food work? And that again is actually part of a culture. Working on it, hunting, fitness, health, sport here is always competitive. It never is leisure, just leisure. I mean, that's how I experience it. Alison has gone, but I felt there is a beautiful connection to what you, Regina, were saying at the beginning, and that came out of her study. We just need to give them spaces to express themselves, right? We just need to give them this space, and everything else follows. Which is very empowering, and I think it's hard to not miss that important lesson, I think, if you're in education and you take it seriously. With Diane, I mean, that's such a beautiful theme, and the variety of themes was so rich. And John, I mean, one needs to thank you for that, for bringing together this group of people with these varieties and give them a home, because that's also what it is, an interdisciplinarity as a conference theme and as a field of study does that. It gives home to people who would not have a home so easily. And as they find their own home and they actually do something that's quite strong, right? I mean, to build their own, they really get out of that birth channel. They really do that type of work. So back to Diane, I thought about the dying to know, and when I lived next to the Greenwood Cemetery, which is the cemetery that the guard was saying, it's the cemetery that doesn't accept everybody. People are dying to get in there. He was saying, which he probably says every day 10 times to people coming there. Then I thought about what does it mean, dying to know? Is it also that we have to die to know? And isn't it a little bit like that, right? That means the totality of knowledge, in a way, needs the totality of time. And isn't that a comfort when we think about NSA and being and the security cameras and all that discussions, that ultimately it needs 330 million Americans and more to oversee 330 million Americans, right? So that's a little bit of hope. It's a small, tiny hope, but it came to me when she was talking. But but to make a point, I think Diane left, right? She's not here anymore. Yeah, I thought also a theme that would really connect well to her study is the death on Facebook. So if you die, what happens? Does your account get dissolved, and who is doing that? And it is a theme of study, and it is actually almost a legal problem. And I believe there have been papers written on that, probably already. But it is so we have to die twice, right? And the social media death may be a little maybe a topic of its own. With Michael's presentation, I felt very tense sitting in the audience. I don't know how you felt, but tense I could kind of feel your presentation strongly, and the theme is so captivating in a sense, right? And again, back to I'm still working on my plate, reflects a culture, right? But there is there would be another aspect that reflects the very same culture. Hey, move on. We're moving on with this, right? We haven't even digested it, we already move on, right? So, and that kind of makes the clinical supervisor being the executioner of that culture that needs to move on already, enough already, right? Which is also a very interesting phrase. It came to my mind, if you want to be quick, be slow, right? I'm saying this to students sometimes, and I'm saying it to myself sometimes. So we don't talk about death so easily, and that's why these scientific studies, again, right, as Diane mentioned, are not so much in the discussion, because we are the culture of beauty and youth, right? And so we don't look at these things. And trauma is a very difficult, I think, a particularly difficult theme in this culture. Trauma, what is it? What? I mean, the research of trauma has exponentially grown in the past 20 years, and 10 or 20 years. And I see trauma, and that's really also where it is on the level of the body, right? It's the trauma means the body stores something. And trauma is a storage space. And in order to process it, you actually have to store it away. And that's what the psyche does. You store it away. You cannot touch it. And actually you need to look to have a safe space to place it there, and then so that you can go back sometimes when you feel safe to look at it. And if you are forced to move on and to look at it and to move on, that can be very damaging. So I found that tension in your talk so intensely, but also very meaningfully, I thought. So the problem of activating it is really, it asks us, it challenges us in our sensibility greatly. With Matthew, did Matthew leave? I think he left too.
Yeah.
I thought I went there to that place, not to the university, but I went to San Cristobal de Casa 15 years ago, and I took a tour with a tour guide, Mercedes, and I was wondering maybe he would know her. Mercedes was coming out of these villages and was touring with tourists through these villages, and there were select houses and people who agreed to host them, give them tea, and talk a little bit about medicine, about politics, about culture, about education. It was so interesting. She also shared how contested that was, and how controversial her readiness to open up to foreigners was to people from her culture. How difficult this is. And I felt this throughout his talk, which I found a very well written paper, as a paper, and interesting when then how he then had, of course, go through a struggle, because it was a paper. When Chris, when you asked the question, which I found interesting, that because that when it so he was beautifully weaving together some concepts, but when we come to the practical matters, there are a lot of questions around that, right? Which doesn't, in a way, really question his paper, but it just shows how these are two different aspects, right? And there is a wonderful, if you are interested in this, there is a wonderful, wonderful writer, and he calls himself a deprofessionalized intellectual, Gustavo Esteva, and he wrote about development, and he became one leading theoretician of development, and he questioned that concept of development. He said, stop it already, enough already to develop. You're talking about us. We are developing countries. What are you talking about? Are you aware of that resources still go from the south to the north? As you talk about developing, whom and in which way? What type of development is that, right? And development, he located it with Harry Truman as the American president, who brought up this kind of, we have to create plans for development, and in decades and so forth, we have to achieve this, and modernization, etc. And he said, no, we don't. And I found that was actually an interesting point and the backdrop for his study, so to speak, or paper, that development isn't, that they said enough already. We don't want that. We want to separate the state and from what we do. We want to withdraw from that. And that's our power. And that's kind of really interesting to pursue and to think about. Not so much in terms of certification, because that immediately stops the thinking through. Then you feel, okay, that's the end of the discussion. But as a concept, I would have definitely made a comment on Kari's black cat walking, passing by twice, you know, going back and forth.
2 cats, right?
It was 2?
Wasn't it 2 cats?
It wasn't one. Coming and going.
A lot that goes on there.
Maybe duplicated.
It's your fantasy.
And what I found interesting about her, with her talk, was this kind of connection between knowledge and magic. And I always knew, yeah, magic is in a way part of the knowledge, but then with her talk, it made me be more aware of that it's also the other way around. So it works both ways, which I find interesting about it. That knowledge has some magic to it, so to speak, because of its power, right? And I would have wished, for the sake of it and the performance, which I just love, to kind of further develop, if she had worn a hat or something, that would have fit very well. Blake's wonderful work that I enjoy to get to know and read and hear, and is the fight of a dragon, isn't it? It's the dragon fight against the taxonomy, I mean, it's very pronounced, this issue of interdisciplinarity, which I think it's probably a good way, the best way that I feel, the best way to describe it is probably really by Jim, the group fantasy, in a way, because it is a little bit in that realm of fantasy. How do we position it? It's so hard to really position it. It is a struggle. And ultimately, we cannot entirely separate the problem of interdisciplinarity from the organization of interdisciplinarity. And that is very, very disturbing and humbling and annoying, and then again a good source to go back and tackle it again, right? I personally, because I'm very connected to the theme of interdisciplinarity, on probably because of my own education, but then also because of just, I think it's such a beautiful focal point. And my way of tackling is it would be from this issue of complexity, really that model and kind of what does it mean if we have a complexity of issues? How do we tackle them? And what does interdisciplinarity mean? And what does it mean when we stop looking at the issues from the strategic point of view, right? And where does the instrumental approach end? And what comes after that? And I think that's kind of maps a little bit the perennial conundrum of interdisciplinarity. And I mean that's where I started to wish that we would have much more time, and then we had no break, and we broke into Nikki's presentation, as I said, which was a little hard for me then to go into. Certainly also because you read it in a way that wasn't so open for me to kind of go in, because it was really written language. And if you had broken it down to more points that we can connect in a dialogue, then I probably could say something more meaningful. Ever since I'm here, I love Vera, and that's probably a reason why I'm here altogether. And so it was a pleasure to give my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very lovely, diverse, and integrated comments, and delivered with the full force of your personalities and your capacity to listen and your love of knowledge and understanding and peace. We said we would have a short general discussion in which people could talk about the day, and then I want you to be aware that you should take any food that's left over from lunch that you would like, and you should bring it down to the restaurant. Hide it under the table. It will reduce the bill. So what have we? It's been a long day, and I've been reading this book called Open City by Teju Cole. Anybody read this? Which is about wandering through New York, trying to recover from the trauma of being a doctor at Columbia Presbyterian. He's a young guy, right? How old is he? 30? It's a wonderful book about walking through the city, a theme that's come up quite a lot. But today was a wonderful stroll, and also, of course, a marathon. And marathon has a different meaning now after Boston. I was just thinking where the Nexus came from, and I had to examine my unconscious because I had a dream about it last night. And I remembered it's from The Voyage of the Space Beagle, which is a book by A.E. Van Vogt, on which the film Alien is based. In fact, it's exactly the book
pretty much word for word. They stole it because A. Van Vogt died, and the family did not keep the copyright, and then James Cameron stole it. And in that book there is a character on the spaceship called the Nexialist, and I had never seen that word before. And he was the person hired as the dramaturge to connect all of the different specialties on the spaceship so that the disciplines would not tear at each other or force each other away from each other, but make that connection that Richard was talking about. And the Nexialist brings the different disciplines together, and he negotiates between them, and that's his training. And then the alien appears, which is sort of like the dragon in a sense. But and it seemed to me today that while we were not talking very explicitly about interdisciplinarity, but just doing it, we also have some doubts about it as a concept, and that it seems to presume disciplines, which wasn't clear today who was in which discipline. Sometimes somebody did appear to be in a discipline. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they wandered out. And I think from time to time that popped up. You know, the monstrous issue came up several times, the trauma, death, ghosts, dragons, which shows how much, how personal this experience is for us, this quote, intellectual journey. It's a practical journey, and it is also a frightening journey in which we have to come to terms with the traumatic dimensions of our own experience and the experience that we sense in other people, in the community, in the country, and in the world. Okay, so I'm not sure whether the purpose of today was really Nexialist, and I'm not sure that I'm totally comfortable with that notion. But I love the Alien series of films as they get more and more grotesque, ending with the horrid grotesqueries of alien resurrection. I'm afraid that's probably reveals a lot about myself, but it's because the films grapple with art. They have wonderful artists designing the scenery, like Shige, whatever his name is, Geiger. And I wanted to bring our attention back once again to the wonderful art exhibitions here. What a wonderful thing to have a space of discussion, presenting papers, intellect, ideas, concepts, and also to integrate art. So I would strongly encourage you, if you have a moment, to spend time with these pieces. There are intimacies of the body, there are defaced characters, there is pleasure and violence on all walls around us. Okay, what about the day? Anyone care to raise a question, a thought, a concept about today? Maybe we're talked out.
I was just to follow up about the art. It is remarkable, Stephen, how it's art and it's your art, but passing through so many different papers and having them to look at was remarkable, I thought. So we have maps, right? We have issues of identity. We have ghost-like imagery, and it got reimagined through each paper, and it just was such a powerful addition to having papers. And I mean. So I just, wanted to make sure I said that to you. It really made an entire difference of the whole experience, I think. And because, part of the human mind is to be distracted at times is normal, to have different stages of attentiveness or not, to need breaks, and we take breaks. So one constructs one's own breaks, perhaps by staring at art and being someplace else for a little while. And it was wonderful. It was beautiful. Thank you.
I guess also the idea of conference or reusing spaces in so many different ways. These are themes that have come up in some people's projects over the years. So who's doing work with earth on rooftops and recreating things? I know that in my own classrooms these days, I can't really change the room anymore. They won't let me touch it. So like, it's not bolted down, but I mean, you get in trouble. It's ringing stuff. You got to get people to move it. It's crazy. I can't even move the chairs really. But I find myself more and more using objects differently, or more, I tote a lot of things into class anyway. So it's sort of this, everything that's been said today, even though maybe the idea of Nexus or what interdisciplinary things are, since we all have our different interdisciplinaries, but that, and not that abuse of theme either, that we were constant, I found myself constantly tunnelling across to other things that were perfectly relevant to me, but a different interdisciplinary focus. The other thing is that reconstituting the space is that we're going to have another Nexus. This conference is going to be done again, right? And the notion that we know that this did, and we're so wonderful with it, thank you, Randy. You all rock. I didn't do it, but it was great. But that the idea came up like, maybe we do reconfigure it. Of course we do. We'll reconfigure it in different ways and see what we get. Whether or not it is taking a break in between and negotiating other moments. Maybe we'll have a lunch or something. Maybe we don't need a lunch. Maybe that's part of it. We eat together. Get Piper's movie on there, right? So it is powerful despite what we might question of it, because it's still achieving what I've always been here. I mean, that's what I thought. But still, renegotiating these spaces and connecting new things. It's quite reaffirming. Congratulations on a great conference.
I'm reminded to mention, because Nathan is here as well as Carlos, they have politely not brought up the issue of their wonderful book on face transplants, which is the first and only book of its kind. And it remains there.
Said everything that needed to be said for 10 years probably in there.
And not unrelated to some of Stephen's work on faces.
Right, exactly.
He's been working on the obscuring and transforming and defacing of faces, if I may say so. And I wanted to also credit Blake's conference. I didn't mention that, Blake. I think this day actually has a great deal to do with the conference that Blake held in the spring. It was the spring, wasn't it? Yeah. Which was not specifically interdisciplinary students or interdisciplinary studies, but was the beginning of a conversation about different kinds of events like this that we could do. You don't have to do the same things all the time. So I don't know if anybody's interested in having an event next semester, for example, in the spring. We certainly could. Rich has talked about the connection, the valuable, precious connection between us. And I think it takes a community, right, and an audience that is willing to stay this long in the day, which, by the way, is remarkable, except for occasional bladder visits, bladder-controlled visits to the bathroom, making our own breaks. Nevertheless, it is a strong sense in the room to me of people who have a great deal in common. And I hope that we will do other things together. I know some people here are more activists and they think we should be taking more action together, but I'm not sure about that distinction. I think people were very practically oriented today and very intrusive and very transformative in their actions. But we could do something different in the spring, or we could do the same thing again. So if you have ideas about
we
that.
could just watch the video today.
Every season
We could get Michael Haneke to show the video to us.
I'd just like to say, and to invite you guys all, we're actually going to put together a conference at the end of this semester, December 14th. Chris and I are co-organizing it, and it's going to be around the theme of technology and aesthetics, which is the theme of the course that we're teaching this semester here. And so keep an eye on your inbox. We'll get something out to you shortly. We're still accepting, we have some slots filled, but we're still accepting paper proposals and stuff. So if you want to do something for it, get in touch with us. It's on December 14th. John's going to give a paper there, I believe. Yeah. we spoke to you about it. The bombs idea.
Oh, the drones.
It's so one of the themes of the conference is the drones.
Oh,
and maybe
drone.
dragons.
The ending between dragons and drones.
Yeah. So I just want to get a head start on it. But please come, December 14th, Saturday.
Any announcements, projects like that? Anything you'd like us to know about before we head down to the taqueria? I think we
we are done. Thank you to everybody. It's magnificent. We are working on it. And we are moving on.
I would just believe you about that.
That's light.
So as long as the red light is on, it's filming?
I think so. Did you play back?
No.
You haven't played back?
No. No, I think the I think it's fine because the red light is on.
Red light.
Moving.
Yeah.
And I turned it off during lunch.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn it off now?